Chapter 1 Hand, Mobile Phone Fruit? Traveling to the world of One Piece has always been Chen Liu's dream, or the dream of every pirate fan. But compared to the traversers who destroy the world at every turn, his traversal is really ordinary. He just slept at home and opened his eyes to this seemingly deserted island. The reason why he was able to be sure that he probably passed through was completely because of the fruit that appeared on hand after the crossing. Even if it is no matter how unable to confirm it, he also knows very well that the golden threaded apple-shaped fruit in front of him should be devil fruit. It seems that his body has changed from his original 20s to his current 14-5-year-old appearance due to the crossing. The surrounding coastline is not long, and some materials were rolled over by the waves, but it is not enough for this physique. He can live on his own, and now he can only rely on this fruit. If you are lucky enough to run into a Logia, just post it, and your demons will do too. The young model in the club is still going to work in the sea, it depends on this wave. Chen Liu rubbed his hands and prayed to the sky, and then ate the fruit clean in a few bites. As expected, it tasted like a poop of apples. It was unpalatable to describe. He retched for a long time, and waited for a while, but he still didn't see any reaction from his body. Did you eat a fruit like Huangchuan fruit that can only take effect when certain conditions are met? Chen Liu was a little puzzled. Time passed by, and Chen Liu, who watched as the sky was getting darker, didn't sit still anymore. Even if the fruit ability hadn't been revealed for the time being, he couldn't do nothing in order to survive. He planned to take a stroll on the beach first and take a look. There is something of value, and then walk towards the island. I walked to the beach and tried it. I was a little weak when I encountered water. I suddenly felt refreshed. It seems that devil fruit can't be wrong, so I don't think much about it. A random devil fruit is good enough to start the game. Now, what more bicycles? The laborious opening of the materials stranded on the coastline, the selection of the food in it, and the careful storage of a package are all guarantees for survival for a while. After all, no one knows what is on the island. After a few hours, I completely cleaned up the supplies, and lay down on the cushioned palm leaves with a lot of sweat and watched the sea. I finally felt the loneliness of the sea. The excitement in my heart was completely poured out because of the excitement brought by the crossing. It's gone, to be honest. He really wants to go home at this time. I really want to play with my mobile phone. As a terminal cell phone cancer patient who can't live without a cell phone, it was impossible for him to sleep for a few hours without using a cell phone. When he was free, he missed the cell phone more and more. I want a cell phone. I want a cell phone. I want a cell phone. After shouting to the sky 3 times, Chen Liu lowered his head after venting, and suddenly shook. A cell phone appeared strangely in his hand. It seems to be Nokia's oldest black and white phone, which can only make calls and send text messages, and even some unbelievable messages gradually emerged in his mind. The fruit that I ate turned out to be the legendary fruit of desire. This is the ultimate fruit that can realize all wishes, the culmination of all the fruits in the world, the fruit of beginning and end. It is indeed the qualification to cheat. So FK. You changed yourself into a mobile phone fruit. What cell phone do you want? What cell phone do you want? Chen Liu is about to slap himself severely. He is dying. What kind of mobile phone is he going to play with? Can't he ask for a Logia fruit? Your demons are also okay. With grief, Chen Liu explored the fruit's ability. What a cheating! Currently he only has 2 abilities. The first is the ability to manufacture mobile phones, and the second is the communication sector that mobile phones have. The communication section allows Chen Liu himself and his mobile phone to obtain communication functions, which means that the mobile phone fruit not only realizes the communication capability of the mobile phone, but also turns him into a super satellite. Isn't this an enhanced version of the multifunctional phone bug? He remembered that the phone worm in the original book was actually a special snail after scientific transformation. Laozi got arguably the strongest fruit in history, the fruit of desire, and then turned himself into a phone worm? Cry. Chen Lu stared at the Nokia in his hand, clapped his hands and built another one, and then dialed according to the ID automatically given above. Hey! Hey! Call yourself to play? Chen Lu, who gave up relying on devil fruit to live a life of big fish and meat, decided to be a low-key man with his tail tucked in. He stared at the sea boredly. At this moment, he suddenly saw several huge warships appear at the end of the sea. Are they marine? Chen Lu smiled with joy. If it is a pirate, he really doesn't know what to do. After all, no one can expect to encounter a pirate like Luffy, but for marine, most of the basic bottom line is still there. Marine's warship docked on the shore, and came down from above a tall and burly vice admiral and a group of marines. The great cloak of justice floated slowly in the wind, with a punk head and a mustache. The overly bright image made Chen Lu recognize at a glance. This is Marine's veteran Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. But before Chen Lu happily ran over to ask for help, he saw the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral took out a piece of paper from his arms. That thing, is it a reward? Rebel, versus Nefertari, you have been arrested. The Flying Squirrel looked at the dumbfounded Chen Lu indifferently. Before he could react, he was surrounded by a group of marines and shackled. It seemed that they were still sea-pierced and stone-shackled. Chen Lu, which is the current Vilsis in the mouth of the Flying Squirrel, softened all over, was put on a warship by marine and locked into a single black room. What kind of evil did you do, traitor? This title, wouldn't it be someone from the Revolutionary Party? Impossible. Am I not wearing this? How can I be a rewarder? Flying squirrels are not the kind of people who don't distinguish between right and wrong. A little bit eager to cry without tears, Versus leaned softly on the cabin, tried his best to climb to the edge of the basin filled with clear water, and saw his reflection in the water. His body was indeed his own, even though he was getting younger. But he can still tell if it's himself. It seems that some inexplicable changes occurred during the journey. Although the body has not changed, it has replaced someone's identity. 3 meals a day were unexpectedly plentiful, and it was logically impossible to give a reward to the criminal, but the flying squirrel never appeared again. He wanted to strike up a conversation with Marine and only had a cold face. P.S. This book is the flow of kings of the world, the pirate is the first world. Asterisk. Chapter 2 The Alabaster Royal Family. It was only 3 days later that Wilsis heard the babble of the door opening in his hazy sleep. This was the first time the cell door was opened. He smashed his mouth, and then heard a crisp sound. "Brother BD, wake up." As the body was shaken, a spirit awakened, and Versus was relieved that he was not on the earth. What catches the eye is a gorgeous little girl with long blue hair, long narrow eyelashes, and jet black eyes. She seems to be only 13 or 14 years old. His eyes are full of disgust and discomfort. It seems that he is only woken up because of necessity rather than willingness. Versus' mind gradually returned, and then he saw that besides flying squirrels and a few soldiers, there was a tall man with a flushed face. He was wearing a crown and a dark robe. This was Alabasta's King Cobra? Then this little girl called her elder brother Princess Vivi. He turned out to be the Prince of Alabasta? Cobra took a deep breath and looked at Versus, then said to the flying squirrel with a face full of shame, anger, and anger. "Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel, you should take this BD away." His voice was full of disappointment. "Your Majesty, after all, this kid is only going to sea with the pirates, and he has not had time to do any evil. Although there is a bounty of 1,000 baileys, he is of noble birth. Marshal Sengoku personally dealt with it. He was originally sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years. Years, considering the status of the royal family and the age of 15, "We are ordered to bring you back to the 3-year ban," said the flying squirrel. "This, I am so grateful. After all, it's his own son." Kobo really doesn't want Marine to take Versus away, but he doesn't want to do anything about Versus. The pirate's thoughts are still truly abhorrent, and he turned his face and said viciously to Versus, "Go back to me and reflect on it. You are not allowed to leave the castle for 3 years. FK. I don't want to be a prince, what pirate is going to do?" After being brought back to the palace castle of Alabasta, Versus gradually cleared his thoughts and adapted to his current identity. Alabasta can be said to be the largest country known in the entire One Piece world. It is also called a super kingdom in the comics. The main reason is its vast land and large population. The standing army has a full 600,000. If you include emergency conscription, it is a great empire with more than 1 million soldiers. In the final stage of the rebellion in the original book, the number of kings and rebels combined exceeds 2 million, even if the population of a country that can arm 2 million troops on the earth is not too large. It is located on a huge island called Shengting Island in the Grand Line, but it is not so much an island as it is a small continent. There are at least 20 cities alone. There are 7 or 8 cities disclosed in the original book. Much. If calculated according to the ratio of the population to the number of the standing army, this country has at least more than 2 to 3 billion people, otherwise it will not be possible to supply an army of this size for a long time. Such Alabasta is by no means comparable to other island nations such as Drum Island, the Kingdom of Goya, and even Dressrosa. Thinking of Crocodile, Versus has a toothache. The most important issue he should consider is this guy. Vivi was forced to join the Baroque organization when he was 14. After 2 years of experience, he met at 16. Luffy, and then Vivi represented Alabasta at the World Summit 2 years later. Judging from Vivi's current age, Crocodile now has a fairly solid foundation in Alabasta, and may attack the Alabasta royal family at any time. Versus took out his phone again, and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. According to reason, any fruit has its own unique special ability. Even Zoan Devil Fruit has natural super resilience. Take Alabasta's Hayabusa fruit ability. According to Bell, dragging a super bomb with a diameter of 5 kilometers into the sky was not killed. In theory, there will be no completely useless devil fruit, so what is the special ability of the mobile phone fruit? Because I really don't know how to develop fruit abilities, Versus only started to continuously create mobile phones. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Even the development of fruit abilities should abide by this basic rule. One by one mobile phones were created, until he felt completely exhausted. At least hundreds of mobile phones had been created. Fortunately, the royal family's room was beyond imagination, otherwise he really didn't know where to put it. Versus was shocked and suddenly felt a new message in his mind. The fruit of his mobile phone really awakened a new ability. Elementary network function. And there are also new options for creating mobile phones. There is no longer just the previous black and white communication machine, but a small non-smartphone with a color screen function, flashing the 2G signal familiar to Versus, which can load micro pictures and text network signal. FK it. He seems to be able to download the capabilities of mobile phone users through the internet. He himself is the only server of all mobile phones. He quantified the fruit's ability of the mobile phone through the familiar information in his mind, so a message appeared in front of his eyes. Mobile level LV2. Phone memory 0/1 GB. With 2 grams network function. The download speed is 50 kb per second. The download distance is 1 kilometer. It seems that in addition to upgrading the mobile phone level, every time a person uses his phone, the phone's memory will increase by 1 MB, which means that if 1,000 people use the phone, his phone's memory will increase by 1 G. The memory size directly determines his ability. How many abilities are downloaded. These abilities are not seeds, but fruits that others have already exercised. But there is a big limitation. If you want to download the ability, you must be within a certain distance. This seems to be increased only by upgrading the level. At this moment, the voice suddenly remembered outside the door. Boom! Your Royal Highness, are you back? Versus stood up and responded, and then saw a man wearing an Arabian headscarf, dark purple makeup under his eyes, and a purple four-pointed star decorated in white clothes. He had a long sword hanging from his waist and his eyes were solemn. Is a meticulous man, Zoan Demon Fruit Power, Alabastus Guard Lieutenant, Hayato Bell. Bell. Vilziston paused, wondering what the adjutant came to see him for. Seeing the strange box placed around, Bell didn't say anything. After seeing the ceremony, he was silent for a moment, and then said to Versus. His Royal Highness, you shouldn't be so impatient, that hero's power is too strong, if it weren't for this time to coincide with Marine, and there are many coincidences, you. Versus was stunned. He realized from Bell's words that this guy seemed to know that Crocodile had a problem, and he didn't run away from home to be a pirate as he originally thought, but was planning something related to Crocodile. But what happened to you also made me sure of one thing. Bell slowly knelt down. Your Highness, forgive me for distrusting you before. Now I have determined that Crocodile is really uneasy and kind. The rainfall in Alabasta this year, it's all he is playing tricks. Get up, Bell. Versus thought for a while, who else knows about this besides us? At present in Alabasta, only the two of us know the true face of Crocodile. Maybe His Majesty also has some guesses, but there is no real evidence. Bell said. Bell, do you believe me? Versus faced Crocodile's threat, but was not so afraid, because he still had a stronger bug in his hands. You have proven that you are a true royal family, and I am willing to swear allegiance. Bell sternly said. Versus spared his life to prove that Crocodile's actions have completely moved him. In fact, he didn't know it was this temptation. The real Versus is dead. The gap between our strength and Crocodile's strength is too great, and it is not convenient to disclose it temporarily, even if it is the father. Versus said. Now the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel is in Alabasta, why don't we? Bell asked hesitantly. Bell, you have to know that Crocodile is Shishibukai, and Shishibukai is a pirate that the world government and Marine jointly decided to allow. Without real evidence, we can't tell the world government and Marine to attack him, even if we have some evidence. At this point, Versus said nothing more. Bell also paused when he heard the words and nodded. I see. But I can't disclose it to the king and the princess, and I will be wronged. It's okay, Bell, we have more important things to do next. Versus waved his hand indifferently, and then took out his own mobile phone made by the fruit of the mobile phone. This is a new type of communication device. The ability created by the devil fruit I eat is the same as the phone bug, but the cost of fraud is extremely low. I hope that Alabasta will become popular in Daxia. Yes. Bell didn't ask much. Now that he has decided to be loyal, there is no need to ask every decision and every matter of His Highness clearly. From the exchanges just now, he has deeply realized that although this person is young, but by no means an ordinary child. Asterisk. Chapter 3 100 grams, Frozen Fruit Capacity. A phone worm-like device called a mobile phone, also known as a cell phone, quickly became popular in Albina, the capital of Alabasta. The function of the phone bug can be said to be no weaker than the technology level of the 21st century Earth's mobile phones in terms of communication. But its biggest Achilles heel is that it is extremely expensive. This kind of phone worm is a special life form created by the Scientific Research Institution of World Government using snails as the basis for biological transformation. The cultivation process completely requires manual operation, and each phone worm must be proficient in master's mimicking skills before it can be put into use. So in One Piece world, only nobles and government agencies have sufficient financial resources. To want everyone to carry one with them is simply a dream. In addition, even the smallest phone worm is not easy to carry. After all, it is a living creature rather than a machine. It needs to be fed every day to survive. Taking care of it is a burden in itself. Versus mobile phone perfectly solves these two problems. As a mechanical product, Tenton does not need to take care of it, and Devil Fruit's product does not need to be charged. More importantly, the price is so cheap that it can be used by civilians. With reference to the charging method for mobile phones in the previous life, the price of a mobile phone is only 5,000 Baileys, and a monthly communication fee of 300 Baileys is required. If it is replaced by a phone worm, although there is no communication cost, even if it is an island phone worm, it needs 100,000 Baileys, and a large transnational phone worm needs at least 50 or even millions. It seems that the limit of Virus's daily production of mobile phones is 3,000, and it will continue to grow under the exhaustion of exercise every day. Because of the extremely low prices and the relatively affluent capital, mobile phones quickly caused a huge wave. In just 3 days, thousands of units were sold. However, Versus still failed to download a decent ability. First, I didn't like it. Second, the distance was not enough. It's still too difficult to get close to people who have obtained a mobile phone. The flying squirrel happens to be in Alabasta. If this guy has a mobile phone, then Vilses looks for a chance to download his ability, then Lao Sha will not be difficult to deal with. This is the old Vice Admiral. People's acceptance of new things is not high, but the price of mobile phones is indeed too low. Under the preferential power, it is so low that it is not difficult to buy it as a plaything at the average salary of Marine. 500 Bailey is just the price of 5 newspapers. It's almost a free gift. At last, this kind of strength set off a wave in the Marine stationed in Alabasta. From the first soldiers who admired the officer with the phone worm, then later there were senior non-commissioned officers who felt that the mobile phone was more convenient than the phone worm. But what makes Versus a bit regretful is that even if Bell gave the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral phone to his face, he didn't intend to use it after he went back. He just discarded it somewhere. After all, there is no shortage of people at the level of Vice Admiral. A phone worm, but also consider whether this kind of phone worm-like thing will be in danger of leaking secrets. Which made Versus very regretful after learning about it. Elementary fighting skills, 9 MB. Intermediate fighting machine, 50 MB. Zoan Lion Fruit ability primary application, 1 GB. Beginner armament Hacky, 500 MB. Elementary observation Hacky, 500 MB. Vilses looked at a lot of abilities with greed, but did not directly choose to download. He currently has limited memory and has not developed the skills to delete or overwrite capabilities, so download must be cautious. On the street in the royal capital Albina, a tall man in a cloak watched people coming and going holding a black box. Sometimes strange noises sounded, and then the person holding the box picked it up and pressed a certain button. Soon someone else's voice came from the box. Is this the thing they discussed? Someone in Alabasta made this kind of thing and sold it at a price that civilians can afford. It's really interesting. The man who had originally come to detect Shishibukai crocodile's actions became interested and walked towards a man with a mobile phone. Brother, where did you buy this item? The little brother was stunned for a moment, then he saw the man in the cloak without hesitation. It's in the alley in front, a very useful thing, you can't miss it. The man paused when he heard the words, then nodded and walked into the alley. Such a price is really incredible. Vilses, who was confined in the Alabasta Palace, suddenly shook his whole body and sensed that a powerful presence was using his mobile phone, like a fireflies lit up in the endless darkness. It is extremely conspicuous, this is the real scene he can see. Logia Frozen Fruit Awakening Level Application, 100 GB. Premium Armament Hacky, 20 GB. Premium Observation Hacky, 20 GB. Advanced Marine 6 Styles, 20 GB. Versus took a breath, frozen fruit? Aokiji is in Alabasta. The weakest one also needs 20 GB of RAM, while the highest frozen fruit capacity needs 100 G. You don't need to exercise from scratch, but as long as you download it, Verses can directly have the devil fruit ability equivalent to Aokiji. This is the incredible power of the phone fruit. Although currently limited by the phone's memory, he believes that as the level increases, he can download Aokiji's ability sooner or later. Aokiji played with the mobile phone in his hand and felt that if the security problem can be determined, this thing should be quickly promoted and circulated in the middle and lower levels of Marine. It is a great invention. Even if the information security is uncertain, it will be prepared in non-public situations. Welcome. Who on earth did it? He looked at the vendor and thought. Aokiji deliberately tried to make a routine. The other party only said that it was a big man in the palace. Aokiji couldn't help but wonder, is it the king of Alabasta? Yes, otherwise, who would sell such a useful thing at such a low price? Thinking of this, Aokiji was relieved, and bought a few more at the same time, planning to bring it back to give away, right as a special product. Asterisk. Chapter 4 I Will Take You Out. The central oasis city of Alabasta, a rainy place. In the headquarters of the Baroque Walker Work Agency, watching the banana crocodiles fighting each other for food, Crocodile took a light cigarette and looked at the mobile phone placed in front of him. Interesting toy. He just commented like this. He was already fully aware of the origin of the phone. After all, Alabasta's palace had penetrated into a sieve for him. So knowing who is doing this promising business can be considered a useful tool. Then, after the Alabasta royal family was overthrown and the country robbed, let him be a member of the Baroque. Let the royal family's crime make atonement for life. But when the time comes, the price of this thing will have to be at least 20 times higher. For him, Versus was just a pawn that was lucky enough to escape the chase. But Sand Crocodile clearly didn't know that the mobile phone was actually created by Devil Fruit, and its power was far beyond his imagination. MR2 is coming back. Crocodile thought of something and smiled like a crocodile. Then go to the capital in a few days and let him meet the old king. Then I waited for Marine to leave, and proceeded with a logical development plan, step by step to completely wipe out Alabasta. Being able to imitate MR2 who changed into others is the key. In the palace. Ikarim, what is that guy doing? Princess Vivi asked the chief guard officer Ikarim. Are you talking about His Royal Highness the Prince? He is still in restraint, and seems to be very close to Adjutant Bell. I don't know exactly what he is doing. Ikarim has too many things every day, although he is not far away. But on the contrary, I don't know much about Verses. The same was true for King Cobra. As a well-known virtuous king, he was so busy every day that he had no time to sleep, and sometimes he was not as comfortable as a commoner, especially at this special moment. I hope that guy can learn his lesson. Hey! Really? It's obviously this time. Vivi said angrily. Ikarim could only sigh. After all, he was a royal family, so what could he say? Today's Alabasta can be said to be on the verge of life and death. It's not an exaggeration to say that, because almost all cities except the capital are in a state of water shortage, the entire Alabasta has not rained for a year. If it weren't for King Cobra, he took out all his belongings from the national treasury and desperately sent drinking water to other cities. Perhaps his prestige has fallen to the extreme. It is precisely because of Cobra's behavior that no one doubts whether the royal family used dancing powder to gather rain clouds in the capital, causing no precipitation in other areas. This was only known after Wire and Bell got to know him. He immediately felt a lot of pressure from Lao Sha, because it also showed that Lao Sha had already started what he called the ideal township plan. It is nothing more than controlling the rain to frame the royal family, and then let Alabasta fall into chaos, seizing the opportunity to capture the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. The first step of this plan is to have no rain for 3 years, and now it is the first year that has passed. After another 3 days, after Versus and Bell desperately manufactured and sold mobile phones, they finally successfully sold 10,000 mobile phones. At this time, Versus felt a sharp pain in his mind as if it had exploded. Then he felt joyful and felt the fruit ability to break through. Mobile level LV3. Phone memory 0/21 GB. With 2 grams network function. The download speed is 100 KB per second. The download distance is 3 kilometers. Because the download range has become 3 kilometers, Versus can occasionally sense that Aokiji is at the edge of this range. If it is a little larger, he may be able to download Aokiji's ability. If you download Aokiji's Marine 6 styles at this time, you may be able to compete with Lao Sha by virtue of Marine 6 styles. It is not because you look down on Lao Sha's ability. It's just that he is really not strong after spending too many years in Alabasta. After Luffy arrives, he enters the new world together with him, so that his strength can be improved qualitatively. But Wilsis wants more than that. Regardless of whether it is Haki or 6 forms, he has too many opportunities to get, but frozen fruit may only have this chance in a short time. Bell, reduce the price tenfold. At the same time, Versus downloaded Bell's physical skills in order to have more physical strength to make mobile phones. Ability, Intermediate Physical Skills, Bell, 200 MB, download time is 34 minutes. After all, the launch of Devil Fruit relies entirely on physical support. If he has the physique of Versus, he believes that he can make at least 10,000 mobile phones a day. His Royal Highness, yes. Bell was stunned by Versus' courage. He didn't know what Versus was doing, but after all, he knew that these phones were created by his Devil Fruit, and maybe not just for earning shellfish profit. Under the effect of such a price that is almost free, the merchants seem to smell the rotten flesh flies. Every day, Versus can sell more than 10,000 units. When the 100,000 units are sold, they only use it took less than 7 days. The mobile fruit ability level has been improved again. Mobile level LV4. Phone memory 0/100 GB. With 2 grams network function. The download speed is 200 KB per second. The download distance is 5 kilometers. The memory directly exceeds 100 G, the download speed has become 200 K, and the download distance has become 5 kilometers. At this time, he was finally able to clearly perceive Aokiji's location, and he did not hesitate to choose the ability to download Frozen Fruit. Frozen Fruit Ability Awakening Level Application, Aokiji, 100 GB, download time is 6 days. 6 days. 1 GB is 1024 MB and 1 MB is 1024 KB. It takes 6 full days for Versus to get Aokiji's ability. As long as Aokiji leaves the range of 5 kilometers during this period, the download will be interrupted. Fortunately, as long as he reappears in Versus within 5 kilometers of the Sith, the download does not need to be restarted, as long as the download continues with the previous progress. Because there is no more urgent upgrade, the price of the mobile phone has been adjusted back again, but what is unexpected is that the sales volume has not decreased but increased. People are afraid that this kind of cheap mechanical phone bug will suddenly increase in price. Until 5.5 days passed, Aokiji seemed to have been active in the capital city. After all, he was pursuing lazy justice and did not have so much leisure to do things actively, but after all, he had stayed here for half a month, and Sengoku couldn't justify it. So he set off to the rainy place, intending to meet Crocodile officially. Vilses suddenly sensed the interruption of the download, and his face turned green. FK. It's over in a few hours. So he raised his head and said to the puzzled Bell. Bell, I want to leave the palace. Bell was startled. His Majesty, this is too dangerous, and your Majesty will not agree, have you forgotten the last time? Bell, this time I have shown enough value. Crocodile will not kill me easily. At most, I will be imprisoned. But I have to go. This may be the last chance for the Alabasta people to regain their dignity. Believe me. Sith was anxious, even if the lazy Aokiji was very slow, but if he didn't catch up, he would soon lose his track. His Royal Highness Prince. Bell hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and turned into a falcon posture, leaning down gently and saying, "I'll take you out." Chapter 5 Sand Crocodile. The eagle falcon flies over the desert country. It is said to be a desert country. In fact, it is only relatively arid. There are deserts everywhere, but not all deserts. An inland sea runs straight through half of the country from the Great Harbor. In the region, oases is scattered in all directions, and huge precipitation and severe evaporation are the main themes here. Only part of the uninhabited area between the city and the city is truly uninhabited, or there is a world-famous super desert in the northernmost part of the country. Other than that, Alabasta is not barren. Based on the principle of supporting one soldier from 500 to 1,000 people, Alabasta actually has a standing army of 600,000. About 5 kilometers away, Hayabusa Bell was carrying Versus, and he saw black spots in the desert from a distance. "Is that your goal?" Bell's eagle eyes are sharp, and he vaguely saw the tall and thin cloak figure, but he hasn't been able to guess his identity directly through the cloak. As if feeling that he was being watched by something, Aokiji slowly released observation haki, a range of 5 kilometers. Maybe this guy is not a fellow traveler with him, or is he all going to the rain? Aokiji is still not interested in people who are so far away, especially after he recognizes Hayato as an official of this country. As for the child behind Hayato Bell, it is not within his scope of consideration, which is completely beyond his work. These two guys didn't see his identity and came to complain to him, right? As for what Crocodile might do, Aokiji still has some guesses, but at present, there is no evidence. Even if it is brought to him, he has no possibility of taking action. Therefore, this kind of trouble is still not seen. Good. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Aokiji finally got a little wary. According to reason, Hayato should be several times faster than him, and he can surpass him quickly, but he still falls behind without any hurries, obviously to chase him. But the other party did not catch up as he thought. So what is this guy? It was not until about 4 hours later that some tired falcon heard the slightly surprised voice of the young man behind him. "Okay, Bell, let's go back." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Versus' mouth. Frozen fruit, and it is frozen fruit that has developed into an awakened state. He got it. 100 GB of memory is fully occupied, and there is no trace of extra memory. Actually, it is 100 GB, but there are still a fraction, but it is not enough for 101 GB, so it is defaulted to 100, which is also correct. Therefore, he was able to barely download Aokiji's fruit ability without being able to delete Bell's physical skills. Aokiji paused in confusion, turned his head, and left. Momin followed mysteriously and left inexplicably. What are these two people doing? Forget it, I don't want to, it's really troublesome. Aokiji stretched out and saw that there was no one around. Cold ice appeared outside the cloak, and then the ground under his feet froze, and the ice actually dragged him forward automatically. In fact, the almost invincible fruits on the sea are still precious in desert countries. After all, the ice melts and becomes water. The royal capital of Alabasta. In the palace, Cobra was walking back and forth anxiously, looking at Ekalim with some anger. How could the prince disappear? Didn't I tell you to take good care of him? He was indeed exhausted. He looked very haggard and his hair was a little messy. Vivi had never seen a father like this before, and he was too scared to speak. Sorry. Your Majesty, it's my fault. I shouldn't let Bell, who is close to His Royal Highness, look after him. Ikarim half-kneeled. Hey! Cobra's angry appearance disappeared, and he sighed sullenly, and then personally helped Ekalim up. Sorry, Ekalim, I've lost my temper, it's just this special period, if what mistake did that kid make? Even I can hardly explain to the people. Your Majesty, Bell is not an impulsive person. Since he and His Royal Highness have disappeared together, I think there must be something unexpected. Ikarim said thoughtfully. Brother BD. Vivi repeated these words from the side, tears began to flow down. At this time the gate of the palace was slowly pushed open. Kobo raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. He saw a tall man with a heavy cloak, combing his back, holding a cigar in one hand and a sharp golden hook in the other, slowly walking into the palace, followed by a few men and women of different looks. This person, Cobra, is very familiar, and it is Shishibukai Sand Crocodile, who makes him vigilant and difficult to deal with. Alabasta is now the hero. During the years he arrived in Alabasta, he established an organization called Baroque Walker. Even Cobra has rarely heard of this organization. He tried his best to attack the pirates in the Alabasta area and let the world government he and Marine have praised it, and it can be said that it is the Shishibukai who has dealt with the official most. At the same time, the people of Alabasta also trust him very much, and even now that directly breaking into the palace will not arouse the people's anger, or that some people are more satisfied with him than Cobra as the king. Yo, Cobra, long time no see. The sand crocodile took a deep sip of his cigar, then slowly spit out the smoke, floating in a pleasant shape in the air. Long time no see. Cobra glanced at him and said, hiding way behind him without a trace, and asked Ikarim to take her back to the room first. Ikarim hesitated for a while, and finally nodded in agreement and pulled the reluctantly slightly away. The two were calm and did not worry that the sand crocodile would do anything extraordinary at this time, not just because of the world government and Marine. Because Marine Vice Admirals Flying Squirrels are still in Alabasta at this time, Crocodile will never choose this time even if it is to do something. Just as Cobra and Ikalim thought, this time Sand Crocodile did not do anything extraordinary when he came in person, but introduced a new capable subordinate to Cobra. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Hard Shake Shishibukai. A strange-looking guy, like a ballet dancer, dressed in a gorgeous ballet dress with a strangely feminine makeup, but he is a real man. His hairy legs are really eye-catching. Maybe it is not too cold in winter, but unfortunately there is no winter in Alabasta. Your Majesty, the slave's name is Bentham. He smiled with teeth, showing his right hand to Cobra. Cobra had to bite the bullet and shake his hand. After seeing the two shaking hands, Sand Crocodile showed a faint smile without a trace. Then I have something to do, so I will leave first. If I want to play in the palace, I can arrange someone to take you around. Cobra was very wary of the Sand Crocodile, but after all, the two had never had it. In frontal and even side conflicts, Crocodile has indeed made a lot of contributions to Alabasta. In fact, he also has the right to enter and leave the palace. This was when he was awarded the National Hero Medal last year, so Cobra just said that. Seeing Cobra's departure, Crocodile took a sip of his cigar and greedily sniffed the fresh breath in the air. Hee. At this time the door was opened again. Crocodile slowly turned his head to look over, a tall figure with his whole body hidden in a cloak, and next to him was one of the two Zoan demon fruit powers in this country, Hayato Bell. Adjutant Bell. Crocodile Xiao looked at Bell with interest. Are you interested in joining my staff? Versus had spotted Crocodile before entering the palace, so he made a simple disguise and used frozen fruit to completely disguise himself as Aokiji. The purpose was not for anything else. A faint flash flashed under his eyes. The cold light. Crocodile. Do you think I don't know your conspiracy? Your Royal Highness has already exposed everything about you. Hayato Bell drew his sword and stood in front of Versus without hesitation. The quick slasher MR1 beside Crocodile also turned his arm into a blade to confront him. Versus looked at Crocodile, who smiled without saying a word. It was also the first time in this life that he faced this pre-ground line hero and boss. If he had been a few hours ago, he would still be afraid of it, but that's it. At this moment, he didn't have any reason to admit it. That kid. Crocodile's eyes revealed the meaning of searching. The trash is really trash, and even a kid can't fool you. Didn't you say anything to Cobra? In addition to letting Bentham and Cobra come in contact with Crocodile this time, Crocodile also wanted to test whether Versus, who seemed to know something, did not say anything while Marine was there, although there is no real evidence, even if it is said. It's useless to come out, but it's also a lot of trouble for him. It's just that his words just fell silent, and before Belle thought about answering, a sandstorm suddenly appeared. OM. With a blast of cold wind suddenly spreading out silently centered on Versus, his clothes were blown up, Crocodile's pupils shrank, and he chose to jump up without hesitation. The sense of unreasonable crisis made the always cautious. He is not willing to take risks. A terrible ice cold appeared under Versus' clothes, and then his feet froze. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground of the huge palace turned into ice. The Baroque people were directly frozen on the ground and became ice sculptures. Mr won some of the ability to resist, before he had time to be shocked. The entire iron knife was frozen into ice as soon as he lifted the iron knife. Admiral level freezes, Diamond George barely broke free. How can the weak guys with tens of millions of Bailey's rewards be able to break open? Their surprised expressions were left in the ice. Only then did Crocodile land slowly, and his gaze at the man in the robe who was not valued by him had completely changed. Admiral Aokiji. Crocodile, if you really think you can make trouble in Alabasta with your abilities, let this one be your opponent. Belle said to him indifferently, and at the same time, he looked at Versus with fiery eyes. I vaguely know that this is probably the fruit ability of His Royal Highness, maybe it is a copy, or something else. This is clearly the ability of Admiral Aokiji just tracked. But what he didn't know was that what Wilsus got was not the ability, but all the power. It's like Blackbeard inherited Whitebeard's shock fruit, but it is impossible to use shock fruit as strong as the old man, and if Versus downloads Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, it is the power of the complete Whitebeard level. It really surprised me. You would choose to shoot? What affected you? Could it be that kid? Crocodile thought that the person in front of him was Aokiji. His scalp was slightly numb, and he felt a kind of suffocating pressure in this weak country. Everything he had calculated over the years was completely shattered with the ice cold and pressure. Incredible. Incomprehensible. Can't accept it either. Damn it. That guy who can squeeze to death at will, how could it be possible to speak without absolute evidence? Aokiji. It seemed that everything was seen through by a child who hadn't appeared here, and he put himself in the most violent way. Damn it. He looked at Aokiji, never believing that he dared to kill himself, and raised his golden hook arm with a hideous face. Faced with such a situation, he would only have to fight to prove his strength and find it again. I feel safe. Desert knife. Boom. A terrifying dust exploded under the palace, breaking through the ice and forming a huge sand knife. Fortunately, the palace was huge enough, otherwise it would not be enough for two people. Pug. Versus stood in front of Hayato Bell, and the air conditioning was quickly released from his body, and 5 cold currents condensed from the palm of his hand. With a wave toward the front, 5 icicles shot at the sandstorm, instantly freezing the huge dust. In the air, it is connected to the ground to freeze the sand in the ground together. The Admiral level fruit development ability is by no means comparable to Crocodile at this time. You must know that Aokiji pushed back Doflamingo, who wanted to kill Smoker without even moving his hands. The name of this hockey is simple, but it is also a trick that will shine in the top war in the future, and Whitebeard has been frozen for a while. Crocodile looked at the frozen sand in shock, and felt cold in his hands and feet. Is this the strength of the Admiral level? Thinking of this, Crocodile rushed out again. The golden hook in his hand fell off, revealing an inner hook full of poison, and he slammed toward Versus' head. Bump! The hook only opened the hard crushed ice, and even frozen the golden hook in half of his head, but there was no drop of blood except the broken ice. From the broken ice, the true face of the man in the cloak could not be seen. Although in Crocodile I don't need to confirm it twice, because there will be no second Logia frozen fruit. The next moment Crocodile's body was frozen in half by the air conditioner, he gave up resistance, his eyes became cruel and terrifying. Come on, kill me. But Wilsis did not after all. Even if Aokiji's fruit ability is obtained, it is still too weak in the eyes of opponents that may face. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The King of Pot Aokiji. In the back of the palace, in Princess Vivi's room, Cobra, who is a daughter, is apologizing for scaring the little princess by his grumpy behavior. Vivi, don't be afraid, it's all right now. Father BD. Brother BD. Vivi just squatted and cried, obviously today is my 14th birthday. But the two parties who were scolded have forgotten all about it. Ikarim was also a little embarrassed when he stood aside, because even he didn't think of it. No wonder Vivi is so angry today, but the current sand crocodile is visiting, and there was something wrong with Versus not long ago, so it's not suitable for a banquet. Boom! There was a huge shaking in the entire palace. What happened? Cobra was shocked. Could it be that sand crocodile and marine fought? He and Ikalim looked at each other, and the two quickly comforted Vivi a little, and ran out the door together towards the direction of the previous palace hall. Also attracted by the earthquake in the palace was Marine, who was stationed near the palace. Soon the flying squirrels rushed into the palace. They had the obligation to protect the royal family. Damn it, does Crocodile dare to openly deal with the Alabaster royal family? Flying Squirrel thought a little angrily that he was watching Crocodile enter the capital, but after all, it was Shishibukai, and he had no reason to arrest him, but he did not expect that he would dare to do such a rebellious thing in a blink of an eye. Now he is even Shishibukai. There are also reasons for arrest. The first to arrive first was Cobra, but the sight in the hall really shocked him. I saw that the entire hall was completely transformed into an ice castle, the ice was covered with exquisite wall reliefs, and the lifelike ice sculptures. Including Crocodile himself, the 5 subordinates he brought were all frozen. The ice sculptures are frozen there motionless in various expressions. There were traces of destruction on the ground by huge forces, sand and dust that swallowed the earth gushing out, and it was also frozen on the spot by some unknown force. This scene seemed to be a magnificent and incredible view of human beings facing the irresistible magnificent nature. At this time, Cobra saw Prince Vilzes, who seemed to be shocked, and the Falcon Bell who also remained silent. For a while, I was speechless, and I didn't even dare to think that this was done by Versus. Cobra and Ikalim were just thinking about what was going on, who did it, and faintly. I have a hunch, could it be that man? At this time, the flying squirrel also arrived at the scene with Marine. When he saw Crocodile frozen into an ice sculpture, his expression was so wonderful. The original thought of capturing Shishibukai with a huge anger and justice was completely lost. The doomed. Everything in front of him was obviously done by that admiral. After all, in his cognition, only Aokiji has this ability. Although he had heard that Aokiji Admiral had arrived at Alabasta, he never thought that he would directly deal with Crocodile. But since Aokiji Admiral is nowhere to be seen, he obviously doesn't want to leave anything to Crocodile. Cobra's knowledge, after all, has been in a high position for many years, at least the situation in front of him still makes him clearly understand who should be doing it, so he glanced at the flying squirrel tacitly, and then turned his head to annoyed. Versus said. BD. Where did you go to get into trouble? Hurry up and get me back. He didn't want his children to get involved in this matter at all, even if it was a shadow. After all, it is a battle between Marine and Shishibukai, Admiral Aokiji, and Crocodile, a child in which it is too insignificant. Father. It's terrible. It seemed that Versus had something to say. Shut up. Get me back, Cobra interrupted him directly. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel, it's because I didn't take care of it well. But when it's not dealing with dogs, please be a testimony. My Alabasta royal family is not capable of making this shishibukai like this. I beg you to bring Crocodile. Go back. Cobra said angrily while staring at Versus. Relax, Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. The flying squirrel nodded sensibly, knowing that Cobra didn't want to be regarded as a jealous national hero and put a cold arrow. Besides, this was originally the responsibility of that admiral. How could he let Alabasta take the blame? Bell on the side looked weird and didn't say anything to accept King Cobra's reprimand. At the same time, he walked step by step towards the prince in the depths of the palace. His face trembled slightly. Your Majesty, you really don't know. What kind of son did he give birth to? Just now, he saw with his own eyes that His Royal Highness, who was only 15 years old, used the power of frozen fruit and easily defeated Crocodile and his party. It was not a sneak attack, but an upright defeat. What a demon! This is the true patron saint that Alabasta has been looking forward to for hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Bell's gaze at Versus was burning. After all, he had already sworn allegiance. Even Cobra could not let him tell the truth. Finally, he followed the young man silently, like a speechless dumb, even if it was Iraq. Calum glared at him warningly, and he ignored it. If Wire's ability is banned by the world government, it will be troublesome. Perhaps the distribution of mobile phones will be banned worldwide. Therefore, he is unwilling to let anyone know the secret of his fruit. If he is only known to be capable of copying the fruit, it would be better. Crocodile and others were pried away by the Marines along with the ice sculpture itself. Finally, because the ice did not melt, they were placed somewhere near the Marine camp and notified the subordinates of the base camp of the Crocodile Rainland. As for this incident, the flying squirrel did not alarm anyone, even Marshal Sengoku did not report it, because he himself was extremely disgusted with sand crocodiles. Since there was no dead body, there was no need to report it. Marine taught the sea do thieves still need a reason? What they gave Shishibukai the right to kill and arrest, does not mean that conflicts cannot be caused. In the dark night, blocks of frozen ice sculptures are shining under the moon. Their vividness is no longer enough to describe the vividness of these ice sculptures, because after all, there are real people frozen in them. Wearing denim trousers, a tight-fitting small wallet, and a cowboy hat with a big brim, a woman with her hands in her arms greeted a Marine who seemed to be recruited. Because of her outstanding beauty, the little Marine was afraid to look directly. Just bowed his head to lead the way for him. That person is here. Since he is a subordinate, please pick them up quickly. Our camp can't be occupied forever. The woman lifted her hat slightly, and saw the burly man with gloomy eyes in the frosty mist under the moon. It was indeed frozen into an ice sculpture. Crocodile. The woman smiled and groaned, touched the gun on her waist without a trace, and finally let go of her hand hesitantly. She knew that even though it was frozen, as Logia demon fruit power, it could not be killed easily, and killing him in this way here would not cause her to bear the consequences. Asterisk. Chapter 8 The Rise of Rebellion. 2 weeks later, the sales of mobile phones increased by 150,000 again to a total of 250,000, and the memory was expanded again by 15 guaranis. However, the flying squirrel left Alabasta under the somewhat regretful gaze of Versus. From the beginning to the end, the extraordinary Vice Admiral did not use his mobile phone, and there was no possibility of being downloaded by him. The time has now turned to July, which is the most prosperous period of the year in Alabasta. Rainy season. The torrential rain here is not an unpleasant weather, but a great gift. It is nature's most precious gift to the people of Alabasta. But unfortunately this heavy rain only fell in Albina. The place except the capital seems to have been forgotten by God. Countless refugees want to come in outside the city, but because of the capacity of the city, it can only the kingdom's army was led by another Zoan fruit-powered Jackal-Gaka and blocked outside the city. But the kind-hearted Cobra still gave them a certain amount of resettlement, but everyone knew that if this continued, Alabasta's treasury would not be able to sustain it. Weir and Bell knew that this was Crocodile's counterattack, and it was no secret even to Cobra that he made people use dancing fans in King Capital. Touch. The sound of the rain falling and the formation is absolutely shocking beyond imagination. But Marine did not stop in the slightest. Lined up neatly, the flying squirrels took the lead to salute Cobra, and finally rushed to the distance with the team. Iron Feet made waves, as did the military orders. Cobra and others paid an eye-catching farewell. As a prince, although he was banned, Vilsis also had the courtesy obligation to bid farewell to Marine Vice Admiral. Seeing the flying squirrels and others gradually leaving, Bell suddenly whispered to Wire. "His Royal Highness, it's been 2 weeks, Crocodile." He was worried about what Crocodile would do after the flying squirrels left. Although Versus was strong, he couldn't prevent Crocodile's reputation in Daxia at this time. Alabasta is not afraid of Crocodile now. After Marine is gone, I will end up with him. Our real enemy is not him. Versus said, since he is already the Prince of Alabasta, no will allow sand crocodiles to do evil in this land. In fact, he knows that Lao Sha is not a person who likes to do unsure things. Even if he has faced Whitebeard in the top war, if he is replaced by Kaido and the Ant, he may not dare to go. This is a flexing and stretching hero, not a sand sculpture with a superficial boss. But Versus didn't have any handles in his hands. After all, even the sand crocodile thought it was Aokiji. Compared with Alabasta's true enemy, Sand Crocodile is just a younger brother. The world government is the enemy of the Nefertari royal family. Because the Nefertari royal family was once one of the 20 kings, but they did not choose to live in the Holy Land to become celestial dragons. For them, they were betrayers. In the original book, 5 elders had already produced killing intent on the royal family. In the previous World War I in the palace, Versus had a chance to kill Crocodile, but once he really died, the failure of the Shishibukai policy currently promoted by Marine and the world government would definitely make them thoroughly investigate it. After all, Crocodile at this time it is a national hero. I am afraid that the world government will directly announce that the royal family will be banned and eliminated. Versus and Bell returned to the palace one after another. Seeing the almost inseparable figures of the two, Cobra's eyes flashed with relief, touched Vivi's head, and said slightly tired. "Let's go, Vivi." "Yes, father." The rain outside the palace continued. The palace has changed a lot from just a few weeks ago. At least, Versus will not use his bedroom as a warehouse to transport mobile phones outwards. He quietly looked at the information about the world. Although he had read the original, it was a real world after all, and there was still too much knowledge necessary to understand, and Bell stood meticulously on the side to guard it. Very soon Versus put down the book. After watching for an hour, he decided to give up, because there is no need for him to download skills such as One Piece World Dispensing Elementary, One Piece World History Elementary, One Piece World Surgery Intermediate and other skills that occupy very little memory. Next, gain knowledge by studying hard. He silently chose to download, which contained various partial knowledge or mainstream knowledge for various purposes, and was absorbed in a large amount in the form of skills. There is no discomfort. After all, compared to the 100 GB frozen fruit, these small skills that are only 10 MB at every turn are really nothing. At this time, Vilses, who was viewing the knowledge selection download, was suddenly startled. One Piece World History Expert Level, 100 MB. Ancient Characters in One Piece World Grandmaster, 100 MB. Intermediate Use of Devil Fruit Paramecia Flower Fruit, 10 GB. Is that her? Versus quickly guessed the provider of these two skills. After all, in addition to the Ancient Text Grandmaster, there is also Flower Fruit. That's only Nico Robin. Perhaps it was because of the order of the sand crocodile to come to Wangdu to investigate him? Flower fruit is only at an intermediate level. Versus's mobile phone fruits are good in everything, but there is a big flaw in that the fruit ability obtained cannot be improved through exercise, which means that if he downloads the intermediate flower fruit, in another 10 years, this ability is still only 10th level on him, unless Robin breaks through and he re-downloads it. However, if it is skills such as physical skills and fighting, it can be improved through self-training. We're only chose to download history and ancient characters, and at his current download speed, it only takes less than an hour to complete the download. After another week, Bell brought another bad news to Versus, except that the rain in the capital continued to rain in other places. In the big city of Alabasta, Yuba, there was a rebellion. Moreover, the scale of this rebellion has become terrifying because of the huge country. It has to be said that Alabasta is indeed a country with only population in addition to population. It is said to be a superpower. It is all based on population. In fact, it is comprehensive. The strength is considered to be one of the weakest countries in the Grand Line. After all, this is the front section of the Grand Line, and almost no one knows even Haki. The strongest in the entire kingdom are the two ordinary Zoan fruit abilities. If it is not important, the real strong will not stay here for a long time. Versus can only continuously manufacture mobile phones every day and meet with foreign distributors through Bell. After all, it is difficult for him to become strong only through the domestic market. There is also a surprise, that is, Pele, who sells mobile phones, has also reached an astonishing number. One set of 5,000 Baileys is only equivalent to a few hundred yuan in the Celestial Dynasty. The seemingly cheap price has undergone a qualitative change under the influence of the quantity, and the total revenue of 300,000 sets has reached 1.5 billion. And every month there is an additional 10 million Bailey communication fee into the account. By this time, Versus can almost be regarded as the richest person in Alabasta. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Crowned as King. But it's over here, because the whole area of Alabasta is currently in a state of drought, and it has even lasted for a year, and there are hardly any sales in cities other than the capital and Yudi. Versus knew that if he wanted to continue to grow stronger, then clearing the obstacle of Crocodile would be the first priority, and the insurgents must also quickly resolve it, otherwise a large-scale war would really break out, and his mobile phone would be sold to him after too many casualties. Who is going? Bell was a little trembling to repay the calm Versus. He never dreamed that he would have such an amazing income. You must know that Alabasta's tax revenue is extremely low, and because of the difficulty of management, it is impossible to manage mobile vendors. It can only rely on fixed shops and the scarce farmers' taxation in the desert country to maintain the country. The annual tax revenue of the entire country is only tens of billions of Baileys. But just to maintain the standing army of 600,000 people, it has almost spent tax, plus other expenses. There is almost no surplus, and sometimes even eat the royal family to subsidize the country. But His Royal Highness actually earned 1.5 billion Baileys in just over a month. Guru. Bell swallowed, expressing his surprise. Versus didn't feel much. Compared to the 21st century, the material here is so pitiful, even if it is rich, it doesn't make much sense. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. His Royal Highness, Your Majesty the King invites you to come. Versus was a little surprised, because the cheap father had not called him once since he had travelled, and the two hadn't even had serious exchanges with Vivi. They even had more exchanges with Vivi than with him. Why did you suddenly call yourself at this time? His Royal Highness. Seeing the pondering Versus, Bell issued a reminder. Versus nodded, stopped thinking so much, put on the cloak and walked out with Bell. Entering the main hall, there was an open space everywhere, even Kalem was not there, and the ministers were running around because of the drought. The entire palace can be said to be half empty, leaving only Cobra guarded here. A somewhat haggard and silent Cobra sat on the throne. Next to him was the queen seat that no one had sat on again for more than 10 years. He quietly stroked the seat next to him and looked at Versi, who greeted him below. Child, if I entrust this country to you, can you promise me to treat it kindly forever? He asked. Verses was stunned. As soon as he crossed over, the prince was already strong enough. How long hasn't he been a king again? There is no such identity in the original book. At that time, Princess Vivi was too young. In addition to being a woman, Cobra had no choice at all, but because of him, Cobra in this world became the first two choices. What do you want to do? He asked Cobra. Answer me. Cobra just continued to ask. Verses was suppressed by his solemnity. After all, he was the king of a country. Even without any strength, the honorable status of ruling hundreds of millions of people still cultivated a strong spirit. I'm willing. So Versus replied face to face. There is no such frequent neurosis when there is a strong person who wants to pass on to the protagonist or give a certain benefit to the protagonist. The protagonist will usually show a kind of disdain to refuse. He is already the Prince of Alabasta. It is logical to become the King of Alabasta. He has both responsibilities and obligations. After all, he occupies such an identity. What's more, even if he refuses, it is estimated that the result will not change. Then from now on, you will become the new king of Alabasta. Ha! Cobra stood up and slowly took off the crown on top of his head. Versus froze. You, what are you going to do? Belle was also shocked. Willing to be willing. But you are not old yet. There is no coronation ceremony, no minister's oath of allegiance, no testimony from the people, no announcements, and all notices, so just letting go of the throne casually. This is not in the Zen position, but... Thinking of this, Versus looked at Cobra. At this time, the old king's face was indescribably pale, but his eyes were wit and trust that he had never seen since Versus crossed over. This is by no means the expression that the king who opened his mouth to reprimand him at the beginning would show, or that from the very beginning, the king's reprimand of Versus was only a protection, and it is even possible that he was fully aware of all Crocodile's conspiracies. Why? Will asked. Anyone who tries to stop the war by bleeding, will shed more blood. Boy, I must stop the rebels and prove to them the innocence of the royal family, no matter how many ways you have, or even the help of Admiral. It is also please remember that this is my final request and realization as a king. The people can no longer bleed. Cobra said deeply. So Vale understood that Cobra wanted to take himself hostage and prove to the rebels that he did not use dancing fans in the capital. Even if the rebels were 10 times as bad, they couldn't really do anything to Cobra in such a situation, and they would even be polite, but it was absolutely possible to take time to detain them. Versus was originally in a relaxed mood. This moment was surprisingly heavy. It was also the first time he felt the cruelty of reality in his journey so far, letting go of so many childish thinking. Understood, father. He said. Only this voice is the father's seriousness. After a night of heavy rain, outside the streets of Albina, the capital of Alabasta. Vivi was wearing a white-sleeved shirt, her long blue hair was a little damp, and she wiped the sweat from her head. She took a long breath, and it was really hard to sneak out. Damn, its eldest brother made the palace guards stricter. Thinking of this, she pouted, and after some hesitation, she chose the direction of Long Street and walked. A faithful duck came and followed her at a fast pace from a distance. It was her pet Run Fast. It was a giant duck unique to Alabasta. It could carry people and was not inferior to her speed. Horses can walk freely in the desert. Vivi sneaked out, running fast, but he could walk directly through the gate of the palace. The two hadn't left for a few minutes, but it started to rain again. Vivi had to brave the rain and gritted his teeth to move on. It took a lot of effort to buy an exquisite one from a shop on Long Street. The golden pocket watch is said to be a treasure from a distant eastern country, made of multiple precious metals and gems. But in fact, the naive Vivi doesn't know, this is just an ordinary watch. She happily took her pocket watch and ran back outside the palace. She just came down and staggered a few steps. She accidentally fell to the ground with a large patch of mud on her body and muddy face on her face. She did not mind all this, but still talk about it. It's all the BD brothers' fault. Obviously my birthday. But when she happily walked into the palace, she found that there was no one outside the palace, and there seemed to be no servants in the inner hall. Although there were not many people left in the palace due to the drought and the resettlement of the people. As for this level, she walked in confusion, until she reached the main hall. She saw the servants in the palace and the only remaining soldiers standing inside and outside the palace with complex expressions. Before she stepped in, she saw the highest throne. Go up, it's not Father Cobra, but the BD brother. At this time, his voice came vaguely. His Majesty the King is willing to take on the responsibility of not taking good care of the people, and resign as the king, personally go to the rebel headquarters and negotiate with the rebels. Starting today, I, versus Nefertari, will be the new king of Alabasta. At this moment, Vivi's pupils shrank slightly, as if he could no longer hear any sound, and the whole person was in a tremor. Asterisk. Chapter 10 App Big Headlines. Vivi was in this shock and sluggishness. A figure took her arm and quietly took it out of the palace. When Vivi came back, she had reached a courtyard in the royal capital, and the person who took her away was a Kari. What's going on, Akarim? Why would the BD brother? Vivi asked anxiously. His Royal Highness. As you can see, Your Majesty Cobra took the initiative to ask to go to Yuba for negotiations, but when His Majesty left, the prince immediately usurped the country with Burgaka. Ikram showed his face. Said sadly, and secretly apologized in his heart. Sorry, Your Royal Highness. In order to prevent you and Your Royal Highness from being assassinated by Crocodile, you can only misunderstand you. Big brother. Vivi shed tears in disbelief, recalling the past and all of verses in his mind, and the pocket watch in his hand fell to the ground. As long as Your Majesty the King returns after the negotiation, everything will turn for the better. Ikarim comforted. But he knew that His Majesty the King should not be able to return in a short time. Jakal Gika is deeply trusted by Cobra and knows that these are what Cobra meant, so there is no objection to Vilsis becoming the new king. 2 months after Vil's coronation, the total sales of mobile phones were successful. The number reached 1 million. Most of this comes from overseas sales. The mobile phone product has gradually succeeded in making a name overseas, because a large number of merchant ships going to sea cannot keep in touch with each other on the sea, small merchants cannot afford phone bugs, and large merchants have too many fleets, so there is no guarantee. There are telephone bugs on every ship, so mobile phones have become a popular product among merchants. Among them, the West Rob family of East Blue is the most enthusiastic about this cooperation. Relying on the West Rob family alone, they have successfully sold more than 100,000 mobile phones. The West Rob family was once a well-known chamber of commerce many years ago. The rise of the gangster Doflamingo, and the death of the Silabia family reporter last year, made his family restless. Knowing that the Silabia family is the owner of the big house in East Blue Silabia village, Versus gave them a lot of care in particular, which made the steward of the Silabia family very grateful, and decided to visit him personally soon. In the palace, Versus is dealing with a large accumulation of official duties. In fact, these problems are not a big problem for him, because he is too rich now. After 1 million mobile phones are sold, more than 5 billion Baileys were returned in an instant, and an additional 300 million Baileys were received in communication fees every month. As for how to collect the additional monthly communication fee, this is completely based on the mobile phone recharge card of the previous life. A batch of recharge cards were produced by Versus and sold to the merchants, and then the merchants sold them. The people who bought the cards can enter the corresponding code on the phone, and then complete the recharge. These codes are also naturally formed by the magical power of the phone fruit, so there is no need to worry about various bugs. But at this time, what Versus was most concerned about was not Alabasta, but the fruit of his mobile phone breaking through again. Mobile level LV5. Number of current users, 1 million. Mobile phone memory 110G/300 GB. With 3 grams network function. The download speed is 400 KB per second. The download distance is 10 kilometers. Load new features, primary app creation. The memory of level 5 mobile phones has been directly increased to 300 GB, and the download speed has also been doubled. It is already regarded as a 3G network, and the download range has also increased to 10 kilometers. The most important thing is that a new function is loaded, that is, as the most important function of a smartphone, app can be downloaded and installed. Although it is only the basic app, it may be similar to the Java application on the Earth, but it is after all the beginning of intelligence. As a product of Devil Fruit, the hardware upgrade of the mobile phone does not require the purchase of a new mobile phone. You only need to agree to the upgrade option sent by Versus, and the mobile phone can be turned into a 5th level appearance in the first time. And the first app created by Will for the 5th generation mobile phone is Dahai Tao Xiao. It's not that high-end, it's just a pure information output platform, a news website, and the operation method is extremely simple, that is, simply buy the newspaper from the newspaper delivery bird, and then copy the information on it and upload it to the app. The whole process is connected. No need for a minute. There is not only one newspaper in the world. There are at least hundreds of newspapers in total. However, the scope of the sale of newspapers in each newspaper is different. Some information is repeated, and some information is provided differently. In Alabasta there are only 10 newspapers that can be bought, but they are enough for headlines. For this reason, Versus also set up a news department, mainly to buy 10 newspapers and put them together into one and submit it to him for uploading. In addition, he had to write some content he needed according to his requirements. Crocodile can be so arrogant, the fundamental reason is because he mastered the fishing boat. Thinking of this, there was a cold light in Versus' eyes. He would use the weapons of the 21st century to tell this turtle what a real fishing boat is. As long as the hype is good, Crocodile can be pulled down in less than a month. Alter. Upgrade function. Millions of users with mobile phones have seen the upgrade option. 90% of the people chose to upgrade at the first time. After the upgrade, the old phone that could only make phone calls became a color screen phone, and a new one appeared on it. Applications. Dahai headlines. What's this? People chose to open it in confusion, and then they were shocked to see the news reported in the newspapers they bought that day and some newspapers they hadn't bought. Is this the content of the newspaper? Does that mean that you don't need to buy newspapers in the future? I don't need to buy a newspaper anymore. That's great. It's incredible. I want to buy another cell phone. I want to buy 100. Then sell it abroad, I will definitely make a lot of money. Only 300,000 of these million people are the people of Alabasta, but it is enough to produce a huge propaganda effect, at least stronger than Crocodile's low-end framing method. Bell looked at the content on the phone, and felt that something disrupting the era was slowly taking shape in this small box. In fact, before the appearance of Versus phone, the phone bug in this world was already high-end enough, but still there has never been a device that can directly display the content of the newspaper of the day. Even Aokiji, who is investigating Crocodile in the Rain, has seen news content. Although he is not sensitive to this aspect, he is still keenly aware of the essential difference between the mobile phone product and the traditional phone bug. The way of information transmission. In the absence of direct evidence, Versus chose to add propaganda and evidence about Crocodile's many crimes in the past. Although this country regards it as a hero, the things that have been done in the past do not mean that can be completely forgotten. In Alabasta, he still has many hostiles. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Water Transfer Project. What exactly does Alabasta's hero do to save the people and reveal the unknown side of the hero for you? Rescued the city, but took away the wealth, whether it was the piece that was bought with money, or the piece that was guarded for free. Shishibukai, a legal pirate with the right to plunder. Who can buy a lot of expensive dancing fans? How poor is the Alabasta treasury? A large number of washing articles were spread out via mobile phones in obscure form, without publicly accusing Crocodile, nor directly saying that the royal family did not use dancing powder. Instead, in this way of moisturizing things, changing people's thinking a little bit, let them learn to think on their own. Why does the royal family have money to use dancing powder all the year round? If there is money, why not directly buy water to the royal capital? Why bother without this? If Crocodile is a hero who rescues the country, why does it take away the wealth plundered by the pirates? This series of reports also reached the ears of the rebels, but at this time, they were fainted and they couldn't enter at all. If there is no conclusive evidence, they would not believe it at all, but there are still quite a few. Some people are beginning to understand that things are not as simple as they thought. This is the Fishing Reel Guide. In the huge kingdom of Alabasta, it is too difficult to deny the royal family by relying on illusory rumors. Crocodile spent 10 years for this, but Vale is confident that his 10-year efforts can be wiped out in just 1 month. In the palace. Verses, who wrote the article about washing the floor again, stopped writing. Today, the sales of mobile phones have reached more than 1 million units. His father has been detained for 2 months. The number of mobile newspaper orders is beyond imagination. It is time to start downloading. One-step plan. Since Alabasta is the starting point, it is necessary for him to build a sufficiently powerful kingdom to fight against the world government that will come to the opposite side sooner or later. Crocodile, drought, rebels, father, these words were written on paper by him. Now that Crocodile's problem has been put on the agenda, there is still a key piece of evidence, and the purpose of the rebels is only because of the drought. If the rebels are solved, the father is naturally not a problem, so, let's solve the drought first. He drew a circle around the word drought. Bell stood respectfully next to Verses, being a loyal guardian. He still couldn't understand what Verses was doing, but he wouldn't ask more, because he had already decided to serve him wholeheartedly at the very beginning. This king, especially after Vale showed similar strength to Aokiji Admiral and easily defeated Crocodile. This king is undoubtedly the god in his heart. Only Jackal Gika is concerned about the fact that the old King Cobra has been detained by the rebels for 2 months. Your Majesty, your father has been detained by the rebels, and your sister has disappeared. Don't you feel anxious at all? He asked. Gika, Verses finally stopped thinking. Do you think that an anxious king is the successor his father expects? Gika was speechless, and only then calmed down a bit, but still felt cold towards Verses' indifference. Propaganda Commander, I am going to announce the new decree. Verses ignored Gika. Starting today, we will stop the strategy of taking money from the national treasury to buy water resources to support the country. Gika suddenly became angry, and his face flushed. Your Majesty. Are you saying that His Majesty Cobra's decree is wrong? Verses ignored what he said, and it really made no sense to be with someone who didn't understand his own thoughts. Why did he slap his own person in the face? So he explained patiently. No, Gika, the wealth of the royal family is not endless. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. With the Sandora River as the center, a north-south water pipeline can be built to connect to the major cities along the line. The drinking water is delivered day and night, and then the entire Alabasta will no longer suffer from water shortages. I call this project, the River of Life. This refers to the famous south-to-north water diversion project in the previous life. Gika was there with an angry face. He seemed to have just imagined the policy described by Verses, and felt his scalp tingling. What a great project! Gika's anger did not disappear, and he even became a little sneer. He felt that this was because Versus was too young and took it for granted. Do you know that Alabasta has been standing on this land for thousands of years? The kingdom was already there before the establishment of the world government, but no royal family has made such earth-shattering feats for thousands of years. The huge wealth and manpower required are difficult to accomplish even at the expense of the entire country. Gika said in a deep tone. I know it naturally. Versus said. Then you still have to decide like this. Gika. Wilsis stood up. How much money is needed? Gika silently calculated. At least 50 billion Baileys, and more than 200,000 manpower. Versus smiled, really startled, but fortunately he got it right. I will give you 100 billion Baileys, 300,000 manpower. 100 billion. Giaca was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine what a huge number it was. How could this king get it out? You must know that the entire royal family is now relying on selling the treasures in the palace to survive. Even if the palace is sold, it will be less than 50 Baileys at most. This is the accumulation of the kings of the past. This money will be divided into 10 times by the financial appropriation. The first batch is 5 billion. Now go to the treasury with Bell to collect it. Now all the armed forces in the kingdom, including the Bird Claw unit, and the Karu unit, are at your disposal. It is true that the regular army has been transferred to confront the rebels, and at this time the entire king capital has only this insignificant power to be able to deploy freely. You, really have so many Baileys? Gika asked with a flushed face, for fear that Will's answer was just joking or lying to him. I testify for your majesty on this point. You think that the one in front of you can become my loyal Kun lord? It's just a mere 100 billion Baileys. With your majesty's ability, it can be done. Bell has a kind of inexplicable refreshment, especially when he thinks of countless times that Gika looks at him and sighs secretly, looks down on him and runs around behind Versus A. Now time to prove to you, who is truly amazing Lord Kun. King Cobra is great, but this new king is the real savior of Alabasta. With the potential of the mobile phone. He believes that even if it is sold to Alabasta, it is enough to earn hundreds of billions of Baileys. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Negotiations. Gika looked at Versus and couldn't speak anymore, as if he was no longer looking at a person, but at a walking humanoid Pele production machine. After he really took over the 5 billion Baileys, his respect for Versus reached almost the same level as Cobra, and he even filled his mind with countless thoughts about the former genius prince, which is unbelievable. His business ability silently earned the drama of shocking wealth. Versus believes that Alabasta is not a real lack of water resources, only a small amount of wealth is limited. Since it is just a lack of money, then it is not a problem. He decided to build a series of water pipelines to connect to various cities with the Santa Dora River as the center. Compared with traditional canals, this action has many advantages, such as low cost, short construction time, quick repair, and can take care of all city of. Although the entire Alabasta is vast, it only pays for the construction of a pipeline, which Versus thinks is still affordable. The entire Alabasta is divided into east and west by a large river called the Santa Dora River. The southern end of the river is connected to the sea. How huge is the Santa Dora River? It is the largest in the world with a width of more than 50 kilometers. The Don Shui River, yes, 50 kilometers wide. The mother river of the earth Daxia, the Yangtze River and the Yellow River have the widest area of 8 or 9 kilometers. An average place of 5 kilometers is not bad, and the width of this Sandora River is nearly 10 times that of the Yangtze River. Alabasta, with such an unprecedented river, will be short of water? Things are so funny. This is also because of the huge area of Alabasta. From the Santa Dora River in the center to the city of Yuba in the west of the country, with the non-human strength of Luffy and others, it takes 10 days and 10 nights to walk. Yuba, the Green City, has a tributary of the Sandora River that has been built since ancient times and connected to the Sandora River, so it has formed its current scale. About half a year ago, Yuba's artificial canal was destroyed by humans, and at the same time it entered an extremely dry situation, so it gradually became sluggish, and it was from this city that the rebel army began to appear. The problem of money is solved. As for manpower. At this point, Wilsis smiled slightly. Of course the person who should pay will pay for it. Bell, send a letter to the leader of the rebel army in my name. It's time to go. I have taken my father back. As the former king of Alabasta, he should not be insulted by his own people in this humiliating way. I promise you that they will receive the punishment they deserve. Versus believes that any brainless rebellion without investigation is the greatest disrespect for the royal family of this country. Yuba. Under the scorching sun, the entire city was almost cooked. The rebel army has grown from tens of thousands of people to 300,000 people now. They occupy the city, but because of strict military discipline, they did not extend a criminal hand to the people. But the whole Yuba was almost unable to survive. In a tent, Cobra sat cross-legged with a haggard face. Opposite him was a short-haired young man who wore a pair of glasses, but he was not weak at all. Even people who knew him could only feel a uniqueness in him. This is Koza, the leader of the rebel army. This country is almost finished, there is no hope. Koza said to Cobra, Your Majesty, it has been 2 months now. You have proved your innocence, but it is still raining in Albana, Yuba, and other cities are still in drought. I believe you have never done those things, otherwise you have no reason to voluntarily let us detain, but I don't believe in the new king, let alone recognize this king. Are you going to continue to lead the resistance to fight? Cobra's hoarse voice was tired. It's not that I want to resist, but that this country forces the people to resist. Koza took a deep breath and said, You told me everything was because of Crocodile's conspiracy, but I don't think a pirate might become the master of this country, he has no reason to do this, and the world government will not agree. This is the reason why Koza and others do not believe that Crocodile made the move, because even if Alabasta is chaotic, he cannot become the king here, so what reason does he have to deal with the royal family? At this moment, there was a commotion outside the tent. Koza stood up and walked out, saw a bird falling from the sky, and finally turned into a human appearance, surrounded by a large number of soldiers, but Bell was calm. It's you. Hayato Bell. For Bell, Korsha's feelings are very complicated. As early as when he was a child, Bell and Gaka had already started patrolling the land as patron saints and the king. At that time, he looked forward to becoming such a strong man, but now it seems that he is not as strong as he imagined when he was a child. Bell nodded slightly, and then took out an official document from his arms blankly. Kosha, this is a letter from His Majesty the King, who wants to negotiate with you. Negotiating. Koza looked at Hayato indifferently, is he coming to Yuba too? The royal family of a country cannot bow their heads twice. Hayato Bell's favorability for Kosha is negative. In his eyes, even if there are many reasons, it is not an excuse for Kosha to think of rebellion, if you really it's for the people's consideration, so take a good look. Koza opened the document and took a look. His careless movements stopped and his expression became more and more serious. The Alabasta royal family is willing to invest 100 billion baileys to build a water pipeline centered on the Santa Dora River to connect all cities with drought. As a condition, the rebels must surrender unconditionally and return to Alabasta's former king Cobra Your Majesty. At the same time, the rebels need to provide enough labor for the project, and after the labor is over, they will be subject to a fair trial under the laws of Alabasta. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Paper worth 100 billion baileys. Koza did not believe the content of this letter was true, because the terrifying wealth of 100 billion baileys alone was not affordable by Alabasta. Unless the new king is willing to take out Bailey first, I won't believe it. Koza threw the letter away as waste paper, and looked at Bell mockingly, completely treating it as a conspiracy. This letter is written by the king and is worth 100 billion baileys. Bell looked at him coldly. The adjutant Gaka of the Kingdom Guard has already rushed towards Yuba with the first batch of 5 billion baileys. Come, the first pipeline started from Yuba. Wang said that if conditions permit, the canal can be repaired. Additional subsidies will be given to this part. If you don't believe it, you can let this letter follow the wind. Go with. Having said that, he turned and flew up into the sky. At this time, Bell would not bow his head to the rebels at all, because even the royal family who did not cooperate with the rebels and had huge wealth as a backing could have countless ways to recruit labor for construction projects. The rebels will betray their relatives and leave, and they are the real rebels. Koza looked at his leaving back, unexplainably pressured, and turned his head to look at the piece of paper that had been blown away. A fool will believe it. He said so. I don't know when Cobra has appeared next to him. I advise you to pick it up. Do you believe this piece of paper is worth 100 billion? Kosha dismissed it. Do you know why I leave with confidence and give him the throne? Cobra looked at the paper drifting away and smiled. Because my son earned 2 billion in just 1 month. Bailey. His outstanding business ability has given me hope for the rise of Alabasta. Even Vilses probably couldn't think that this was what he really made the old king value. Koza was silent, and then stubbornly ran away, finally found the piece of paper from the desert, and then carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. You better pray that all of this is true. Looking at Cobra, who was smiling but not smiling, he said viciously from anger into anger. As expected, about 2 days later, carts carrying various resources and 5 billion baileys were transported to Yuba by all members of the escort team and the adjutant Gaka. The entire rebel army was in a boil. Under the evil money and policy offensive, even if the rebels were resolutely determined, they had to kneel down. Because that's what he wants. The news soon spread among the rebels. Although the process was tortuous and complicated, most of the rebels regained their confidence in the Alabasta royal family under this powerful measure. They had lost everything. Desperate to continue fighting in confusion, looking at the face of 5 billion baileys, once again believe that this country is worth saving. What is the difficulty? At the same time, as the new king who made this move, he has also established an inexplicable prestige among the rebels. His strong, majestic, decisive, and most importantly, exaggerated ability to make money, can be said to have directly blinded him. Lost the fear of the royal family. In the end, Koza decided to go to the Alabasta palace to negotiate with the new king, and after the negotiation was successful, he sent it back to King Cobra. Koza first saw Verses in the palace garden 2 days later. This is probably the best place in Alabasta. There is no one. The verdant greenery almost permeates the entire garden, and there are blooming wild flowers everywhere. The undefeated Sijiking is a garden rather than an ecological garden full of weeds and wild flowers. Because the green color of Alabasta is too rare, even a weed can make people unbearable to hurt, so there is such a sad scene. Koza walked here under the leadership of Bell, and then saw Verses stroking a wild flower. His back was not tall, he was just a 15-year-old boy, but he already had an indescribable spirit. It is difficult to think of him as a child. With the bonus of hundreds of billions of baileys, even Koza felt that facing such an existence, he would be suffocated. This is almost a person who has the ability to buy the entire Alabasta. What kind of person is he? Verses turned to look at him. Kosha, what do you want? Koza didn't expect him to be so straightforward, so he thought about it and said. Your Majesty, I still can't fully believe you. I will not dissolve the rebel army until your promise is fulfilled. I promise you this. Verses did not object. Is there any more? Please don't pursue the innocent people who have been instigated by me to become the rebels. Koza continued. The innocents in the rebel army can be forgiven, but the sinners must be punished. Verses said incontrovertibly. Koshadun stayed. Who do you mean? Verses seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and that smile made Kosha feel dazzling, wise and ashamed. Kosha, in this kingdom, you committed an unforgivable crime. Versus commented unceremoniously. You didn't even know who the enemy was, and you were simply incited to rebel and use the blood of the people. Paying for your stupidity, there are at least tens of thousands of people in Alabasta who have died indirectly or directly in your hands. Do you think you are not guilty? The royal family is also responsible. Kosha's face flushed red, if it wasn't for the king's incompetence. So the old king has stepped down and put down the king's dignity and was imprisoned for 2 months. This is more punishing than killing a king. If you still have a conscience, you should know why that king chose this way. It is for self-atonement. He is a truly great emperor. This is the main reason that Wire delayed for 2 months before embarking on this plan immediately. He wanted to give his old father a psychological step down. Cao Sha was speechless, and in the end he could only choose to agree to let the main leaders, including him, accept all punishments from the royal family after the completion of the project. I have one last question, who did all this? Koza asked at last, referring to the use of dancing powder in the capital and slander of the royal family. It's a hero. Versus smiled. Koza was lost in thought. Cobra told him that, he didn't believe it, but Versus said that, he was willing to think more. After Koza returned to Yuba, the rebels personally sent him back to Cobra, and announced to the outside world to surrender to the kingdom army, but did not accept the dissolution, and then Dahai Tao Shao also released Alabasta about the name of the River of Life. The decree of the big project, there is both a seal of the decree and a photo of the 3 of Cobra Coxavirsis. The decree, which originally took more than a month to spread throughout Alabasta, took almost less than a day. With the action of 300,000 mouths, the whole Alabasta made a stir. At this time, people knew that mobile phones were the property of His Majesty the King. Almost in a blink of an eye, the credibility of the big headlines on mobile phones has almost reached the top, almost similar to the TV set of the Earth Celestial Dynasty. Versus took this opportunity to open up a new column on Dahai Tao Shao, the government's administrative column, dedicated to introducing the new policies and political reforms of various departments, and notified that he would not notify the national government in the form of posting notices in the future. Alabasta was already in a difficult situation when the River of Life project began in almost 10 days. Although Versus has downloaded the advanced physical skills and the abilities of Hayabusa in order to strengthen his physique, he can only make up to 50,000 or 60,000 mobile phones per day, but the entire Alabasta is currently in an astonishing fanatic state of selling kidneys and buying mobile phones. So even if it is 500,000 units, it will be digested in a short while. Chapter 14, The Greatest Emperor of the Future. When the sales of mobile phones reached 2 million units, Alabasta abroad finally learned what happened to Alabasta. At the slow speed of the news bird, people all over the world learned that in the faraway Alabasta, there are cheap machines called mobile phones that can both watch news and act as telephone bugs, some with sufficient wisdom and vision. Journalists call the mobile phone an invention that transcends the times, but at this time they have not regarded the mobile phone as a true opponent. After all, the people who buy newspapers on the sea are only a small part of them. Most people don't buy newspapers at all, so the influence of Dahai Tao Shao on them is not too big. The outside world has generally expressed a strong interest in the low price of mobile phones, but these years, it is not possible for ordinary people from the world to reach the Great Waterway. Even in the Great Waterway, people from one country want to reach another. A country is still very difficult. After all, there is still a difficulty that cannot be bypassed, the record pointer. A pointer requires tens of thousands of baileys, and going to sea for a 5,000 bailey mobile phone is too expensive. So some people are only interested. In some places, mobile phones are almost sold at a high price of 200,000 baileys by businessmen, even exceeding the phone worm, which deepens the impression of ordinary people on mobile phones. Luxury. This is actually very unfavorable to Wire's strategy. He is also worried that his production capacity cannot keep up, but at present there is no other way. On a pirate ship belonging to Baroque Walker. Damn it. Ikarim. So you are lying to me. Vivi took the phone and looked at Ikarim angrily. His Royal Highness, please calm down your anger. Ikarim sighed. I was just to deceive you to leave Alabasta, which is what the king meant. Because the enemy we are going to face is Shishibukai crocodile, the gap is too big. If they want to get rid of the royal family, then Alabasta is really hopeless. Vivi's face flushed red, but after all he was not an ignorant person, and finally fell silent and asked. Are brother and father in danger now? It's a very big danger, after all, the prince. His Majesty the King defuses the rebels instigated by Crocodile and destroys his plan anyway. Ikarim said, so your Royal Highness, our task now is to find Crocodile. Evidence of the crime can then be handed over to the world government for processing. I see. Vivi took a deep breath and nodded. In fact, Ikalim is still not clear. If he really collects enough evidence, searching for Marine is the most correct way. After all, there are some guys who insist on justice in Marine, but finding the world government may be even more difficult. In trouble. To Verse's surprise, Crocodile still did not move after months of silence. Perhaps it was the movement of Aokiji that really frightened him? In fact, Aokiji himself is also very puzzled. Because he had just arrived in the rain, he was discovered by Crocodile's men. How did the other party know who he is through his cloak? But in Crocodile's eyes, it was a silent deterrence. After hitting Laozi, I found Laozi's house to continue fighting? To be honest, that's what Crocodile thinks, he persuaded. And guessed that maybe Aokiji already knew something. He did this to show him his feet, so he honestly didn't do anything in this country until Aokiji left. He sends the Crocodile, can't bear it. He Lao Shat, the last thing he lacks is time. It's been 20 years, are you still 2 years away? So he must bear it. Just let this group of people be proud. When the so-called project is really completed, they will send agents to destroy everything and force the country into chaos. Then it will be his chance to get Pluton. As long as you get Pluton, Aokiji, you are the first to be destroyed. He even sent people back to the people who used dancing points in the capital. In fact, even if he didn't repatriate, under Wire's strong and targeted investigation, his subordinates would not be able to use dancing fans in the vicinity of the capital. But God doesn't appreciate the face, it is really in the dry season itself. Even if you stop using dancing powder, the amount of rain in other places is pitiful. After all, there was some rain, which greatly eased the financial pressure of the project. From the initial estimate of 100 billion to the initial completion, only a budget of 60 billion was required. However, in order to save time, Weir insisted on starting the construction in multiple locations. With less investment, hundreds of billions have been spent. The project of this century should have attracted worldwide attention in a peaceful world like the Earth, but in the world of pirates, there has not been a big mom tea party that will attract attention. With the official start of the project, 300,000 people shed blood and sweat day and night, and the whole Alabasta seemed to be injected with new vitality. A large number of torches were lit on the banks of the Santora River. From a distance, it looked like hundreds of thousands of stars in the night. Before seeing them, even the St. Doral catfish in the St. Doral River shivered with fright and hid in the bottom of the river without catching a cold, even though they usually like to eat people. But it can't stand the huge scale of these 300,000 people. Drink. Pull up. Hurry. It's going to fall down. As one of the overseers, the old King Cobra held a heavy notebook and kept recording at this time that the moving crab, a special product of the kingdom, is not common, but there is still one that has a good relationship with humans, driven by people. A large amount of construction materials are constantly being brought in from the port city. According to the instructions of His Majesty the King, we started work in many places, but our 300,000 people are still only responsible for the construction of the water delivery project for the central headquarters here, and the royal family will distribute Pele's indication people's labor services to other areas. Kojo looked at him in shock. In one scene, all the thoughts of Versus turned into admiration. This is a great project involving millions of people. If it can be done. That Majesty is the person I admire most in my life. Just having such an idea, and without spare effort to implement it, is already great enough. Cobra put down the notebook in his hand and said, I'm not as good as him. For his own son, he has no more satisfaction. He must be the greatest emperor ever in the history of the Nefertari family. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Mobile Fruit Level 5. Dahai's headline has carried out a full range of continuous reports on this project, and even opened a special column called the River of Life. With the joint efforts of 300,000 people, it took almost a week to rebuild the originally damaged canal from the Sandora to Yuba, and it was stronger and easier to maintain than in the past. Yuba is finally rejuvenated as a green city. In this country where there is no winter, as long as there is water, crops can take root and sprout throughout the year. After another month, almost no one believes that this is the already Yuba, reduced to ruins, is a brand new desert pearl. Versus wore a crown and a simple king's cloak. This has always been the frugal standard of the Alabasta royal family. He met with a condolence officer from the world government, a man with silver hair and a holster mask standing in the palace below. This person Versus knew him. It was the CP9 chief Spondam who was domineering in the Nice lobby incident 2 years later. At this time, he might not have entered CP9, or he was already in CP9, beside Versus. Gika and Bell stood with solemn faces. Spondam said with a smirk, Your Excellency, since you are the legitimate new king of Alabasta, the world government has no objection. However, the world government deeply hates the fact that His Majesty the Old King was taken into custody by your country's rebels. His Excellency 5 elders decided to send troops to quell you. Hee. Why don't you come during the rebellion? Come here when an agreement has been reached in the country. The mockery flashed through the eyes of Bell and Gika. After this incident, they had thoroughly understood the world government. Come to quell the rebellion at this time. Didn't it completely destroy the agreement that was finally reached, and the River of Life project will also be suspended because of this? Versus was also a little angry, but he knew that it was not the time to tear his face, or that he didn't need to expose himself before that rubber boy went to sea and turned upside down to attract the attention of the world government. Blocking the knife at the forefront, he pretended to be calm and said, Yes. I am very grateful for the assistance of the world government, but if the garrison wants to enter Alabasta to assist in countering the rebellion, it will inevitably require more than 500,000 troops to do so. After all, at present the number of rebels has surpassed 300,000, and the follow-up army is probably only 500,000. Admiral. Spondam interrupted Versus, the world government can directly dispatch an admiral to assist. With the ability of an admiral, it is enough to wipe out 100,000 people in an instant, and the remaining 200,000 troops are enough to settle. It only needs your Majesty to give a certain amount of financial support. That's not bad, Wilsis smiled, but our country can't afford enough food and water, so we have to rely on the assistance of the world government. Spondam's complexion changed. A supply of hundreds of thousands of people would require at least 10 billion baileys. Your Majesty, we sent troops for your country. Spondam can't understand the reason for Versus' objection. Even if it's a loss of Pele, it's nothing. After all, it can calm the opposition in the country. Although he knows that Versus has already made the strategy of the so-called River of Life project. But he never believed that there was a king in this world who would willingly spend hundreds of billions of baileys to benefit a group of untouchables. Why spend hundreds of billions of baileys to solve things that can be solved by hundreds of billions of baileys? Is this king's brain sick? In the disdainful gaze of Bell and Gika, Spondam waved away in anger, even disregarding the basic etiquette of face. The greedy and stupid people, how can they understand your Majesty's thoughts? Bell thought. It's just that Gika looked at his disappearing back, and said with some worry. Your Majesty. Will the world government? I heard that they have some confidential organizational settings that are very dangerous. Don't worry, Versus smiled. Alabasta is no longer the country where you can be bullied at will. Not only because of the top control ability of frozen fruit in his hand, but also the ability of CP9 with the arrival of Spondum. Mobile level LV5. Number of current users, 1.5 million. Mobile phone memory 110G/300 GB. With 3 grams network function. The download speed is 400 KB per second. The download distance is 10 kilometers. Function, download resources. Primary app creation. Bluetooth copy transmission. When the total number of users exceeded 1.5 million, new features were loaded. Bluetooth transmission function. This feature allows Versus to give his subordinates the abilities he has face-to-face. He looked at Bell and Gika, and the basic attribute table of the two immediately appeared in his eyes. Bell. Memory 12/60 GB. Plus card. Memory 11/50 GB. Memory refers to the person's potential. From this point of view, Bell's future upper limit will be stronger than Gika, but it is also very limited. If calculated according to the ability of a perfectly used frozen fruit that requires 100 G, the two people may only barely reach the level of Vice Admiral in the future. They are not the old Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but just the ordinary branch Vice Admiral. But for now, it is enough. To download Rob Lucci Advanced Marine 6 Styles application, 20 GB RAM is required. Rob Lucci's Marine 6 Styles has been developed to a high level, reaching the level of life return, because the world government's fear did not give Haki the training method, but in the simple development of the 6 styles, he is undoubtedly marine for 800 years. The strongest genius, even Aokiji developed marine 6 styles to the advanced level, but in fact, Aokiji's age is much longer than Liu Qi. In the next few days, Spondum did not give up and continued to lobby Versus. Versus also patiently entertained him, but never agreed to the request of the world government to send troops. Until the night after 3 days. A figure hiding in the dark sneaked into the palace. After several twists and turns, I finally found a brightly lit palace where the disobedient new king lived. His purpose was to force the new king to agree to the request of the world government to send troops. The purpose was to completely dismantle the royal family. It is easy to re-establish prestige in the hearts of the people because of the river of life. This kind of dirty work, to be honest, Rob Lucci can't talk about liking or disliking it, but he sincerely dislikes the half-slapped Chief Spondum, and the new King Vilsis. Who has had a relationship in the dark, actually he appreciates it more. Unfortunately, the task is the task, and no one can defy the orders of the world government. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Continuous back. Just when he was about to rush into the palace, 2 tall figures walked out from both sides. You are a member of the world government. The other party said confidently. Rob Lucci was wrapped in black clothes. He didn't speak or admit it. He knew the 2 people who blocked him. They were the 2 adjutants of the Alabasta Guard, Hayabusa Bell and Jackal Gika. Although they are all Zoan demon fruit power, the gap in strength cannot be made up by the fruit. With such confidence, Rob Lucci rushed out instantly. 6 types razor. But what shocked him was that Gika reacted like a copy when he was about to kick. 6 types razor. At the same time Bell stretched out his hand towards Lucky. Finger pistol Huanglian. Piu. Liu Qi was unpreparedly hit by a blow to the center, but he promptly used Iron Body to defend against this strong attack, but the pain told him that Hayato Bell's finger pistol was not under his power. How did these 2 men meet Marine 6 styles? And his proficiency does not seem to be weaker than him. But what shocked him the most was that their tactics were exactly the same as the tactics he developed. How can there be exactly the same 6 tricks in this world? After all, although there are only 6 tricks on the surface of the 6 forms, it is actually a practice method that can achieve countless changes through 6 exercise methods, which is known to be able to compete with demon fruit power. His mind was a little confused, but his movements were not slow. Although both of them had the same abilities as him, they could not easily take him off in a short time. In the original book, even Straw Hat Crew can learn a 1.5 style Marine 6 styles. In fact, it is not a secret, and it is even a bad street in Marine. Bell and Gaka show that they can. This ability does not appear obtrusive. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, Rob Lucci finally fled in embarrassment. After returning to the residence, seeing the embarrassed Rob Lucci, everyone in CP9 came forward and asked in shock, but Spondam was not at the station because of going out and having fun, and there was no way for a few people to discuss it, and decided to redeem the failed mission and take advantage of the night again. In action, the CP9 crowd stopped Gaka and Bell, while Rob Lucci entered the palace alone to face the new king versus come back to the palace. According to the plan, Keku Jabra and others blocked Gaka and Bale together. Although Gakabal is no weaker than Lucci, with the joint blockade of several people, we can only watch Rob Lucci enter the palace. Disqualification. Presumptuous. They roared, but Lucci didn't care. The moment he entered the palace, it seemed that the outside world was completely isolated from the inside. He raised his head without seeing the king, only a tall figure wearing a cloak. Who? He was stunned. At this moment, he saw terrifying ice gushing from the feet of the tall man, freezing in all directions. At this moment, an indescribable pressure rises in my heart. There is no doubt that the man in front of me is Marine's highest combat power, one of the 3 Admiral Aokiji. Even CP9, after all, is a spy organization that is not good at frontal combat. When faced with the highest combat power that suppresses New World in the true sense, the gap immediately appeared. Rob Lucci couldn't even say a word. The next moment his feet were completely frozen. Ice Age. These were the last 4 words he heard, deep and powerful, but also unrealistic. After that, he felt a deep coldness running through his body, and he plunged into darkness. Affected by the horror and coldness in the hall, the fighting outside suddenly stopped. CP9 only saw a frozen figure thrown out of the palace. It was not Lucci in disguise. Everyone was shocked and listened. A voice came from inside the palace. Give Mr. Aokiji a face and let them go. Aokiji. CP9 and the others took a breath, and desperately retreated back holding Lucci's body. When Rob Lucci woke up again, he was in the residence. For a while, everyone was downcast and speechless. The mission of the spy organization of the world government was blocked by Marine Admiral. Who can believe it? But this is the case, and it is so reasonable. After all, the methods they want to use are invisible and illegal. Even if 5 elders knows about it, 5 elders cannot question Aokiji. Instead, they have to thank Aokiji for not being exposed. They, or in other words, revealed their identities. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Khalifa on the side was speechless. Even if you just perceive it from a distance, you can feel that unimaginable power. Kumadori also shivered. We can't accomplish such a task, Bluno said, adding, no one can do it. Rob Lucci's face returned to plainness, and what made him even more concerned was why those 2 people could use the same tricks as him. After Spondam got the news, his face immediately became difficult to look. What he was angry about was not that Alabasta was hiding such a powerful and unknown power, nor was it because Aokiji appeared in the Alabasta royal family, but Rob Lucci's mission failure would cause his wind. The rating is down. So he shifted all responsibility to Rob Lucci and Aokiji. Holy place, Marie Joyce. 5 elders sat silently in their seats, thinking about the new information from CP9. You can't believe what Spondam said, and you can't help but believe it, said 5 elders, who held a sword. We all know that the Alabasta royal family was the betrayer at the beginning. They have certain privileges and abilities, plus Aokiji. Rob Lucci does have reasons for failure, and it is not recommended to conduct a second operation in a short time. Another person said. In fact, there is no need to irritate the new king. With his ability, I don't know if he can afford the River of Life. Even if we can afford it, we still have a useful chess piece that can act after he succeeds. Wearing glasses, there was a cold glow in 5 elders' glasses. Crocodile. The other 4 people suddenly agreed, you are right, we don't need to spend time and effort to transfer people from Marine to counter the rebellion, just use a crocodile is enough. That's it, send CP9 to Nice lobby and let them find news about Pluton. The last 5 elders made a final decision. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Strengthening Combat Power. After the first stage of the River of Life project was completed, the Yuba Canal and the water pipeline of the most arid city of Almaru were successfully repaired. At this time, the people of Alabasta began to truly believe in the success of this unprecedented huge opportunity. X versus Prestige reached its peak for a time. The main hall of the Alabasta royal family. The 4 fat and thin people wearing bird scales and black cloaks stood in front of Versus, and the leader of them, Leopard Day, knelt down and offered a bottle of liquid in his hands toward Versus. Your Majesty, this is the silly medicine that has been kept by the bird claw unit of the Kingdom Guard for generations Hao Shui, which can reveal its life to gain a powerful force. Our bird claw unit has always shouldered the responsibility of protecting the king's tomb, no matter what for generations. No major incident has ever happened to the bird claw troops. You, as the new king, have gained the trust of us, so we will give the truth of this secret medicine. Versus accepted the secret potion of water and his real manufacturing method, but lacked interest, not only because the power he promoted was limited to the body, and it was useless against Logia abilities, but also because of its huge side effects. As long as it is used, there is only a dead end. As long as a person is alive, there is unlimited hope. As long as there is potential, Versus DUI can pile him into Admiral. His eyes swept across 4 people. Leopard Day. Memory, 5G/50G. Bram. Memory, 5G/50G. Aller. Memory, 5G/50G. Barrel. Memory, 5G/50G. The upper limit is very low, and only has the level of Vice Admiral, but for the time being, its loyalty is worth training. Closing his eyes, Versus gave Liu Qi the 6-type ability of 4 people with a groan. The human level has been mentioned to a considerable level. The 4 of them were shocked to feel the changes in their bodies and the information in their minds, and then saw Versus raising the water in his hand and throwing it towards the ground. The water was torn apart. I can give you stronger strength. You are all loyal fighters who are willing to give your life to the kingdom. You must keep this life well. Things like Hao Shui are not worthy of warriors like you. His Majesty. The 4 of them were moved in a complete mess, and half-kneeled towards Versus, almost completely utterly shocked. The power that Versus currently possesses is the 2 major escort adjutants and the 4 bird claw troops. These 6 have powers close to Liu Qi, and the 2 adjutants are almost the same as Liu Qi. After all, they are both Zoan demon fruit power. It is not much worse, and the 4 members of the bird claw unit are weaker, and they are at least 50 million Baileys. Although the 6 people together would not be able to pose a threat to Crocodile without Haki, Versus told them about Crocodile's weakness and fear of water. The 6 people now carry a large amount of water with them, in case they are at any time. To deal with Crocodile, in this prepared situation, 2 lucky plus 4 weakened lucky, it is not a problem to deal with Crocodile. Another major difficulty in the River of Life project is the large number of local carnivores in the desert and the Santa Dora River, such as the Santa Dora lizard, Santa Dora catfish, banana crocodile, and so on. For this reason, Versus sent 2 adjutants to the waters near El Maru, and conquered the many manatees on the coast. These manatees possessed a strong fighting capacity. Although only a few million Baileys were rewarded, there are hundreds of them, and their minds are extremely simple, and they are naturally warlike. Although they tend to betray because of the principle that they will be apprentices if they are defeated in a war, they can play a major role in dealing with those carnivores. Later, Verses selected 300 fighters from the loyal guards of the kingdom, and bestowed them with advanced physical skills. The so-called advanced physical skills were just to exercise the body to a level that could withstand the first level of haki, which was only 5G in size. It was about the level of the female warriors on the island of 9 Snakes, but lacked the use of haki. If it wasn't for the fear of attracting Kaido's attention, Verses even wanted to replicate the abilities of the Hayabusa and Jackal fruit infinitely to create a beast's pirates, but in fact, not everyone has more than 10G of memory. He named the 300 soldiers the Spartan 300 warriors of Alabasta. This is a bad taste, but the 300 people regard Spartan as the highest honor. With each order issued by Verses, the River of Life project is proceeding in an orderly manner. At the same time, the sales of mobile phones are also rising, especially after he learned the 6 patterns. The production of mobile phones reached a terrible day. 100,000 units. In this way, a certain bottleneck was finally reached after another month. 4 million units. Almost 80% of them are contributed by the people of Alabasta. Although Alabasta has a population of hundreds of millions at this time, most of them are below the poverty line, and food and clothing are all problems. Why would he consider buying a mobile phone? It's cheap too. 4 million is already 1% of the richest people. Even if it can continue to sell, up to 6 or 7 million, Alabasta will be saturated. Unless Alabasta can restore the prosperity of the Sand Crocodile plan before the implementation, at least the sales volume can be increased to 20 million units. It's a terrible emergency situation. Fortunately, as one of the past 20 kings, Alabasta doesn't need to turn in the heavenly gold. Verses looked at the economic report and had a headache. The so-called celestial gold is the confession that 20 kings moved to Marie-Joyce together to establish the world government 800 years ago. People should contribute everything they have, and if other participating countries want to join the world government, they have to pay heavenly gold as a protection fee. The Alabasta Nefertari royal family is one of the 20 kings, and the only royal family that did not choose to abandon the people and move into Marie-Joyce. Therefore, Nefertari got the privilege of not having to turn in the heavenly gold. After all, she was also one of the 20 kings. There is no doubt that if you really entangle your identity, the Nefertari royal family has the highest gold content and the oldest among all countries in the world today. The only ancient royal family that has survived thousands of years ago, is it really just the fake Pluton? This made Verses very concerned. The 3 legendary weapons, the warship Pluton that destroys the world, the Poseidon that controls the super sea kings, and the unknown Uranus. Only Pluton can make it through a design drawing. Is it possible to create a warship that can destroy the world based on the so-called design drawing? The answer is absolutely impossible. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Sixth Army. Where is the real Pluton? Verses believes that the secret is hidden in the Alabasta tomb burial sacrifice hall. From this point of view, Sand Crocodile is entrenched here, and there is no problem with Nico Robin's translation strategy for him. If Nico Robin is really willing to show him the way and he finds Pluton, it is indeed possible to challenge Whitebeard again. 4 million mobile phone sales are enough to form a large and not dense network on this sea. Verses can clearly feel that there are more and more foreigners in Alabasta, among them there are all-powerful guys. There are opportunities. He tried his best to download his abilities, but if he didn't have a chance, he could only regret to miss it. Finally, I got the top swordsmanship of a swordsman, advanced armament haki, and an advanced observation haki. Swordsman level swordsmanship application, 60 guaranis. Both high-level armed color and seeing and hearing color are 20 guaranis. The level of swordsman is at least 2 years later than Zoro's Kendo level. 60G is really not that much. Mobile level LV5. Number of current users, 4.1 million. Mobile phone memory 220G/550 GB. With 3 grams network function. The download speed is 400 KB per second. The download distance is 10 kilometers. Function, download resources. Primary app creation. Bluetooth copy transmission. The mobile phone has not undergone new updates, and Versus guessed that at the time of 5 million, there is likely to be a major update. Since the last time Versus let Aokiji carry a lot of hacks, he feels that sooner or later the world government will still take action on Alabasta. The reason why it is calm now is that it will do things after the River of Life is built. Will it be able to hold it? It depends on whether the power he has accumulated now is enough. Of course, it would be very unwise to slow down the construction of the River of Life in order to accumulate strength. 300 Spartan warriors, 4 elite bird claw troops, 2 lieutenants. How do you make yourself like the leader of a third-rate martial arts novel? Versus thought depressedly, the power is still too weak, a country of hundreds of millions of people, the organization is like a quack sect, this is too weak. Reforms must be implemented. Versus opened the notes that had originally written the words Sand Crocodile, Rebel Army, etc., and wrote the second page. Military reform, economic reform, management system reform, and infrastructure reform. The River of Life can be regarded as a part of the infrastructure reform. The first thing to start should be the military reform. Only when the powerful master of the army is in his hands can the next measures be smoothly implemented. Thinking of this, he immediately recalled the garrison. The 600,000 kingdom army that was monitoring the 300,000 rebel army project on the front line was also the part of the army that had resisted the 300,000 rebels before. Versus reorganized these 600,000 people into 6 armies, which they called Tianya 6 Army. The commander-in-chief of the 6th Army consists of 4 members of the Bird Claw unit and 2 adjutants, and the king himself is the supreme commander of the 600,000 army. This behavior did arouse some vigilance among Koza and others, but as the River of Life continued to be built, they gradually let go of their guard, because the 600,000 army has not expanded again, and it is still the 600,000. There is no sign of reversal, Cobra is still involved in the project. Versus ordered the selection of 600 people from 600,000 people, as the commander of the commander, given the intermediate physical skills. 60 people were selected as the captain, and they were given high-level physical skills. And according to his military merits, he can also be allowed to ask the king himself for new abilities. This series of actions almost doubled the combat effectiveness of the Royal Army by more than 10 times. As a soldier, you can receive a mobile phone for free. This is a benefit that Versus gives to soldiers. If you already have a mobile phone, you can give a subsidy of 5,000 Baileys. Versus once again created a military contact app, assigning a unique ID to each soldier, which is the unique identification that the kingdom recognizes as a soldier, and enters the mobile app with this ID, which records his personal details. Salaries and various benefits can also be issued through this app. More importantly, through the app, Versus can directly issue the king's orders, which is unprecedented in the real-time status and control of the army. This app is only eligible to be downloaded by Alabasta soldiers, and other users cannot download and use it. And Versus is already experimenting with the possibility of Alabasta entering a cashless society. Start with the military and electronicize Bailey. If soldiers purchase military supplies, they can directly deduct it through the military app. In fact, if possible, Versus even wants to issue a new currency other than Pele. The currency of Bailey is uniformly printed by the world government. Because of its unscrupulous printing, it has caused serious inflation. A newspaper requires 100 Baileys, which is obviously abnormal. The salary of the army is basically the financial expenditure of various localities. This is the traditional rule. Will wants to take back this power, but a lot of funds are needed. Versus believes that if the power of Alabasta is truly released, the world will be terrified. The entire Alabasta is now gradually in a stable state, and the 600,000 kingdom army should also go to do some business. Since Crocodile's low-key heart, the sand thieves who had disappeared have appeared again and have attacked many times. In towns and villages, the king received a lot of distress messages for this. Versus decided to settle once and for all, and directly select a part of the army to be stationed in various regions as standing guards. In terms of the number of Alabasta, 13 large cities, 21 small towns, and hundreds of villages, at least 300,000 people are needed. To cover. The 6th Heavenly Imperial Army was divided into 2 groups, and they used 1 year as a practical basis to alternate defenses. This was almost immediate. Except for the powerful gangs, the other small sand thief groups were almost wiped out. While domestic security has improved, Versus has made great economic discoveries. There is no bank in this world. In this era, there has not been an organization or business with the same nature as a bank, because it is possible to be robbed by pirates or villains at any time. The strong are in countless dangers. No matter how strong you are, will you be able to survive the 4 emperors? As long as your wealth accumulates to a certain level, you will be targeted by such pirates. However, there are private usury organizations. The most famous one is the God of Fortune. Lefeld, but the functions of usury and banks can be said to be very different. The real power of banks is to concentrate wealth and do great things. The structure of usury is it is simply borrowing money to grab interest. Chapter 19 The first batch of internet trolls in the age of big pirates. Bell. He called his lieutenant and his most trusted deputy, Bell, and ordered him to summon the financial officers in the palace and immediately began to make plans for the bank. Your Majesty. This is really an extremely genius idea. The bank, undoubtedly can absorb a large amount of private funds. With the prestige of our Alabasta royal family, the people will definitely trust us. Banks are built on the basis of credit, and the most indispensable thing for the Alabasta royal family now is credit. Soon the first Alabasta Royal Bank was established in the capital Albina, and the newly launched Royal Bank app linked to mobile phones was quickly welcomed by the public. But the emergence of the Royal Bank is equivalent to giving the weak a safe place to store their wealth. Most of the weak think that as long as the royal family does not fall, their money will not be lost. If the royal family falls, then they will not be able to keep their money. Just one Albina has attracted 100,000 depositors, each of whom has stored more than 30,000 baileys, and the total amount of storage has exceeded 3 billion. You don't even have to pay interest. There is no second competing bank in the world. To be honest, even if Vale charges depositors some storage fees, they will not hesitate to agree. At present, even the Royal Bank. For the time being, I only dare to establish a headquarters in the capital. After all, the guarding forces in other cities are still too weak. After having a lot of wealth, Versus began to focus on various investments. The level of science and technology in this world is not low. At least using Bailey can get a large number of advanced technology products from the capital of 7 waters, including railways. Technology. Bell is the only 5 flying Zoan demon fruit power in the world. Its flying speed and endurance are amazing, but it is impossible to cross the sea directly to the capital of the 7 waters. After thinking about it, Versus sent a team of expeditions to the city of 7 waters to study and recruit relevant talents. I don't expect Brooke and others to be recruited. It is definitely not too much to recruit some technical talents. In fact, railways are only one of the alternatives. After all, in the vast desert, relying solely on railways is simply unrealistic. Alabasta itself has 2 unique means of transportation. First, biological transportation, such as camels, moving crabs, and desert lizards. Second, sand boat transportation includes large sand boats and small sand sleds, but it requires a certain degree of control technology, and the carrying capacity is not as large as expected. The resistance to encountering a desert crisis is not bad, but relying on wind to move forward is an Achilles heel. Versus decided that he still wanted to try whether the latest technology can be combined with the local sand boats to create a boat that can use steam power or even burning sand as the power to move forward. Don't think this is a dream. In this company, in a world where coke can be used as a power source, nothing is impossible. Versus mobile phones have now sold more than 4 million units, and the only app that actually works is the big headline. It can be said that the traffic of this app has reached the level of horror, and the number of times it is browsed every day is definitely more than 1,000 million. And the total number of clicks on all pages can easily exceed 100 million. After thinking about it, he only opened up the comment function in the domestic area for the time being. This is the first time in history to realize online instant message communication. Each mobile phone user can set up a changeable nickname of his own, and generate an unchangeable ID, which can automatically log into all apps that can be logged into the mobile phone. From the novelty at the beginning, to the fact that most people dare not speak at will, to slowly discussing and even scolding because of some popular topics, then to online scolding, offline dating. Looking at the Dahai Dao Xiao app has undoubtedly become one of the most important daily things for most mobile phone users. Especially those workers who have too much energy to vent after finishing their work every day. I have to say that people in this world are really resistant to creation. On the banks of the Sandora River, the construction base for the main hub of the River of Life. At the end of a tiring day, Koza showed a sincere smile looking at the increasingly perfect pipeline facilities, subconsciously took out his mobile phone, opened the app Dahai Dao Xiao, and browsed some international events first. The Big Mom Tea Party was held again, and the underground figures of the dark world gathered one after another, including the deep ocean current UMIT. There was a big explosion at Marine headquarters yesterday, and the suspected Marine hero Vice Admiral is at odds with Marshal Sengoku. Intense. The Whitebeard pirates recently escalated the friction with Beast's pirates, Jack the Drow and Marco. The Phoenix fight head-on. East Blue. Koza didn't read much news about Alabasta reported by the outside world. People outside would never think of how earth-shattering changes have taken place in Alabasta under the leadership of the king. He opened Alabasta's national special column. His Majesty Alabasta announced on the 15th that the Kingdom Institute of Science and Technology was officially established. It is now recruiting researchers from all over the world, and the treatment is favorable. Alabasta vigorously promotes the development of the industry. Royal Bank will provide interest-free or low-interest loans, up to 10 million Baileys. The River of Life project is in urgent need of a large amount of labor. His Majesty refused to approve the introduction of slaves, saying that slavery is a retrogression of civilization. Alabasta bans slaves forever. His Majesty the King personally sets minimum wages everywhere, and the royal capital area can reach 30,000 Baileys. A large number of St. Dora catfish appeared in the northern part of the Santa Dora River, and the 6th Army Commander Samir led his subordinates to actively eliminate them. One group is thriving. Koza, who has never liked to watch the news, kept reading with a smile on his face, and even looked at the people's livelihood. The camel raised by Grandpa Saba's house in the southern city of Albina gave birth to 7 baby camels in one night. The 2 drunks at the Yuba site treated each other as their old ladies and kissed in the street. It's just that he turned more and more shocked, as if opening the door of new world, until he turned. Shocked, Koza, the former head of the rebel army, doesn't like women. Snapped. Almost dropped the phone, Koza looked sullen, and then looked at the comments of those mobile phone users. I saw Koza hugging a big man on the south bank with my own eyes. Yuba Dahan. It's not black, I have seen it too, but it's not being hugged together, it's being hugged in my arms. Dualunda Chuan. I suspect that what you said is false, but I have no evidence, so I choose to believe it. Baker Bird. Are you telling the truth? The elf Sandora. These bastards. Laozi is Koza. I'm a normal man. Koza's fingers struck desperately on the screen of the phone, and he turned into an internet spray. The speed of his hands began to be superb, and many people who slandered him spray each other. This is the fun of the former head office, probably. Chapter 20 Live broadcast of the Ocean Forum app. Then Verses naturally developed an app called Dahai Forum. Originally, Verses wanted to develop posts directly, but it seems that the primary app cannot be directly developed to that level, and can only start from the initial forum. In this huge forum, it is divided into hundreds of sections to divert millions of mobile phone users. Soon, the popularity of the forum far exceeded Verses' imagination. Even Marine has many people who are addicted to forum chats, including some senior military officers in the headquarters, such as the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, who vowed to say that he did not want to study mobile phones. At first, Flying Squirrels dismissed this mobile phone at all, thinking it was just a mechanical phone bug, but when Dahai Tao Sha really brought him great convenience for reading newspapers, he became more concerned about it. After all, no newspaper can do it. If you gather information from dozens of newspapers, Dahai's headlines are fine. Later, he discovered that he could even pass the comments on the headlines of the sea master's possible movements of some pirates. As he became more and more concerned, the Flying Squirrels felt that this mobile phone was really not simple. Ocean Forum. What's this? He saw a new application on the phone again, and at this time he already had the concept of application. East Blue Life section. My God, Red Hair Pirates is actually in Windmill Village. I am not mistaken. Are these guys the four emperors famous in the news? East Blue Little Farmer. In the past, because of the high price of newspapers, not everyone could buy newspapers for a long time. Therefore, the news on the sea was extremely scarce. Ordinary people didn't even know what devil fruit was or what powerful pirates have today. But as mobile phones are sold in large numbers, some people finally have the opportunity to see free news. After looking through Tenten, they also know the existence of four emperors, Shishibukai, etc. Redhead in Windmill Village? The Flying Squirrel stood up awkwardly, whether it was true or not. Is it true or not? ID com justice. Really? I saw it with my own eyes, exactly the same as on the news. He was talking and laughing with the people in Fengch village. It was terrible. Those people don't know who they are. East Blue Farmer. It's a pity that Verses hasn't developed the license function yet, otherwise the little farmer will desperately spread the photos all over the world. The Flying Squirrel asked him to describe the number of each other, and the appearance of the people. Finally, he felt a little bit of faith, and he groaned, and he picked up the phone and hurried to Sengoku's office. Whether it was true or not, he needed to go. It was a report, after all, it was four emperors. Sengoku said with a strange expression after hearing the report. You said you were on this robotic phone bug and got information from someone in East Blue that the redhead was in East Blue Windmill Village. Yes. The Flying Squirrel was sure. What Sengoku really feels weird is that the redhead is indeed in the Windmill Village. In fact, this guy will go to the Windmill Village every few years. It is no secret between him and Garp, but the Flying Squirrels and even Admiral don't know. Because even if you know it, you can't effectively target red hair pirates. Is that guy in East Blue your friend? Sengoku asked. No, Marshal Sengoku, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral said more solemnly. These days have been delayed. Please allow me to accept this mechanical phone bug from you. It has a power worthy of Marine's attention. Sengoku paused, sitting in a tight-knit manner and sounded like, after all, he was a man called the Resourceful General. He quickly analyzed that this thing called a mobile phone did have extremely high strategic value, far exceeding the phone worm. If people all over the world are using mobile phones, and those who use mobile phones can speak freely on their phones, this means that the world may not have many real secrets. Who created such a thing? Sengoku asked the key question. As far as I know, the flying squirrel replied, by the Alabasta royal family. Royal Alabasta. Sengoku was stunned, and picked up the country from the corner of his head. Is this country in the first half of the Grand Line capable of making such an amazing invention? After thinking about it, he gave the order. Send one to Dr. Naval Headquarters Vegapunk, let him analyze it first, and then see if there is any possibility of imitation. There is no so-called patent in this world. When you encounter this kind of useful thing, of course, you have to see if you can copy it. If you can't do it, then use other methods. After all, Alabasta is an important member of the world government, and Marine can't be strong. Working with them is a good choice. If this is a real mobile phone, with Vegapunk surpassing the world's 500 years of technological level, his principle can certainly be studied, but this is not a real mobile phone, but an incomprehensible and mysterious product created by Devil Fruit. The inside of the shell is completely another thing. I can't study it, this is not a technological creation. Vegapunk only gave this conclusion. So Sengoku put the mobile phone matter on hold, but he still had enough interest in the mobile phone, and ordered to equip himself with a mobile phone, hoping to be familiar with this tool by using it. Flying squirrels do simple operations on the side. Guide. This is the open key, which can be typed through the keyboard. It is a universal language. This is the so-called application, which means that the mobile phone is the platform, and these are the application tools carried on the platform. According to his instructions, Sengoku opened the main interface of the phone awkwardly, fixed the keyboard in a not too small but not too big screen. Versus has not upgraded the phone to the touch screen era, but the clear color screen is still yes. Sengoku's palm is quite big, so it's a little uncomfortable to use it. There is a digital clock on the concise picture, 11:31. Then I flipped through it and saw the Bear app, Dahai Tao Xiao, Dahai Forum. Open the headline of Dahai, and a dozen columns appeared immediately. Big News, New World News, Grand Line, Seven Waters Evening News, East Blue. Is this news from major newspapers? Sengoku was stunned and opened Big News, which is a relatively rare newspaper within Marine. The above immediately showed the news of various events today, and then opened the newspapers of several newspapers such as New World News, and there seemed to be no difference between them and the physical newspapers. Are there no charges for these newspapers? Sengoku asked. In fact, it is necessary. There are 300 Bailey's communication expenses every month. Flying Squirrel said. Just 300 Baileys? Sengoku asked in surprise. Speaking of this, he opened the Dahai forum again and saw the first post on the top of the most popular New World column recently. Adventure Live broadcast 4 Emperors Whitebeard and Kaido Peak Battle. Asterisk. Chapter 21 New National System. His pupils shrank and couldn't help but open this post. At 12:02 noon on the 15th, on Brook Island, the White Sea in New World, the Whitebeard pirates faced off against the Beasts pirates. Jack the Drow jumped on the mobile to face the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, delusional to challenge the world's strongest man. Whitebeard swung a naive knife, and Jack the Drow was almost divided with just one blow, and the amount of bleeding was huge. Where did he have the courage to challenge the world with the strongest? If he is a monster, then Whitebeard is the monster among the monsters. Marco stopped the fire. Evenly matched. Appeared, the flame of the Eudemon's phoenix. Kaido. Kaido destroyed 3 of Whitebeard's pirate ships in one blow. Whitebeard's subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Whitebeard responded without hesitation. Kaido's ship was blasted through a big hole. It's finally this moment, king versus king. The 2 monsters collided together. The sea has been separated. It's terrifying. As of the evening of the 18th, it lasted for 3 days. In the end, the battle ended with the Whitebeard pirate group successfully defending the site. Although Kaido was slashed by Whitebeard, but it didn't seem to be a major problem. It's really the strongest creature. Even Whitebeard, who is also a monster, can hardly cause serious injuries on him. This poster actually followed the whole process for 3 days. It's really awkward. Although there is only text, Sengoku still feels the fierce battle from his passionate post. The two sides have died and injured each other, but this is actually only Kaido and Whitebeard. It's just a common exchange. Sengoku explained this information obtained through mobile phones to Crane. Crane is not interested in the battle between the two. After all, it happens every once in a while, but he gave a very high evaluation of the mobile phone. A cross-age tool is very meaningful. Can Vegapunk make it? She asked. The doctor has analyzed it. This is not a technological product, and it is difficult to replicate it with technology. Fortunately, the 4 Seas say that a Great Sea route is almost impossible. Sengoku said. Because the climate of the Grand Line is too bad and weird, there are unknown magnetic fields everywhere. If ordinary technology is useful, there is no need to raise laborious phone bugs. Then cooperate, he Vice Admiral said flatly. According to the information, is everyone the kid Alabasta? I saw him 10 years ago, and he was just a naughty kid. He was only 5 or 6 years old then. Sengoku thought for a while and said. But considering security issues, I think it is necessary to keep mobile phones away from our important meetings, but secondary and ordinary officers and soldiers can be equipped with a certain number, which can greatly reduce the cost of phone bugs. He Vice Admiral groaned again. Road. Although she is confident that Alabasta does not have the guts to steal marine secrets through her mobile phone, she still needs to take precautionary measures. That's right, let Aokiji take care of this together. Isn't he in Alabasta and haven't returned to the headquarters? Sengoku. At this time, the two actually did not know that Alabasta had undergone tremendous changes. They were only Marines, and had no power to deal with the internal affairs of other countries. And generally did not care too much. Alabasta versus still doesn't know that he has been targeted by Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral. In fact, he does not have the authority and ability to monitor other people, or that he has the possibility, but at present he has no control over the fruit. At that level, unless various apps are developed to obtain their information, big data is formed. It was only at this time that Wire realized that the mobile phone fruit itself is not powerful. His power lies in everyone for me and in collecting data. The more mobile phone users, the stronger Wire. The data formed by all people is enough. Create a true god. So to him, talent is the most important thing. If you have me, you will have it, and if you don't have me, you will have the ability of a mobile phone. Regardless of what the outside world is like, Versus still has to devote all his energy to the construction of Alabasta at this stage. Only if you manage your own 3-acre land can you begin to actively expand abroad. Bell, have the city halls of 34 big and small cities been established? Versus. It's almost completed. According to your decree, 34 municipal consuls have been selected. The garrison will be held by the commanders in turn. There will be a tenant commander in every 2 cities, and the capital Albana Ugakard is responsible. Just let me be the chief of Albana, I feel that I am not capable. Bell said. If you don't have enough ability, just exercise your ability. Weir rejected his idea of leaving office. The management of this world country can be said to be utterly unreliable. What other countries don't know, at least Alabasta is like this. The city is a piece of sand, and there is no governing hall. There are at most a few sheriffs and a management team of dozens of people. Once there is a chaos by the sand thief, it may even be necessary to mobilize the combat power from the kingdom army far away in Albana. Sometimes it takes more than 10 days. No wonder it couldn't keep up with the actions of the sand crocodile every time. A pirate can rush to the disaster area faster than the national security team. This is not simply because of the sand crocodile's calculations, but the biggest insult to a country's military response. Daxia was called feudal despotism in ancient times, and this era can be regarded as a loose slavery country at best. Of course. Although Velsis wants to force the abolition of slavery, he still lacks some power. After all, everyone knows that the biggest source of slavery in the world is celestial dragons. As long as a high degree of centralized authoritarianism is implemented, pooling forces can do this great event, and the people of this world seem to have become very accustomed to this system, so the reforms went more smoothly than were imagined. There is even no objection to the fact that the land is nationalized and the people only have the right to use it. Not only because the people have long had the idea that everything belongs to the king, but also because the land in Alabasta is indeed too cheap and too vast. But well knew that one day they would know how valuable this piece of land would be. What surprised Vale is that the Dahai Forum has also greatly strengthened Alabasta's industrial development, often because the information cannot circulate quickly, which will lead to a large increase in the sales and purchase costs of merchants between various places. After the Dahai Forum, at least there is almost no unsaleable sales in Alabasta. The goods, which greatly aroused people's desire to start a business. One after another factories or workshops were established in various parts of the kingdom, and Wire withdrew from various commercial laws and tax laws in a timely manner. Although taxation looks more complicated than other countries, it is also real for the maintenance of the interests of merchants. Only relying on the wealth brought by a mobile phone cannot really support a huge empire with a population of at least over 100 million. Now that he came to this world and became the king of a country, he would bet on the dignity of the Earth's civilization and vowed to build this country into at least the strongest empire. Perhaps in a few years, other countries will chant to Alabasta imperialism. Maybe, **. Chapter 22 Meeting the Companion Who Entrusted Life. Tamarisk, the port city of Alabasta, is a large city known as the Port of East and one of the three major ports of Alabasta. A girl wearing a large cloak walked carefully through the dark alleyway. Inside was a tall man wearing a cloak. The man took off the kabuto cap of the cloak, revealing a golden curly hair and a serious face. The girl also took off the kabuto hat, her long blue hair slipped out uncontrollably, she complained. Really? I almost don't recognize Alabasta now, Ikaram, is there a way to get through the identity check? The two wanted to get into a cargo ship and cross the Santa Dora River to reach the Rain, but they were stuck on their ID cards. Alabasta's soul has been carved into their words and deeds. If they say they are outsiders, is absolutely no one believes. If you say that you are from Alabasta, how can you have no identity information? Ikaram thought for a while and said, His Royal Highness, Your Majesty the King issued a census order and created something called an ID card. We cannot expose our identities at will. ID cards are definitely not available, but temporary ID cards can be obtained. This thing has a short useful time. But it's enough for us. Vivi took out a cell phone and clicked on the Dahai Tao Xiao app on it. According to news reports, Crocodile has been silent in the rain for several months. What on earth does he want to do? He was obviously ambitious when his father was on the throne. Now we are honest, we can really get him as planned. Evidence of crime. Your Majesty, now Your Majesty the King is wearing the entire Alabasta, this kind of thing can only rely on us. Even if it is difficult. I have already contacted the Baroque Walker Work Agency. It seems that they are very short of people. Just join Baroque. Crocodile can definitely find evidence of Crocodile. Ikaram. The two walked out from the corner of the alley and walked to a hidden temporary stronghold somewhere. After the two left, a young man in a blue shirt walked out of the shadows outside the alley. It was Wire who was worried about Vivi's safety and finally found her. Belle walked out from behind, saying with some shame, Your Majesty, I am not very good at intelligence work, and there is still municipal work to do, it took so long to discover the whereabouts of the princess. Wire nodded. It was true that Belle did too much, but the 4 members of the Bird Claw unit were not suitable talents. The Jackal-Gaka carried a heavier burden, and the old King Cobra was responsible for the total length. For the 1,000-kilometer river of life, there is no subordinate alone at this moment. It seems it's time to recruit some talents. Not only intelligence, but also people who can help oneself go to sea. He thought carefully about the guys who can be called talents in the original book, and they still have a chance to be recruited, so it doesn't seem to be many after counting. The Pirate Empress is one. After all, the Alabasta royal family itself is unwilling to become a trader of celestial dragons. If this identity is displayed, it is not difficult to get the Empress love like Luffy does. Ren Xiaojinbei counts as one. This is a true benevolent generation. As long as Wire shows his potential to change the world like Luffy, his chances of taking refuge are still very high. In addition, there are 3 Babao Marines. It is not difficult to conquer. After all, as long as they penetrate the ice continent and help them take out the treasures that cannot be taken out, it is enough to make Babao Marine grateful. Xiao Feng is full of love and righteousness, and if he has the opportunity, he can pry the corner of the sand crocodile. Your Majesty, won't you catch up? Bell asked. Bell is very clear that Vale's strength is not even under Marine Admiral. Of course he would not be afraid of a crocodile, but he did not choose to take Vivi back, which makes Belle a little strange. She has reached the age when she should go out for exercise. One day she will meet a companion who can entrust her with life. Val didn't want to spoil her encounter with Luffy, which was indeed a good exercise for Vivi. But Wire and Belle came to Dongjigang not simply because of Vivi, but because similar products appeared in Dongjigang under the banner of mobile phones. And this is something Wire can't refuse to be spread to Alabasta. This is produced by the world government. We walked to a newly opened shop somewhere in the port with Belle and saw something that looked almost exactly the same as a mobile phone, but Wire was not sure if it counted as a mobile phone. He was already mentally prepared that the mobile phone might be copied. But out of trust in the magnetic field and climate of the Grand Line, he believes that it would never be so fast. But the scene before him slapped him in the face severely. It can be said that the world government has used a lot of effort to deal with Alabasta, otherwise it is impossible for this thing to appear in this place at this time. Before Will approached, a vendor had opened Shikai to talk about it. Sir, do you need a mobile phone from the recent fire? This is a new mobile phone developed by the World Government Technology R&D Department, which can achieve a certain distance of communication. The price is as low as 3,000 Baileys and only 150 Baileys per month. Wire was surprised that there was even a huge advantage in price. How far is a certain distance? But he still asked sharply. The smile on the vendor's face solidified, and he coughed. Probably a distance of 30 kilometers can be achieved. But as you know, 30 kilometers in the city is more than enough. Was it PHS? It's extremely limited distance communication. Are there Dahai headlines and Dahai forums on it? Will. Yes, you see, this is even more powerful than the mobile phone produced by Alabasta. The vendor opened the mobile phone in a familiar way. It was not a color screen, nor an ordinary black and white screen, but a monotonous low-color display, but there were indeed various types of display. News, and even pictures. This is something Wire's phone cannot do for the time being. However, the Dahai forum was very unsuccessful for copycats, so the vendors did not focus on the introduction, because the Dahai forum can only allow people within 30 kilometers of the surrounding area to discuss and communicate. Versus completely took this point in his heart, and finally let go. There is no doubt that even with the scientific and technological reserves of the world government, scientists who claim to have surpassed the world's 500 years of scientific research capabilities, they still cannot replicate the same things as their own mobile phones, at least not in a short period of time. And this is done by the world government. And it may not have anything to do with marine. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Exchange of Conditions with the World Government. Perhaps the world government has discovered the secret of the Alabasta royal family's ability to build the River of Life, plus the previous failure of CP9, so it made use of the existing technological reserves to make this phone, and the non-stop sending people to Alabasta is extremely important. Transportation ports set up base stations where is convinced that this kind of thing must require a fixed base station to start working. Dongjigang City Hall. Shi Chong Duotuo looked tiredly at the documents in his hand. In front of him stood a tall man with indifferent expression, dressed in the uniform of the world government, and he did not know why he appeared in Alabasta again. Since Koza led the rebels to surrender, his father Dodo, who was also the former Yuba leader, has been transferred to the more important East Port. World government, since there is a demand in this regard, why not directly communicate with His Majesty the King? Tudo said cautiously. He actually refused in his heart. His Majesty is busy with everything. This kind of trivial matter does not need to communicate directly with that person. The world government just sells mobile phones normally in Dongjigang. This is also to ensure the safety of Alabasta. This is what the world government should do. The man said solemnly. Tudo just felt that the visitor was very unkind, but he couldn't say that there was a problem. After all, he didn't know that the world government and Alabasta were already in a cold war of mutual hatred. Zalal, a special department of the world government, knows more. At least he knows that the world government wants to deal with Alabasta, and the Alabasta royal family is also very wary of the world government, otherwise the world government will not order him not to pass the king, but rather one by one, we opened up channels in many cities, making mobile phones flooding in Alabasta. Duo Toshi, do you want to defy the orders of the world government on behalf of Alabasta? I can't represent Alabasta, there will always be only one person who can represent Alabasta. Dodo shook his head calmly, that is His Majesty the King of Alabasta. Zalal looked a little embarrassed. As one of the mouthpieces of the world government's orders, he has been walking across the sea and the great waterways. No one from any country dares not give him face, but he did not expect to be planted here today. Somersault, it's just a small shillong. Even if the King of Alabasta is in front of him, he wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. Chairman Dodo, Alabasta is also a member of the world government. You are obliged and must obey the orders of the world government. This is not a request, but a notice. So whether you agree or not, the purpose of the world government will not be changed. Zalal said coldly. What can the world government give? Vale's voice reached the city hall, and Dodo paused, then immediately bowed. Your Majesty. He didn't feel surprised, because he had communicated with the mobile phone before wire came, so he neither refused the world government nor agreed with their request, just wanted to let the king handle it himself. After all, this was a matter of the world government, and he couldn't make a decision beyond the king. You are the king of Alabasta. Zalal knew his identity the moment he saw Vale. And he was the only one wearing a crown and gown in the city hall. Zalar bit his head and bowed. He is a member of many CP departments. It is the first time to see Wire himself. At least on the face of it, he dare not neglect, because the world government's intelligence shows that it's a country that even CP9 can't provoke, so Lazar is actually a little guilty. If we'll really question the world government about this, the greatest possibility is to sacrifice him directly, regardless of whether the order is under the world government or not. Same. World government wants to sell mobile phones in Alabasta. We're asked bluntly. Your Majesty, I think the world government has this power. Zalal did not answer directly. I can agree, as long as the world government promises me one condition. Weir smiled and said. This answer surprised Zalal. According to the world government's intelligence, mobile phones are Vale's most important business. Without mobile phone revenue, the river of life would instantly collapse, and the kingdom's rule would fall back to the bottom. The country is plunged into war. What do you want? Zalar asked. I want Crocodile to leave this country. Weir said flatly. Crocodile is always a hidden danger. This guy can be considered a hero. If he is allowed to stay in Alabasta, he will know that it was not Aokiji who defeated him that day. Of course it would be nice to let him go, but Will knows the possibility is unlikely. I'm afraid it won't work. After all, that person is one of the Shishibukai recognized by both the world government and Marine. Zalal directly refused, knowing that the world government's subsequent plans are to use this Shishibukai. Weir smiled, and finally put forward what he really wanted. Then I want King Alabasta to have at least one strong man in the Marine resident at all times. I mean the real strong man. He needs to download 3 Admiral or even the power of a strong man like Garp. Zalal paused slightly, and awed in awe. It was entirely because of the composure and wisdom that Weir showed. In his opinion, they must be aware of the attitude of the world government towards him, and it would be detrimental to him that he was unwilling to let Sand Crocodile leave. However, the young king was able to clearly distinguish between Marine and the world government that sometimes was not entirely a flaw in the heart. If it is really one mind, then there will be no CP agent. After all, there is too much darkness in the world government, which is despised by those Marines who claim to be righteous. If you really send a Marine with a strong sense of justice, it may have a great impact on the Sand Crocodile's mission at some point. For example, if the Sand Crocodile wants to kill the king directly, does Marine Admiral take care of it? I can only pass it on for you, but the specifics depend on the decision of the world government's high-level officials. Zalal just said that, this is one of the most regal kings he has ever seen, but it is a pity that the Alabasta royal family is destined to be destroyed. Zaral has been executing orders from the world government, and he couldn't be more clear about Alabastas affairs. Weir looked at the back of him leaving, knowing that the world government would agree to this condition, because Marine is only a tool in the hands of the world government, and Garp, a character like this, watched his grandson die in front of him because of the word righteousness. He is an Alabasta king. Asterisk. Chapter 24. The world government has too many ways to pull him into the evil camp, and kidnap those Marines with righteousness to let him know what the real justice in this world is. Sure enough, less than a day later, Zalal gave a definite answer, but they also had one condition. In order to protect your personal safety, the world government has decided to send an excellent Marine from Marine to protect you personally, but it is also hoped that you can allow the mobile phones developed by the world government to be sold in Alabasta. Oh. Will smiled gently. Of course it's okay. Zalal also kindly saluted and retired. He was very fond of the king, and the other party did not embarrass him. Even if he knew that the world government had no good intentions, he still generously agreed. For this reason, he gave the most basic respect is fine. Weir looked at his disappearing back, his face changed from a stiff smile to coldness, and he was still a little unaccustomed to wearing such a false mask. A small smartphone, trying to compete with the mobile phone that will develop into the real smartphone era? It's ridiculous. As far away as the Marine Academy established by Naval Headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr has resigned from the title of Marine School's chief instructor. Although he is over 70, because his relatives and disciples have been killed one after another in the hands of the pirates, he has chosen to going to sea, and intends to start the establishment of the pirate guerrillas. This all depends on the right arm repaired by Vegapunk the pierced stone mechanical arm shredder. The world government gave this former admiral who had dedicated his life to Marine enough trust. At the same time, he believed that he was strong enough to suppress everything in Alabasta, so he sent him a special mission. Monitoring King Alabasta, who is suspected of betraying the world government. Looking at the mission letter in his hand, Zephyr's old face showed a faint smile. He thought of the little kid king he had met before. Didn't he expect that 10 years later, he has become a guy that even the world government feels afraid of? Betraying the world government, this hat is really big. Having said that, he really wanted to give a lesson to this little king who heard that he had played the pirate game before. Everyone knows that Zephyr's family died at the hands of the pirates. Everyone knows that Zephyr's disciples died in the hands of pirates. Everyone knows, the one he hates most is the pirate. Thinking of this, Zephyr took a mouthful of white fang. Under the dark glasses, no one could see clearly. When Zephyr showed up in Alabasta with his disciple Anne, it was almost a month later. At this time, Alabasta's census was in full swing for a month, and finally there were results. There were 212 million people in Alabasta. Although there are not as many as imagined, it is still beyond imagination in this era. The huge number depends entirely on the Sandora River, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to feed such a huge population. The number of mobile phone users has finally reached 5 million, and the fruit of mobile phones has ushered in a huge upgrade. Mobile level LV6. Number of current users, 5 million. Mobile phone memory 220G/600 GB. With 4 grams network function. The download speed is 800 KB per second. The download distance is 100 kilometers. Features. Download resources. Upload resources. Intermediate app creation. Bluetooth copy transmission. The network has become 4G, with an additional upload function, and app creation has been upgraded from elementary to intermediate. It can be said that it was a major breakthrough. Weir realized that he had successfully upgraded from the era of text to the era of photos and videos. He could upgrade the function of uploading videos and photos to the forum, and even the ability to upload and download mobile phone holders. If each person has a mobile phone, how many levels can one's mobile phone fruit reach? If this power is fully released, even the 4 emperors can contend. Alabasta, who wants to come to the past, may have really worthy of its title Super Kingdom. Weir looked at the data in a daze. He felt that he could change his mindset to develop the country. How can a world with such a huge workforce be so mediocre in terms of infrastructure? The mobile phone fruit is a kind of fruit that has never existed in this world, and it is never possible to appear. It is not as simple as the power of devil fruit itself, but as the owner of Vilsis, taking the earth of thousands of years of civilization as an example. The miracle that the foundation combines and extends. In other words, he can fully replicate the technological world in his memory that relies on the internet through the fruit of his mobile phone, even more powerful 10 times 100 times. One day, he will be the only satellite in the world, the only supercomputer. All data is gathered here, and everything is decided in his mind. Woo! With the sound of a long and ancient court horn, officials in new-style formal attire one after another stepped into the renovated ancient palace under the shining of the sun. This is a government decree made by the new king. Officials with prescribed identities and status in the royal capital must enter the king's capital once a week to conduct a great court meeting. The sunlight passes through the somewhat cold palace, bringing a touch of warmth to the palace that has not been stale for thousands of years. Your Majesty, Medi, one of the few maids in the palace, knocked on the door, and then respectfully brought the toiletries. Everyone is waiting for you. Medi used to be a maid serving Vivi. After Vivi left, she was sent to take care of the living of the new king by the palace logistics foreman de la Gotan, the wife who looked almost the same as a Karim. Wilco was not used to being taken care of yet. When Medi entered the palace with a few newly recruited maids, he had already finished dressing early. Medi looked at this Wang Zixia with scorching eyes. His figure, his face, and even one of his hair are so noble. This is the incomparable king who has just succeeded to the throne. Leading Alabasta on a glorious road, although everything has just begun, any Alabasta person is full of confidence and trust in the king. He is the true king given to Alabasta. Weir has become accustomed to what she sees. As early as these few months, he has been constantly getting used to his identity. One day he will stand on the top of the sky and look down on sentient beings. Even for now, he is also the overlord who dominates hundreds of millions of people. Asterisk. Chapter 25 The Arrival of Zephyr. Vale walked out of the palace, and Falcon Bell, one of the 6 major sergeants guarding Albina, was waiting respectfully outside the door. He took the Alabasta special breakfast bread offered by Medi, and said to Hayato Bell while walking. Bell, I have already said that the weekly meeting time is after 9 o'clock in the morning, but now it's only 8 o'clock. Just to witness your heroism earlier, not just me, all the officials are already waiting for you, Your Majesty. Hayato also smiled slightly on his meticulous face. The majesty of this king is getting heavier and heavier, but at certain times he still has the free and easy nature that cannot be erased. At this time, the king is the real him. Ware took the towel and wiped his mouth, then handed it to Mel, smiling and not talking, and finally took the black cloak with gold rim to represent the emperor's identity, and stepped into the palace hall in one step. OM. OM. The guards of honor lined up on both sides played the alabasta to greet the king. Ware walked on the red carpet, staring at the people on both sides. Everyone bowed and knelt down. Your Majesty. Soon after, the Parliament Hall under the throne was no longer as cold as it used to be. More than 30 cities were reintegrated, huge manpower was released, and the military strength was unprecedentedly strengthened, and he was qualified to face him as the king. The number of people has reached hundreds, which is the primary centralization. Versus stepped onto the throne step by step, turning around and looking at the redesigned black official uniform because he personally liked black, and finally felt the feeling of the once emperor. Although there is no need for 3 kneelings and 9 knocks to meet the king of this world, the basic 1 knee kneeling ceremony is strictly observed as a subordinate. Get up, he said. Everyone got up after the ceremony. This ancient alabasta etiquette was rarely implemented in the time of King Cobra, not only because of King Cobra's kindness, but also because of the loosening of personnel caused by the lack of centralization. With such a high degree of centralization, the Emperor's Majesty has been dragged to the top invisibly. Your Majesty, the 34 cities in Alabasta have opened banks, and the issuance of new currencies is also in the process of launching, but the new currency we are currently issuing is still not as popular as Pele. The Chancellor of Finance reported. After all, the new currency can only be used in Alabasta. It is understandable. Take your time. Ware smiled and waved, motioning for the next report. Your Majesty, the current census has come to an end. Your Majesty, the army is now very enthusiastic, and the voice of wanting to meet you is very loud. Your Majesty, the previous bird claw force has been cancelled. Do you want to re-establish a new special force? The funeral sacrificial hall needs to be guarded. These government affairs are actually discussed by the officials, but after all, the final ruling will be made here in Vale. Fortunately, he is not the weak emperor of the past on Earth, but in the true sense that he is also at the top of the superhuman admiral level, so even if you are dealing with government affairs all day, you will not feel tired. After the Great Dynasty meeting, all the officials began to be busy, and as the king Wire returned to the palace government office. There are still too few high-end talents who can be named. After thinking about it, Wells thinks that we still have to recruit some talents who can be called. At present, even the 4 members of the Bird Claw unit cannot be on the stage, but there is no way, it is true. When no one was gone, they forced them to go to the top, and only Hayabusa Bell and Jack Algaka could barely handle them. Currently available talents. Ware silently wrote a few names on the paper. Trafalgar Law. Jinbei. These 2 people are both possible to recruit, because they have their own goals that must be accomplished. One is to avenge and the other is to protect, but it is really not easy to say. If you want to recruit Luo, you must deal with Heavenly Yaksha da Flamingo, and to recruit Jinbei, you must face the 4 emperors Piku Mamu. As well as thinking of the last person, Vale's pen paused, and the paper froze into crystals in his hand, and finally shattered into powder at absolute zero. Your Majesty, the people sent by the world government have arrived. Medi's voice came from outside the door. Will responded. Let him in. The door of the government affairs hall slowly opened, and as a tall and burly figure stepped into the hall, Will, who was distracted, suddenly became energetic. He stared at the old man with a smile on his white fang with a slightly stagnant gaze. Cold. Hedgehog-like purple hair stretched out in all directions, dark sunglasses were worn on the wrinkled old face, the huge mechanical right arm showed a cold metallic luster, and the breath of heart palpitations came from this burly and powerful body. Exuding, there is no doubt Admiral-class combat power. Former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr Z. Long time no see, Your Majesty the King of Alabasta. Blackarm Zephyr smiled with a big white fang. This smile was not a sign of favor in Wire's heart. Although the other party called him a king, there was no respect for it. It was really funny. Did the world government send such a problem? Zephyr in this period has not yet rebelled against Marine, and he may not even form the pirate guerrilla completely, and he really left Marine after Luffy went to sea. He was still a hatred, almost the same thug in a suit like Akainu. No sand can hold it. Although you are a staff dispatched by the world government, but in front of you is our King of Alabasta. Medi finally couldn't help but said with dissatisfaction. With her experience and knowledge, she definitely didn't know what the character in front of him was. The presence. Little girl, Zephyr turned to look at Medi, he is your king, not my king. Medi, step back, this is the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Weir had a very gentle smile on his face. Blackarm Zephyr? Medi didn't know what this title meant, but she still understood the 4 words Marine Admiral, and her complexion suddenly became stiff, and she became a little at a loss. Sorry, she said quickly, lowering her head. Go down first, Medi, prepare a room for Mr. Zephyr. Weir waved his hand. Yes. Your Majesty. Medi hesitated and turned around and left. This panic entered Zephyr's eyes. He took a deep look at Weir through the sunglasses. The maid's anxiety was not because of fear, but because of fear of adding a burden to you. King Alabasta, versus. It seems that the old man has to change his opinion of you. It looks like you are a good king. He changed his previous aura and said a little more kindly. Thank you. Wire said with a golden smile. You wait, Zephyr, waiting for Marine and the world government, which you regard as the foundation of justice, in the near future, to give you the most painful and fatal blow, and make the world you have held for 70 years to completely collapse. When the time comes you will be clear. My king, is it your king? Asterisk. Chapter 26 Download Zephyr ability. As a gift from the visitors, Well naturally presented Zephyr with a mobile phone. Mechanical phone bug? It's such a fun toy. Zephyr smiled and fiddled with it. Just like people who saw a mobile phone for the first time on Earth, they simply regarded the mobile phone as a tool for making calls. It was not until decades later that people recalled the fear of being dominated by mobile phones for these years. Zephyr is not afraid of whether this phone has any monitoring capabilities. According to his worldview, he cannot understand that monitoring can be achieved through a machine. The technology of this world is biased towards steampunk, and the development of the network is almost at the 0 stage. Zephyr was once superstitious of the potential of the human body, but now he has become interested in science and technology after hitting the arm of a huge pulverizer. So he also studied this phone for a lot of time. After Zephyr returned to the room, Will finally waited until the hot light that was almost the same as Aokiji's light up. Top Armament Haki, 60 GB. Top Observation Haki, 50 GB. Top Marine 6 Styles Application, 50 GB. Compared with Aokiji's Fruit Development 100G, 2-Color Haki Marine 6 Styles 60G, adding up to 160G, Zephyr's ability adds up to 160G, and the data is enough to prove it clearly. Blackarm Zephyr's Armament Haki and Observation Haki, it is far beyond the current Aokiji and other 3 Admiral. Had it not been for this physical limitation, Zephyr would never have been killed by Kizaru. Do you want to overwrite the download? A message came from the mobile phone Fruit. Weir chose to overwrite the download. After all, he already had the understanding of the two-color HAKI20G. It is impossible that 20G and Zephyr's 50G have no overlap at all, and it is impossible to completely overlap. After all, everyone has their own understanding. Veil 220G/600 GB. Frozen fruit top development, 100 guaranis. Swordsman level swordsmanship application, 60 guaranis. Advanced armament haki, 20 guaranis. Advanced observation haki, 20 guaranis. Advanced use of marine 6 styles, 20 guaranis. Covering downloading the current network speed is 800 kb per second. After waiting for a period of time, whereas armament haki became 70G, and observation haki 60G, but the note of the mobile phone fruit is still top. The memory occupied reached 310 guaranis. From the total amount of memory, he is almost twice the admiral level, but in terms of overall combat power, Weir believes that he has not crushed the absolute strength of the admiral level. It can only be said that he is more dominant in strength. After all, he has almost no what kind of combat experience, at this stage, and even for a long period of time in the future, it may be difficult to give him the opportunity to accumulate combat experience, which may become his most deadly and only shortcoming. Vale's fingertips kept tapping on the armrest of the throne. What should I do? Could it be that it can only be a 1-strength drop 10 meeting existence? Everything is in full swing. The entire Alabasta is changing with each passing day, changing almost at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, and even far surpassing the golden reform era of Earth Daxia. After all, the physical strength of the people in this world is almost several times that of the people on the Earth. Just come here. A guy who has done some exercise can be able to defeat 1,000 troops. It is called a miracle to build a building on the Earth in 7 days. In this world, it may be astonishing to build a building a day. The robot Frankie has even built a bridge in the blink of an eye, the most terrifying thing. It is the kingdom of East Blue Bridges, the bridge that has been built for 700 years. This kind of thing is placed on the Earth, and it is probably an epic building that can only be completed by the power of the world. All these are enough to show that there is no shortage of labor in this world, but the correct use and liberation of labor. Zephyr himself is also pondering the usage of his mobile phone. He spent 3 full hours on registering a nickname. Even Weir couldn't understand why such a decisive old man would struggle with his name for so long. Why is Z being used? Damn it! Zephyr was actually used. That's the old man's name. Z Zephyr? No way. Black Arm Zephyr? No. Zephyr? No way. Tangled to the point of distortion, Zephyr finally settled on his nickname. The superhero that the pirate will kill. Seeing the name, Vale almost smiled. The superhero that the pirate will kill? He knows that Zephyr's greatest desire since he was a child is to become a hero, but this name is too bad. Zephyr, you are exposed. Zephyr logged into Haitao Shao, and immediately saw the urgent news from the headline department of Willang. Extra. Extra. Former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr arrives at Alabasta. Former Marine Admiral will help guard Alabasta? Zephyr Admiral's life of jealousy and hatred. Zephyr nodded, not too outrageous, mainly telling the truth, not too much guessing, and basically the same as those newspapers. It seems that the mobile phone is indeed a good thing, it can reduce a lot of unnecessary expenses, and then he opened the Dahai forum. Before that, he simply thought that a mobile phone was just a tool for receiving information, just like a newspaper TV worm. In the Dahai forum app, Zephyr Admiral actually came to Alabasta? That's my idol. The unknown little marine. Great. Alabasta is safer. The survivor of the sandstorm. Maybe it was to monitor the hypocritical hero. Shishibukai is still a pirate after all. Old thief Zephyr. UBD killed my dad. I'm in Alabasta right now, there is a kind to arrest me. Super big pirate. The previous Dharma Zephyr, could still be stretched, but after seeing the pirate's words, he instantly rushed to his forehead with a rage, his face turned red, his veins agitated, and his fingers quickly began to write on the phone's virtual keyboard without a teacher. Boy, Laozi is Zephyr, you have the courage to tell your true identity. The superhero that the pirate will kill. Speaking of mobile phone input methods, there are currently only two. One is the stroke input method that is fully in line with this world's writing method, and the other is the handwriting input method. Most people still use handwriting recognition. After all, it is too much for stroke input. Unfamiliar, Wire plans to promote an intelligent input method similar to Pinyin in the future. Are you Zephyr? Is this old dog still posing as superhero? Don't laugh to death. The old man is Zephyr. Just think you are Zephyr, I am the Black Killer Bra. If you have the ability, you can get out of your phone and let me see. This confrontation is even more exaggerated than we're imagined. After all, his users include pirates, marines, and countless ordinary people. There are ups and downs in the real world. In this world, only hand speed is the king. So even a strong admiral like Zephyr may be sprayed by an ordinary person without the power of a chicken. To some extent, this world is truly fair. The confrontation between the two quickly became a rhythm, forming several major lineups, including those who support Marine, some who support the pirates, some who do not support them, and some who support both. Chapter 27 Permission Dog Zephyr. Countless different worldviews made Zephyr's expression gradually distorted. After spraying all night, Zephyr was exhausted and his face was unhappy and angry. After all, no matter how Admiral is, spraying people still doesn't depend on the strength, but soon he reacted, missed. What did you do? He gradually realized that Dahai Forum is an extremely evil place, bringing together the good and evil of everyone, and revealing everything naked. When people can communicate without face-to-face, it is really scary. With a cold sweat on his head, Zephyr felt an unspeakable sense of horror for the young king with a gentle smile for the first time. How did this guy invent such a thing casually, and watched it without any reaction day and night? He somewhat understood why the world government sent himself over. This is indeed a dangerous guy. Where didn't care about Zephyr's reaction. This is the unmanaged online world. Although he is the absolute god of the internet, he still has to have a suitable person to recite things like permission dogs. The first reason for propagating the news of Zephyr's arrival is to use Zephyr's name to deter criminals who have not yet been cleaned up in Alabasta and the pirates who intend to make trouble in Alabasta. Second, Wire wants to use public opinion to a certain extent to morally kidnap Zephyr. At this moment, is there a guy who is more suitable to deal with Sand Crocodile than Zephyr? After all, Sand Crocodile doesn't know. His Baroque Walker work agency has been monitored by his own mobile phone network without any secrets. Anything he has to do is not a secret to Wire to monitor, especially when he develops it. After the next app to be released. If Dahai Tao Shao is to act as his mouthpiece, Dahai Forum is to listen to the voice of the people. Then the role of the next app may directly change the world, or even eliminate something that is absolutely indispensable in this world: record pointers. Yes, the thing that Will wants to develop is called the Map of the Sea. The Ocean Map app, which is connected to the network by the location of all the current mobile phones, records the coordinates of the entire Alabasta and nearly 200 islands outside Alabasta. Wire does not intend to make it as detailed as the map app on the Earth, but directly make islands and islands, and even between countries and countries interconnected, completely replace the effect of recording pointers. In other words, as long as there is a mobile phone, it is equivalent to having the eternal pointer of more than 200 islands. This app will not be free to use, at least at the beginning of its release. Not only will it not be free, but it will also charge a high price, because those who can need it must be the existence that can ride on the sea, and these people will never lack money. Is not ordinary people who need to be protected, at least it is also a sea businessman with small assets. So, how much does a coordinate cost? Impossible, a one-off deal will never be possible. Of course it is to be used on a monthly basis, and Wire thought with a mild smile on his face. After all, this thing is a necessity in the ocean, like a necessity for eating and drinking. How can it be sold with a hammer? In One Piece world, a record pointer can sell for more than 100,000 Baileys, while the price of a permanent pointer is more than 100,000 to several million Baileys. The record pointer is easily damaged, but the general pirate group only holds one. It is only two, which shows that the price is high. If it is really cheap, at least 10 or 8 spares are needed. More importantly, the recording pointer needs to be recorded, and the recording time is unstable. Little Garden, Giant Dual Island, it takes even a year to complete the recording. In the second half of the Great Waterway, because of the overly complicated climate and magnetic field, the recording pointer even had to be divided into 3 to determine the position. How complicated it was. After all, I'm not a devil, Vil murmured to himself, it's only 10,000 Baileys in a month. If you pay for the year, it will be 100,000 Baileys. I believe this price will satisfy the pirates. In addition, Vale also set a permanent free entry to Alabasta. After all, the development of the country is inseparable from the population. If someone wants to come, he is welcome with his hands. When he arrives at his site, it is not he who has the final say. Bump! The gate of the administrative palace was pushed open, and at this time Vil heard Medi's voice. Mr. Zephyr! Mr. Zephyr! Can't go in. As soon as Will looked up, he saw Zephyr, who was a little haggard, and immediately knew why he was here. Zephyr Admiral, what's the matter? He was talking about Zephyr Admiral, and he emphasized Zephyr's marine identity. After all, he is still a king. Zephyr paused, then looked at Will and said. The comments on Dahai's headlines are too dangerous. Countless pirates and people with evil hearts can speak freely on it. What a terrible scene. Oh. Zephyr smiled. But I can't deprive the people of the right to speak. What is this called? Well, freedom of speech. This is the Earth's causal law weapon. Zephyr was stunned, a little unclear, and for a while, he didn't know how to refute it. Zephyr Admiral, if you want, I can help you a little bit. Will showed a dangerous smile. Zephyr, you are a man destined to rebel because of the collapse of the worldview. I think if it is possible, you are definitely the first to be shaken, then I will give you a fire. Zephyr raised his eyebrows, his expression willing to smell it. Do you know what permissions are called? The permission of the permission dog. At present, even the publisher of Dahai Tao Xiao does not have any permissions, including deletion. About an hour later, Zephyr walked out of the palace holding his mobile phone in a tangled manner. He accepted King Alabasta's entrustment and became a temporary network monitor for Alabasta. He still didn't understand what the name meant, but his function was already understood. Delete. Mute. Title. This is enough for the old man to win in the confrontation. No, it should be used to stop their dangerous remarks with violence. As if to execute justice, Zephyr turned on his mobile phone as soon as he returned to the room. Like a permission dog with permission, he began to provoke deadly evil existences in his eyes, and then deleted it at a critical moment. Mute. 3 consecutive titles. For a time, the pirate camp on the internet wailed everywhere. They also determined that the guy named the superhero of the pirate must kill, may really be Zephyr. After all, everyone knows that Zephyr is in Alabasta, and he has special permissions that no one else can have. Obviously Zephyr asked the Alabasta royal family or even the king himself. Damn, it's Zephyr, old thief. Is even this bit of freedom wiped out? Because of this overcorrection by Zephyr, even those who were originally neutral gradually became dissatisfied. Asterisk. Chapter 28. It looks like Admiral. Because in order to handle the authority of the entire Dahai forum, you must carefully look at the posts posted by everyone, including those buried in the front of the grave. As these posts are pulled out, Zephyr's complexion gradually becomes more dignified. The nobles of the world killed my innocent child on Huangjidao, who can seek justice for me? Bearer. The people of my country have never made any mistakes, but they have to deliver their lives to 4 emperors in order to live, and no one can escape from here. Cake shop owner. Marine colluded with the pirates and enslaved our entire village for many years. Even my mother died in the hands of those pirates. I have already given up hope for the world government. Little orange cat. These questions from the soul made Zephyr restless. He gradually began to realize that perhaps it was not the problem with Dahai Dao Shao or the people, but the problem with the world government and Marine. At least such an existence that bears the name of justice is indeed unable to bear the justice of this heavy world. He turned off the phone, stroked his mechanical arm, and fell into a long silence. I recalled the family members who were killed, the disciples who were killed, and the shame that was difficult to express. It turned out that I underestimated the king. Since he came to this country, he gifted himself a mobile phone, wanting to let himself see all this? No wonder the world government is so wary of him, monitoring him, or even fearing him. Once again, Zephyr sighed like this. So, what do you want? Versus Nefertari. Boom. With a blast-like explosion, Hayato Bell and Jackal Gaka separated in the collision. The huge backyard of the palace was in a mess. Mehdi on the side was already familiar with it. Only Tila Gotan, who was a logistics officer, had quite a bit. Micro words. Out of the smoke, we're wearing a black costume. He has already squeezed the potential of Bell and Jackal. Now the two of them have 60G and 50G, and the memory is completely full. They have reached the maximum that they can reach in their lives. Strong point, the strength is equivalent to an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. Under the combined attack of the two, even the veteran Vice Admiral like Flying Squirrels is not an opponent. However, he was still easily defeated by wire, and the two Admiral Haki peaks were assembled, which was not comparable to the Vice Admiral level, even if he did not have any combat experience. Your Majesty, don't you care about Zephyr? Bell asked, staring. Don't worry, now he won't expose our secrets to the world government. Where has this confidence? Because he has been monitoring Zephyr for the past 2 days, and it is obvious that Zephyr is indeed shaking and will not let him. It is not difficult to surrender or rebel out of Marine, but it is not difficult for him to continue to be disappointed in the world government and to conceal his own harmless secrets. Yes, at least in Wire's own eyes, he is harmless. The contemplative Zephyr in the palace on the other side was awakened. His sight opened up and he instantly sensed the sight of the entire palace, but he quickly took Haki back. This was not the first time. From his point of view, His Majesty the King does have the secret of world government fear, even if you look at him personally. The exposed strength is no longer weaker than that of Marine's veteran Vice Admiral, and this level is not to be afraid of one. Sand crocodile. In addition, the world government knows less about the mobile phone. It stands to reason that he had to report both of these to the world government, and even took certain measures, but Zephyr did not do it. He also wanted to see more thoughts about this king, more practices, and Alabasta being changed. Only when you arrive at Alabasta can you feel the magnificence of the huge project of the River of Life. Since the history of mankind, it is rare there has never been such an earth-shattering world transformation. Zephyr calls this kind of engineering world transformation. For now, he has only seen one, and that is the Kingdom of Bridges cross-sea bridge that has lasted for 700 years. But that is for punishment, and this is the will of the people. After all, he doesn't want Vale to be affected by the world government. A king like this has been exhausted by Alabasta's thousands of years of national fortune. Village Fashion didn't know that, at the place where hundreds of thousands of people sweated in the remote River of Life project, a blind old man with a cane was taking steady steps, and finally stopped in front of the huge project that was almost formed. Raised his head in amazement, and went around a circle with his whitish blind, as if he could still see it. "It's an amazing project. This king must be a beloved existence," he said. "Since being blind, he has traveled through hundreds of mountains and thousands of seas, through hundreds of thousands of barrenness. It was only when he came here that he felt the unparalleled vigor and joy from the heart for the first time, without any worries or troubles. Every drop of sweat of the people is willing, there is no oppression and submission, and no spurs or scolding. In the whole world, there is still this worry-free pure land." Impressive. In an instant, because of the observation haki that had been trained to the limit and the special mind-eye bonus, he seemed to be able to see the gathered figure from the people's heart. A young king. What an extraordinary demeanor. He sighed and even fell for it. "Uncle Blind, watch your steps." At this time, a young man carrying a bag reminded that there was a stone ridge right in front of the blind man. "Youth, although my eyes are blind, my heart is not blind, and I won't be hurt." The old man smiled and lifted his foot over the corner, and then said, "If it's convenient, I think I can help." He slowly picked up the crutches in his hand, and then lightly touched the ground. The next moment the boy felt that the heavy bag on his body seemed to lose weight. Then a huge noise and shouting sounded. The young man turned his head, only saw countless stones and mud flying up, and returning to the place where he should go, and the blind old man walked past him, passing by. Everything seems to have no weight, he still has a gentle face, but in the eyes of everyone like a god walking on the world. Old man, just a blind man, shame that he has this insignificant power, but he can't be used where he should be used the most. I didn't know until today that the way to go is actually here. Dudu. As the bell rang, Wilt paused, took out his own mobile phone, and then heard Cobra's voice. As if he didn't know where to speak. "There is an extraordinary being who wants to see you." "How extraordinary is it?" Vale asked sideways. Cobra stayed, and in front of him was the blind samurai who raised countless tons of construction materials with his gestures. He could only say this when he looked at the miraculous scene. "It looks like Admiral." Asterisk. Chapter 29 Fujitora smiles. "It looks like Admiral." A foggy grass rose in Ver's heart, and he was full of doubts about Cobra's description. "Admiral, this is not a Huxia cabbage. If any admiral becomes a pirate, his reward is at least 2 billion. Putting it on the sea will be weaker than the 4 emperors. 3 admiral working together to lie on a 4 emperors cannot be said to be excessive. There is no doubt that admiral level is the real top combat power on this sea. Wire has the mobile phone fruit that can give his subordinates abilities, but if the upper limit of his subordinates is only that high, he can't do anything. So far, the highest potential he has encountered in Alabasta is only Hayato Bell, the upper limit is only 60 Guaranis. He thinks that the true strength of any admiral should be at least 150G to 200 Guaranis. Who is the strong man Cobra described as admiral? In April 1518, the original calendar of the year was 2 years before the future One Piece, Luffy, went to sea. Alabasta's capital is Albina. On the rebuilt Main Street, King's Avenue, there have been crowds of citizens. This day is the day when their Supreme King will travel. Only on this day each month can they have the opportunity to meet the king. The figure. Although compared to the easygoing and kindness of King Cobra in the past, the new king now has a more sense of distance and has hardly had direct contact with any other people, but people obviously appreciate and follow the real king more, and he also lets for the first time, people really realized what a king is. The king is a lonely person, a person who bears everything, a god who walks in the world, and in a sense, he is omnipotent. All the incompetent are not kings. So he can crush Shishibukai, break through hundreds of thousands of troops, and use countless manpower to create the river of life. Weir waved his hands to greet his people. Within a few months, he had established an unparalleled prestige in Alabasta, especially in the capital Albina. It can be said that he is the true god. The blind warrior has learned so much about the king during this time, not just the river of life, mobile phones, banks, new coins, the handling of the rebels, the restructuring of the country, everything is so well-organized sequence. As if the world should operate in such an order, a country that seemed to be so poor that it had only a population, turned out to be rich in the middle of the king's hands. Why on earth? I really want to see this king soon. Mr. Samurai, don't you just go to the palace and wait first. Cobra personally took Fujitora to the palace, just in time for the grand tour. It may take an hour to complete the tour. No need, said the samurai with a gentle smile in his blind eyes. It is enough to see someone from a distance. The kindness in the king's heart is so great that he is willing to communicate with him more. He was shocked as soon as he finished speaking, and his blind eyes narrowed. After the pinnacle observation haki is combined with the heart and eye, he can see the real God's eye in the world. He can see it from a distance. That huge sense of existence, like a huge burning flame, was surrounded by people who came from the depths of the palace. With just one glance, he understood that the kindness in the king's heart was absolutely different from anyone in this world. It is like a blazing sun rising from a patch of colorful stars with strong and weak. What exactly is this? He kept asking himself in his heart. That kind of complex and incomprehensible huge world can't be touched even by the mind, but the concept of order and goodness in it is far beyond any wise man in this world. The blind warrior desperately wanted to see the incomparable gold-like treasure hidden in the king's heart: hot sun, kindness, order, vigor, glory, harmony. What an incredible heart! The blind samurai couldn't help muttering. Never seen before. And the heart that would never be formed in this world, how did he be cultivated? Thinking of this, the blind warrior looked at the old King Cobra. What an amazing father! If he has lived on the earth, he will know that this has nothing to do with Cobra. This is just an ordinary worldview owned by an ordinary teenager living under the modern red banner of Daxia without war. But even so, this is absolutely unique in this world. After all, there is no such environment in pirate world. This is the ability of the blind samurai. Since he was blind, he has a pair of eyes that can see through the hearts of people. For decades, he has been looking for the belief and possibility to save the world. He has also met Roger, the One Piece. Such heroes have also fought with the most vicious thugs in the world, have dialogue with the leader of the revolutionary army trying to save the world, and have also met a kind-hearted mermaid princess. But neither. Their beliefs and ideas are still in the category that the blind samurai can understand, and he knows that it is not entirely correct. But this king is different. There is no doubt that he has found a king who is enough to give his life to accompany him. This is the belief of the samurai, and also his belief. Your Majesty, it is the old King Cobra. Hayato Bell reminded Vale from the side. Vale looked into the distance, and saw a blind man looking at him from a distance. He was taken aback, and finally understood who his father was talking about, who looked like Admiral. It was Admiral 2 years later. Fujitora smiled. Weird thought, after all, Fujitora can almost see through people's hearts, and a talent like Luffy can barely get his approval. Why can't I make him pay his respects? Just thinking of this, Will was stunned. At the end of the King's Road, like countless subjects, this seemingly ordinary and most extraordinary blind warrior unexpectedly drew a staff knife with his right hand, with the blade down, inserted the knife into the ground, bowed slightly and knelt down. This is the samurai allegiance of this world. He tried his best to instigate a countermeasure. Zephyr was not completely successful, and God gave him a smile. And it's really like a joke, and bowed to the head. What touched this strong man in the end? Weir put away all his jokes, his expression became solemn, he raised his hand, all the noise and shouts stopped, and people watched him step by step towards the end of the road. It's King Cobra. Someone saw the direction he was heading and thought he was going to meet the king, but Cobra knew that was not the case. He looked at Fujitora saluting with satisfaction and sigh. My son, I won't let you down. a suspected admiral-class combat power. Fujitora didn't say a word, but calmly waited for the arrival of Vale. Wire finally came to him. It seemed that this powerful blind warrior couldn't wait for the world government's big conscription, and his arrival directly solved one of his current most difficult problems. What do you think of the name Fujitora? He put his hand on the samurai's shoulder and asked with a heart move. He was startled with a smile, and only said 2 words. Excellent. Then he got up along the way and bowed slightly. Fujitora smiles, she will do her best. Asterisk. Chapter 30. The time has come. Fujitora smiled, 220G/250G. Gravity Fruit Top Development 100G. Advanced Armament Haki uses 20G. Top Observation Haki uses 80G. Advanced Swordsmanship use 20G. The total memory of up to 220G is worthy of Fujitora's smile. Although they are all Admiral grades, 220G Fujitora may not be able to win 160G Aokiji, but it must be said that the 52-year-old Fujitora does have 5 years more experience than the 47-year-old Aokiji. After conquering Fujitora with a smile, this is truly an unprecedented joy, which indicates that Alabasta has a real top combat power, not his kind of empty and powerful parallel imports, but a strong man with a peak combat experience. Wire also successfully obtained the ability of Gravity Fruit, which made him understand that he can possess multiple fruit abilities. Vale 440G/600GB. Frozen Fruit Top Development, 100 Guaranis. Top Development of Gravity Fruit, 100G. Swordsman Level Swordsmanship Application, 60 Guaranis. Top Armament Haki, 80 Guaranis. Top Observation Haki, 80 Guaranis. Advanced Use of Marine 6 Styles, 20 Guaranis. Wire's strength was successfully upgraded again. At this time, he dared to say that if he had Fujitora's level of combat experience, he would be no worse than 4 emperors, but unfortunately he didn't, so he would be comparable to Admiral in real fights. This is a problem to be solved sooner or later. Will thought to himself. Since he can obtain plural abilities, he does not intend to let go of those powerful fruits: Thunder Fruit, Dark Fruit, Shock Fruit, Burning Fruit, Soul Fruit. Because of the emergence of competitors, Wire also had to give his phone a name. Royal Mobile Phone. Alabasta, in the western part of Albania, a world government mechanical phone bug shop opened here. Although they wanted to call that thing a mechanical phone bug, because Alabasta's mobile phone name was too loud, they had to call the name too. In order to distinguish the mobile phone from Alabasta Royal Mobile Phone, the name of the store was changed to Justice Phone. This name has been complained by Vale for a long time, but he was forced to promote this phone on the headlines of the sea because of helplessness, mainly to highlight its rusticity, single function, restrictive, high price and other advantages. This has also led to a sluggish trend in the sales of Justice mobile phones. It's damn it. Our price is already selling at a loss, and these untouchables don't even know what's good or bad. The store manager is a special agent seabird in world government. He severely put down the royal phone in his hand and withdrew from Dahai Tao Shao. In the past few days, he was about to collapse. Seabird, there is no way, after all, even we ourselves are using the royal mobile phone. Another agent Red Beast put down the phone and said, we can only lower the price again. I have already said it. It seems that it is because of life. Overspec guys appeared on the He engineering side. They seem to have an unusual relationship with Alabasta, and he seems to have been loyal to that man, so there is more support from the above. We don't need to be so careful. Extraordinary guy. Is a blind wandering warrior who is helping Alabasta. According to intelligence, he is worth hundreds of thousands of people alone. This guy, how to deal with it? There is Zephyr Admiral, and the other one, can he turn the sky? No matter how strong it is impossible to be Admiral's opponent. The Red Beast sneered coldly, but immediately stopped talking about that one. It is not allowed to say the existence of the name. Then how much is our Justice phone? Seabird asked again after a moment of silence. It's down to 1,000 Baileys, and it must be launched together with the newly developed upgrade products of Dr. Vegapunk, said the Red Beast. In order to deal with the Royal Mobile Phone, there is no way to take up Vegapunk's precious time and let it develop a sufficiently powerful mobile phone, and Vegapunk is also very interested in this. But mobile phones have never been purely technology, but more importantly, inspiration. No matter how powerful Vegapunk is, it can only develop functions that are enhanced on the basis of royal phones. The construction of base stations has finally been connected, which means that from now on, as long as a base station is built every 30 kilometers, all Justice mobile phones within the range can make normal calls. Unfortunately, the shortcomings are also obvious. They still cannot carry videos or even pictures. The signal provided can only make phone calls and broadcast text. I have to say that in this world where there are no mobile phones but only phone worms, selling mobile phones is really making money. Even if it is selling at a loss, relying on the kind of learning to charge communication fees every month, it also makes the world government earn a lot of money. This is why the world government is more and more concerned about Alabasta. They are already considered well. If they obtain this mobile phone technology and world government has a worldwide channel to sell Justice mobile phones, it may only take a short time to earn huge funds all over the world, which is absolutely impossible for anyone. The huge number of rejections. Looking at the data that mobile phone sales are gradually reaching 10 million, one understands that it is time to sell to the outside market, because although Alabasta has more than 200 million people, under normal circumstances, a family will only buy one mobile phone. In other words, in a world with an average family of 5 or 6, Alabasta is about 40 million families. How many of these 40 million families are still running for survival, and nearly 10 million are about to be saturated, unless he can push Alabasta's economy to a new level. He really wants to launch the map of the sea now, but once it is promoted worldwide, the manpower is definitely not enough. According to his original plan, the president of this map app will be reserved for the little thief cat. The Dahai forum is for Zephyr, who has a sense of justice, to back up and harmony. Dahai Tao Shao he intends to dig over Morgans, the big news that can't fly. There was Crocodile before, Zephyr, who has not yet fully returned to Heart, and the River of Life project for hundreds of thousands of people. The most important thing is, the person who is hidden outside Albina. Do you think I don't know it all? And in this place, is it serious for you to bring this product? I have to say that the brain circuit of world government is really strange. Everything before has constrained him too much energy. There is not a single figure in Alabasta who can set the tripod. Not to mention the existence of the Vice-Emperor under the 4 Emperors, even if it is given a high-level combat power, he will not so passive. But now, thinking of this, Vale clenched his fist and hit the table with one blow, and the table was torn apart in an instant. The time has come. Today I will take this to laugh and seek supremacy. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Unbelievable. Haiwan Calendar 1518, May. For the first time, outside Albina, in a hospitality center specially built by the world government in the wasteland, there was a violent noise. Mom! Mom! I'm so bored. A burly blonde man with 2 long white beard fangs was crying. As he shook, the whole earth was shaking, showing his terrifying power. Standing aside was an exceptionally small figure. Old woman, wrinkled, wearing a leopard coat, wearing sunglasses on crutches. Shut up, my dear son. Since I'm bored. Then go out. Alabasta is very rich now. As long as you get this phone, you can have as much money as you want. The woman smiled, closed the headline of the sea with the royal mobile phone and said, "Good mom." The giant sniffing man followed the woman and knocked out the door. In the next moment, several world government members wearing CP cloaks to hide their identities stopped them, and one of them screamed viscerally. "Miss Barking! Edward Weibul! The world government has an agreement with you. Do you want to tear up the agreement?" "Hee," Miss Bajan smiled, "I have never said that before. The world government just wants us to come over, and then take action to destroy the country and kill their royal family members at an appropriate time, but..." At this point, Miss Bajan's face became gloomy and terrifying. "How long have I been here? How long have I been waiting? 3 months. What am I waiting for? Waiting for that old thing Zephyr. Zephyr Admiral will cooperate with you when necessary." The CP was interrupted by Miss Bacon before he finished speaking. "Shut up!" Miss Barkin said angrily. "Are you going to let me watch my money slip away? That BD used hundreds of billions of shellfish in useless waste projects. It's all my money. These 3 months." Miss Bacon turned on the calculator function that comes with the phone. Very few people will use these actually very useful functions. I have to say that she is a shrewd person. At least 10 billion Baileys have been lost. And now, I heard that someone who can speed up the progress of the project came to Alabasta, and now I lose at least hundreds of millions of Baileys every day. That is hundreds of millions of Baileys, no hundreds of Baileys. Your world government has already said it. I can legally plunder everything here. But it's not time yet. Enough. We are pirates. Not your dog Marine. My dear son, fly him," Miss Barkin said angrily. The next moment a big hand hit the CP body, there was a loud noise, his whole body was twisted into the desert in the distance, and he didn't know whether it was alive or dead. "Mom! Are we going to play?" Edward Weibul asked. "Yes, my dear son, I want to take you to have a good time." Miss Bajan's complexion became gentle again. At this moment, Zephyr, who was resting, suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Boomemar Zephyr, are you there? His Majesty the King invites you to go." It was Medi's voice. "Hey!" Zephyr was stunned. He hadn't used the color of sight for a long time, which was regarded as respect for his master. "I don't know what the king is looking for at this time. Follow Medi to the administrative palace. The huge palace is a little cold and cold, condensing thousands of years of prosperity and emptiness. This is the most crystallization of the entire Alabasta culture. The exquisite glyphs, ornate decorations, ancient atmosphere, and noble man." Zephyr's gaze was fixed on verses, and he noticed a blind man dressed like a wandering warrior standing beside him. This man had an unusual aura. But he was sure that this one was not a pirate, so he smiled. "Don't know what is going on with His Majesty the King." "Mr. Zephyr, you call me Your Majesty the King. This is too fertile." Verses responded gently. As always, the sunlight outside the hall shone on the floor, through the big trees outside the house. Appearing to be retorted by Madara, he stood up and walked in front of Zephyr. "You can just call my name." Zephyr has had recent experience in guiding him in battles, and he has also given Belle and others a lot of advice, plus the fishing boat that almost dominates the sea for him, which can be said to be indispensable. "Then I will call you Your Majesty Ver." Zephyr laughed, feeling quite like a confidant. "Let me introduce this to you. This is the new leader of Alabasta," Fujitora smiled. Wire said. Fujitora smiled and couldn't look at it. "Please forgive me." She smiled and bowed slightly in cooperation. "Old man Zephyr," Zephyr was also polite, "it seems that you are the strong man who has been rumored on the forum recently." "Mr. Zephyr, I have also given me a lot of help and advice recently." Versus walked up to Zephyr with a smile, and then bowed slowly. "Please allow me to call Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr looked moved. The name teacher has an unusual meaning to him. He has taught countless students for decades, but only this one. The teacher made him feel a little bit uncomfortable, but he has such a disciple. Honor. I Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr's heart suddenly tightened, only to see Fujitora smiled and pulled out a section of the knife in his hand, and then quickly closed it. A huge force of gravity slammed down, and the ground under his feet shattered into countless pieces. Faye scattered. Before he could react, a terrifying frost had already wrapped around his ankles. Absolutely 0 degrees. The cold voice said from Wire's mouth. Zephyr opened his eyes wide in disbelief and looked at him. His brain was still in chaos, filled with countless whys. Why does Versus know the ability of frozen fruit? Why? Versus' ability is so powerful that he can't break free. Why? This blind samurai is so powerful. The most important thing is, why do they join forces to attack themselves? Didn't you say it, Teacher Zephyr? Why do you just commit a sneak attack as soon as you recognize a teacher? What is your purpose? Don't you be afraid of world government and marine? As long as it is recognized as an enemy by the world government, it may be wiped out in an instant. At this moment, Zephyr was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that he killed him. At this moment, he would be attacked by Vale. Everything came so defenseless. An Admiral-level combat power teamed up with an Admiral-level combat power that was surpassed by an attribute panel, coupled with a sneak attack, so there was no doubt that he was completely restrained. Asterisk. Chapter 32, is 1.8 meters really short? Why? Zephyr was completely frozen, still staring at Vale, and at this time the feeling of betrayal came to his heart. Angry, unwilling, unbelievable, shocked, unbelievable. Ms. Zephyr, the smile on Will's face remained unresolved. My teacher Zephyr, why do you want to ask? Ah, it's a pity, are you still so naive at this time? Why do you need to do this? Any other reasons, have you forgotten, what did you come here for? Hey! With a sigh in his heart, Zephyr's eyes gradually dimmed, and his observation haki also voluntarily shrank back, all because of autism. Yes, he came to Alabasta with impure purpose. The frozen Zephyr stayed quietly in the palace, watching the two leave one after another. Vilzes, who walked out of the main hall, took off the robe that represented the identity of the king, and heard the questioning with a smile beside him. Is it okay? That man, but when we were young, he had already galloped into the sea. He was referring to the Zephyr Admiral, who could not be trapped so easily. Although I don't know why Versus attacked Zephyr, as the king he identified, he absolutely must give him unreserved trust, because he has seen too much in the past decades, and he has long understood that one cannot just believe what he sees. He is willing to make mistakes again and again if he reads the wrong things or what he heard. I've never looked down upon this old man. Weir took out a pair of white gloves and put on himself. If he fights, he doesn't want to encounter the dirty body and blood of the enemy, but just fight for this. A little time is enough. This time, he wants to kill two birds with one stone. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the direction of the walls of Albina. With a smile on his face, Observation Haki opened his mind and eyes, and immediately noticed the invasion of a powerful enemy. Someone is destroying the city wall, he said. Well, Weir said calmly, this is the person we are going to deal with this time. Maybe you have heard his name, Whitebeard too, Edward Weabul. In fact, when Whitebeard was reborn, Edward Weabul had already walked on the sea and claimed to be Whitebeard too. Although the bounty was high and his strength was good, he had never done anything that shocked the world, so it's not as famous as it was later. After all, because of Whitebeard's generosity, there are too many people around the world who love him. Whitebeard too. In response, Fujitora just smiled and repeated his title. Whitebeard too, not Whitebeard. Stop. This is Alabasta. A soldier from the 6th Army of the Heavenly Imperial Army had just finished speaking half a sentence when he was slapped and flew out, smashing a piece of ground. No one would have thought that pirates would hit Albina directly at this time. This is the royal capital. There is a place guarded by Zephyr Admiral. the place where there is the strongest Sergeant Major Hayato Bell in the 6th Army of the Heavenly Imperial Army. There are even more than tens of thousands of troops stationed. Mom. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Whitebeard 2 Edward Weyabool cried with a baby knife. You idiot, let's go straight to the palace and tie the king. This way you will have food that you can't finish. Miss Bacon kicked him hard in the leg. It hurts. It hurts. I want to eat meat. Edward Weyabool swept out with a slash, violently blasted out, smashing a large part of the city wall, and rushing into the city with 1 foot. Don't even think about entering Albina. The next moment a dark figure flew over, wrapped Haki's feet and kicked towards Weyabool, who was Hayato Bell. Weyabool blocked the foot with his arm in the front, his Haki was even stronger, and he directly knocked Bell out of several tens of meters. After all, Bell still had the strength of Vice Admiral level and was not easily defeated. This guy has the strength to surpass Crocodile. With the growth of strength, Hayato Bell's vision is constantly improving. Although he can't accurately judge Weyabool's strength, he is very clear this is someone he can't beat. Although it is only a simple collision, I have to say that this guy's strong like a monster. But no matter what, he has to bite the bullet. The two collided again, and the huge fluctuations would rush everywhere. You idiot! Get this guy down! Miss Barkin scolded unceremoniously. Edward Weyabool immediately roared, raised the naive sword high, and fell heavily with 1 blow, with an unparalleled power. Bell is indeed unstoppable. But at this moment, Weyabool suddenly felt dark under his feet, and at the same time there was a buzzing sound on his head, as if something was approaching quickly. He raised his head suspiciously. It was a meteorite 10 times bigger than him. Out of the threat of life, Weyabool roared and tried his best to slash the knife towards the meteorite. OM! A huge meteorite was instantly split in half, causing 2 huge explosions on his side. The violent wind blew his clothes and hair. At this time, 2 people walked by Hayato Bell. One was a young man who looked extraordinary but too young, and the other was a blind man who was blind and holding a knife. Bell immediately lowered his head to the boy and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty! On the other side Miss Barkin was excited. It's him! Weyabool, kill the others, and catch this kid! Weyabool panted pantingly, turned his head and asked suspiciously. Which kid? Miss Bajan's head rose with blue veins. Stupid! The youngest boy. Which is the youngest? Weyabool was puzzled. That dwarf. Miss Barkin. Weyabool Edward looked from left to right, finally locked his gaze on Weir, and suddenly realized. Oh! Weir said calmly with a smile on his face. Fujitora, killed him. Don't you understand if you don't reveal the shortcomings? Besides, is he really short at 1 meter 8? It's just relatively short compared to you, a giant man who is more than 6 meters tall. OM! Hell trip! Fujitora drew up his staff. Weyabool Edward crashed to the ground and was firmly pressed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. He was indeed a monster known as Whitebeard 2, and he was able to move. Mom! I'm so uncomfortable. Trash! Get up! Miss Barkin! Weyabool roared and stood up against gravity, and the ground under his feet had shattered layer after layer. Kang! His naive knife collided with Fujitora's stick knife. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Conqueror's Awakening. Versus stood indifferently and watched. As early as a few months ago, he had noticed that this product was brought to Alabasta by the world government. In terms of pure strength, Weyabool was called by Kizaru as having Whitebeard when he was young. The power of the guy, this is not a joke, because this BD has indeed defeated an admiral. As early as 5 years ago, when Zephyr was 65 years old, this guy attacked Zephyr's ship, killed almost all of his disciples and subordinates, and severely injured his right arm. This record is tangible, but the same Weyabool he was also hit almost fatally, and finally managed to escape. In other words, don't look at Fujitora to suppress this guy, but in fact Weibul's real combat power should be almost equal to Zephyr. Fujitora's strength cannot be said to be weak in Admiral. Weibul and Zephyr can at least be regarded as Admiral goalkeepers, enough. Think about the difference between the strengths of Kizaru and Zephyr when they are fighting. Up. In fact, when he noticed this guy, Versus was ready to fight Zephyr. Who knew that the world government was so confident that Zephyr was directly sent to him, and he also cooperated with Zephyr's destined enemy to deal with it. God is helping him. With this stick, not only will he not intervene, but Fujitora must play it beautifully. Fujitora is the ding-ding figure that Alabasta currently intends to acquire, an Admiral-class combat power that even the world government has to pay attention to. For this, he turned on the phone directly, started the Dahai Tao Shao and released the news, and conducted a live broadcast on the Dahai forum. And for the first time, I used the unopened new function that can only be achieved after entering 4G. GIF live. Breaking. Whitebeard 2 breaks into the capital of Alabasta, Albina. Fierce. The rate of 480 million great pirates. A big pirate is coming. Where is the hero? Where is Zephyr in the end? Alabasta's final combat power, the power of the highest guardian of the royal family. Soon, all users with mobile phones received constant advertising bombardment, and they took out their mobile phones to look at the headlines and news on the forum. Including Edward Weibul's bounty, photos of the scene were posted on the forum, and only then did people realize what happened in Albina. A super big pirate with a bounty of 480 million is trying to break Albina. At this time, in Alabasta, there were people who could directly resist or even suppress this person. Who is that blind samurai? Suddenly at this time, Weir began to make animated pictures of the two fighting and posted them on the forum. People intuitively felt the fierce battle on the spot, and they had enough knowledge of the monster-like power of the two. My god, these two guys are so strong. What a monster! Someone was shocked. This samurai is the one who is known as the final battle power of the Alabasta royal family? Alabasta still has such a strong man. Some people couldn't believe it. Wilsey made no secret of desperately promoting the power and identity of Fujitora, which completely pushed him to the forefront. Gravity knife. Boom. Big tiger. Boom. Gravity control. Boom. This battle is basically the unilateral beating of Edward Weibul. This is no way. Whoever lets him face the existence of the new 3 Admiral in the future. Weibul cannot belong to him, no matter how strong it is. Opponent. Although the price is exposing many of Fujitora's tricks, it undoubtedly makes people realize that this person is indeed a terrorist. Especially in the eyes of some people with enough knowledge, Fujitora has definitely reached the level of 3 Admiral. As the first battle after surrender, Fujitora also worked very hard. Any samurai who is loyal to Lord Kun hopes that he can get enough recognition and appreciation from Lord Kun. He is naturally no exception, almost only passed. In less than 30 minutes, Edward Weibul was beaten into a manhood. Even Verdul was a little bit horrified. He had a clear understanding of how strong an Admiral-level powerhouse who was 50 years old, had accumulated combat experience, and whose overall strength was also at the peak. Damn it! Let's escape! Miss Bajan was still yelling, and she realized that Weibul would definitely not be able to beat Fujitora. She rushed towards Vale, as if in her eyes, her own ability was enough to catch the king. Just when her hand was about to touch Will. It's done. There was even a smile on his face. Do you think of me as a soft persimmon? Boom. Wire's slightly squinted eyes opened and looked over. An unfamiliar and familiar force rose from his heart, and instantly swept out like a torrent of waves. Miss Bajan's face was horrified, and the whole person was completely shocked. Ground, that violent shock almost made her faint. A pair of legs shivered constantly, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Conqueror's Haki. Vale was also a little surprised. He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki at this time. Perhaps it was his dignity as a king that made him unable to tolerate being so despised. What is the so-called Conqueror's Haki? Is it a natural talent or an acquired ability? There is no doubt that it is genius, and it has almost nothing to do with acquired efforts. If hard work is useful, what is genius to do? The Alabaster royal family is one of the 20 kings who refused to be celestial dragons in the past. They gave up the right to become a nobleman in the world and the possibility of ruling the world, just to protect the illusory legend the 3 ancient weapon plutons, for generations, never ending. With such courage and mind, if such a royal family hasn't the possibility of the existence of the king's qualifications, then no country can think of it. After initially integrating hundreds of millions of people and truly ruling this huge empire, coupled with swelling power and ambition, the eager conqueror's Haki finally broke out unbearably. Fujitora was shocked, and will awakened to Conqueror's Haki. He was not surprised. After all, it was the Lord Kun who he served, with such a unique talent, but he felt the incomparable dominance, which he saw in the past few years. There have been many people who own Conqueror's Haki, and it is the first one who is as special as Vale. This kind of hegemony is not the simple hegemony possessed by the pirates, but a kind of kingly dominance that is almost a kind of order. Asterisk. Chapter 34 The Enemy of Fate. Presumptuous. Belle has already turned into a falcon and tried to control Miss Bajan, but she was evaded by her at the very close. This old woman is so unpredictable. She has some strength after all. A guy who can kick Weeaboo, a humanoid tank who shouts pain, can't be without the power to bind a chicken, let alone she is really, once Whitebeard companion in a boat. Whitebeard founded the pirate group about 34 years ago. Before that, he was once a member of the famous Rocks Pirate. It was nearly 40 years ago before he joined Rocks Pirate. What's interesting is that Edward Weeaboo was 31 years old, and Luffy was 33 when he went to sea 2 years later. Regardless of whether the old woman was on the Rocks ship, or on another ship, she could have lived in the sea for more than 3 or 40 years. How could she be weak? Of course, the strong is certainly not strong. At least it is a level that Hayato Bell can achieve, which Wire has confirmed through his mobile phone. Only at this time did the world government react. The guy they regarded as the whole card did not follow the agreement and went directly to Albina at this time. What on earth did he want to do? This BD. What is he going to do? The phone worm imitated Zaylal's twisted face and asked Alabasta's CP agent. He destroyed the walls of Albina, claiming to capture King Alabasta. The agent could only say what he saw. What an idiot. Zara's face was extremely ugly. Don't he know that Zephyr is in the Alabasta royal family? Has the identity of the samurai been investigated? It's a wandering warrior who has wandered around the world for many years, not a pirate, and it is unclear what is the relationship with the Alabasta royal family. Agent. Zaradan paused, his mind turned quickly, and said with a final word. Forget it, I'll contact Zephyr through Marine now. Now that this is the case, I will be wrong. What he didn't expect was actually Weeaboo's private actions, but the appearance of Fujitora. Before Fujitora's smile appeared, whether it was the River of Life, the mobile phone, or Wei's becoming the new king, this series of things did not happen. He took it to heart, because this is a cruel world, and people without power have no right to speak. Through the broadcasts of the Royal Mobile Dahai Tao Shao and Dahai Forum, he clearly saw. The guy who can hang Weeaboo with one hand is likely to be a power close to the Admiral level. Admiral class. Is Alabasta, who has this level of combat power, still the one who was needed in the past? Obviously impossible. But Zaral also knows that if he wants to deal with Alabasta, maybe now is also an excellent time. After all, the former Admiral Zephyr is in Albina. If Zephyr is holding Fujitora, it will not be difficult to deal with Alabasta. Blue blue blue. In order to prevent cell phone monitoring, he does not use cell phone to talk while working, and still uses phone worms. What happened? Why didn't Zephyr pick up? After a long time, the phone worm still did not respond, and Zalal was a little confused. Vale didn't stop the battle between Hayato Bell and Miss Barkin. After all, the people around him gradually gained some, so there are still many people who are not afraid of death. Taking her down is a trivial matter, and exposing one's own strength is not worth the gain. It was only a matter of time before Bell defeated her. In the Icy Palace, a icy sculpture. It is not a simple description, but a sculpture made of real ice. Kaka. The ice sculpture finally cracked bit by bit, starting from the position of the giant man's huge metal arm, inch by inch, little by little, and finally the cracks opened directly to the face, which was a terrifying and wrinkled old face. Hiss! The air spit out from the crack. The voice sounded as if from the netherworld, gritted teeth. Vil. Sith. Boom. The ice cubes shattered more severely, and almost the whole body was covered with cracks. Old man, I am going to kill you. With a roar, the entire ice sculpture fell apart, and numerous gaps were made in the palace. The ground was crushed by a burly body, as if every muscle in his body was awakened from a deep sleep. This Black Arm Admiral is famous for his physical skills. Under the icy stimulation, awakened all the muscle memories that had been dormant for decades. The powerful body surging, like ripples of water, swims with the shaking of the arms and body, and then becomes hotter and redder, leaving ice debris on the whole body like steam evaporation. Zzz. No one can believe it, this turned out to be a human being. A terrible aura burst out of his body, and his purple hair was like the back of a hedgehog, towering up to the sky. He needed an explanation, or he didn't need an explanation. Versus, you grandson. Dare to play the old man. What is Teacher Zephyr too naive? Pretending to be a villain, it turned out to be just playing an old man. Boom. The door was shattered by his punch, every step with the power to shake the earth, but no one stopped him at this time. The anger in my heart broke out without any hindrance, and I felt that it was coming from the walls of Albina. The strong breath of the direction, he jumped up, observation haki did not release, and his body disappeared in place. Weir squinted his eyes and sensed an earth-shattering spirit rushing behind him. There is no doubt that Zephyr is still here. One by one, I really don't worry about it. Vale moved his fingers, but in the end he didn't reveal his thoughts, but just said to Fujitora. Fujitora-kun, time is running out. Of course he hopes to win Weibul before Zephyr arrives, because this can fully highlight Fujitora's strength, and the world proves how strong he is. After all, contending and defeating are two different things. Gravity knife. Fujitora also had a headache in front of this giant man who had almost every piece of good meat he had cut. This guy could not really have anything to do with Whitebeard, not to mention the fighting power. It was just this physique that was terrifying and out of place. Zephyr was about to arrive at last, and he saw the people of Vale from a distance. He, who was originally angry, became stagnant when he saw Fujitora's enemy, Edward Weibul. He stopped and stood on the roof, seeming a little uneasy and a little unbelievable. Blue blue blue. At this time, his portable phone worm rang. It seemed that the previous ice seal did not pose a life threat to the phone worm, but all of Zephyr's mind was on Edward Weibul's body, and he forgot to answer the phone for a while. That's right, it's him. Asterisk. Chapter 35. This kind of justice is not justice at all. That's right, it's him. Zephyr muttered to himself, and then as if thinking of something, his complexion became complicated, pain, anger, hatred, incredible, almost 10 times more intense than before Vale's attack on him. What the hell is going on with this horse riding? He really wanted to ask such a sentence. Because all of this is so unusual. Blue blue blue. Zephyr was awakened by the phone worm, he answered it, and then Zalal's voice came. This guy is a dog of the world government. Zephyr, Zalal, now that the world government has determined that Vilsis has rebellious ambitions, it requires you to cooperate with our personnel to arrest him. Zephyr was suffocated by these words. Our staff? He asked in shock. The one who is fighting the samurai of Alabasta, he has been appointed by the world government as a candidate for Shishibukai, Zephyr, for justice. This is a prerequisite for having to compromise. Zalal said with certainty. He is actually very good. He knows the hatred between Weibul and Zephyr, but he believes that everything can be compromised in the face of justice. Do. Zalal had something to say, but the phone there was hung up. Zephyr-san, will you compromise? Otherwise, I can only do this. He twisted his brows and took out a golden phone bug hidden in his arms. After all, he did not choose to dial it. This buster call was his real trump card. If Zephyr really dared to resist, he would be the first. It was not Versus and Alabasta that were cleared, but Zephyr, the unstable factor. Since joining Marine for more than 50 years, he has already accumulated a huge reputation within Marine. Even in the world government, he has many disciples. Garp is the Marine hero, and he is the general instructor of Marine. Once such an existence betrays Marine, the negative impact it will bring to the world government is beyond imagination, so as long as there is the slightest sign, the above will not hesitate, kill him. To defend justice. Thinking of this, Zalal's face becomes heavy. This is also a test for you, Zephyr. Ha ha ha. Zephyr bared his teeth and pulled out a smile. Shishibukai? The body under the shadow looked a little bleak. His calm face made it hard to see his expression, and Will saw Zephyr standing on a high place without saying a word from a distance. If he executes the orders of the world government, he will fight side by side with the pirates who killed his subordinates and disciples. If we want to avenge Weibul, it is against the order of the world government. At this time Zephyr finally began to realize that perhaps from the beginning, it was not himself or the people that was wrong, but the world. It's this world government that is not justice at all. Did you know it a long time ago? Zephyr looked at Will. Will smiled helplessly. Teacher Zephyr, haven't you seen it, but I advise you to stay still. I think it is no longer a grievance between the world government and Alabasta. The appearance of this person, the same as the world government to you, the test of it. Zephyr closed his eyes and felt the corners of his eyes moist. The justice he has been dreaming of all his life. Such justice, it's not justice at all. A hole. Zephyr let out a low roar, and jumped up. The right arm of the huge grinder sea-pierced stone exploded with terrifying power. Ms. Zephyr. Vale was a little surprised to stop it. He certainly knows that Zephyr doing nothing at this time may be the most appropriate. In that case, he is at best a negligent laziness, but once he takes action it means a break with the world government, and even more serious as a result of. You should know that in the original world line, Zephyr just betrayed Marine, did not do any bad things in any sense, and was directly sent by Marine Admiral to clean up. Boom! The huge iron fist that fell from the sky smashed Weibul into the ground. The blow, full of anger, exhausted the ultimate strength of an admiral, enough to knock down the scarred Weibul in one blow. Boom! Weibul snarled and stood up, shaking and crying, but eventually fell to the ground unconscious due to his injuries. Ma, it hurts. Zephyr disobeyed the order, the mission failed. The CP agent in the distance took out the phone worm and said coldly. Got it. Zara sighed heavily. Zephyr, you've got to this point after all. It seems that this is the only way to do it. He picked up the golden phone worm. Mosi? Is there anything wrong, Zara Alson? A frivolous and funny tone came from the phone worm. Kizaru Admiral. Zalal took a deep breath, as if there were 1,000 words, but after all, there was only one sentence left. Zephyr, betrayed. Before his arrival, 5 elders had specifically explained to him that as long as Zephyr was unwilling to cooperate, he would be arrested directly. If he resisted or attacked Weibul, he would treat it as a mutiny and immediately initiate a buster call. At the end of the phone worm, the frivolous Kizaru fell into a rare silence, and after a long time, he chuckled again. "Oh he teacher Zephyr, I'm so scared." The previously formulated plan to deal with Alabasta was stranded, and the target of buster call was changed to Marine's original admiral, Marine Academy Chief Instructor Blackarm Zephyr. Zalal said sternly. "That's really no way." Kizaru let out a sigh and smiled. "Buster call." Weir slowly closed his cell phone and monitored Zalar through his cell phone. He had already learned that the other party had launched the buster call. So, Kizaru's product may be near Alabasta, and it was originally intended to deal with him. It seems that he still underestimated the lower limit of world government. Back then, buster call could be launched for the Mir O'Hara. Today, for Alabasta and for the Pluton underground of Alabasta, what they can't do. It seems that the existence of Vilsis makes the world government feel the pressure. If only Cobra is in power, maybe the other party is not so radical. Making a decisive decision, Vale immediately ordered Weibul and Miss Barkin, who were unconscious, to be locked with sea stone chains and locked in the palace dungeon. "Ms. Zephyr," Weir turned and said to Zephyr, who was still in pain, "the world government has launched a buster call." Even though it was painful, Zephyr was still shaken by the news, and even the smile on the side stopped, but the next sentence of Weir made them even more shocked. "For your personal buster call," he said. "P.S. Some people have objections to the number of 100 billion Baileys. They think that the bounty of 4 emperors is only 5 billion, and it is impossible to have such a large number. Let me explain that this number has a basis. In the original book, King Dressrosa is willing to take it. Going out to buy a country for heavenly Yaksha, there is no reason Alabasta, which is hundreds of times larger than Dressrosa, can't pay 100 billion. And when Luffy first saw Vivi, Nami asked her for 1 billion Baileys and said, since it's a princess, a mere billion such words. Asterisk. Chapter 36. The wages are in place, the 4 emperors do nothing. Alabasta, which hasn't rained for nearly half a year, unexpectedly rained at this time. This rain is really more precious than gold. Feeling the long-lost wetness, Vale looked at Zephyr, who was struggling without blinking, knowing his plans for the past few months. Whether it is the right time, the right place, or the harmony of people is enough. "Ms. Zephyr," he said, "please help me." "What do you want to do?" Zephyr asked. "I am already a criminal that the world government must kill, and only the last remaining power is left. If you are not afraid of getting involved, just speak up. Even Shishibukai, I will fight my life to get rid of it for you." Zephyr actually understands that his current self is no longer the former admiral of the past, but an existence that both marine and pirates hate. If there is still light in this world, only the king in front of him will rule. The country is now, he is willing to make another effort for such a country. He thinks this king wants him to kill Crocodile. "No," Weir smiled. "Neither marine nor world government, their justice and order are not what I ask for. I want to create a true righteous authority. Will you help me?" Zephyr took a deep breath, and was a little shocked that Will had such terrible ambitions, and he said so grandiosely, but it was not impossible to think of Will's identity. Maybe it was not impossible. "You want?" Lightning broke through the sky, illuminating the face of Will, and the blind tall samurai standing behind him stood silently holding a sword. With this 1,000-year-old country and the honor of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 kings, as a bet, with the power of Pluton and the will of 200 million people, I will reform the world government and marine. Will stretched out his fist. "Come and help me. Superhero." In a daze, Zephyr saw those bright and incredible eyes. This may not be impossible. That being the case, the old man is also willing to bet on this damaged rest of his life. So Zephyr swept away his depression, laughed loudly, and stretched out his left hand to touch the fist of the young king. The touch of 2 fists, one old and one young, combined with the black sky and thunder, became an eternal scene in the eyes of the blind warrior. But the samurai knew that what really moved Zephyr was not the 1,000-year kingdoms mentioned by Weir, nor the 20 kings, nor Pluton and the 200 million citizens, but the king himself. If there is no Vilsis, even another Alabasta can only be a slave slaughtered by the world government. A week has passed since that day, and the entire sea was shaken by the big event that happened in Alabasta. The great pirate Whitebeard II Abul Edward was defeated, and Marine took over and arrested him a few days later, and was impelled down. The blind samurai Fujitora, the commander of the Alabasta royal family's guard, smiled, and his fighting power was close to Admiral. Black Arm Zephyr betrays the world government. World government launched a buster call to the original Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard, who was undergoing an infusion, snatched the phone in Marco's hand. This guy has hardly bought a newspaper since he used his cell phone. Whitebeard looked awkwardly at the words and pictures on the phone with a giant hand, then sighed. Zephyr, you old fellow. At this time, it seems that an old friend is about to die. Goo-la-la-la. Today, there will be no banquet. Except for a few people such as Whitebeard, most of the pirates have an attitude of gloating. After all, the enemies that Zephyr has accumulated over the years are really countless. This is the sorrow of being Marine. Once rebelled, both the pirate and Marine are enemies. In fact, the world government has never thought of making this matter a big fan, but Dahai Tao Shao did not leave any room to talk about it all. The whole world never thought that this man who dedicated his life to justice would betray the world government at the age of 70, but he did so and slapped the world government severely. For this reason, the world government can be said to be doing its best to quickly get rid of Zephyr in order to save face. Weibul did not execute Weibul directly, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he did not want to completely tear his face with the world government. At this moment, the world government wants to deal with Zephyr first, and Wire needs time, so there is no communication between the two. And reached a tacit understanding. On the precarious sea, the rain falls into the sky, and the sky falls into the rain. Zephyr sat on the deck under the heavy rain with piercing eyes, waiting for the chase to arrive. Full rudder, eastward. Well dressed in a heavy cloak, hiding his figure, said to the sailor at the helm. After all, he took this opportunity to choose to go out with Zephyr, and Alabasta was left to Fujitora to guard, and only he could reassure Will. Yes. This sailor was also a person who admired Zephyr, a national of Alabasta, and voluntarily followed Zephyr to escape. Zephyr was a little depressed and sad, but Wire was a little happy, because unfortunately, Kizaru is also a mobile phone user, so this is one of the few opportunities to get the ability of 3 Admiral. It's almost 100 kilometers. Weir noticed that the distance between Kizaru and others on the phone was still not within the range that he could download. But this distance is really dangerous, because with Kizaru's ability, it only takes a few seconds to determine the direction. Swish! With a whistling, the sky was bright, and a yellow flash of light burst out in the thunder and heavy rain. Zephyr stood up in horror, and without hesitation, a sea-pierced iron fist blasted towards the laser. Grinder. Boom. The explosion caused the hull to shake violently. A figure wearing a yellow striped suit with a cloak of justice appeared in the air with both hands in the air, wearing a white hat, a pair of maroon sunglasses, and a wrinkled smiling face. It is Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 Admiral. Oh, long time no see, Teacher Zephyr. Weir squinted his eyes. This is the product. It claims that the wages are in place. The 4 emperors are doing nothing. They are idle all day long. They only know how to paddle the water when they are on the top of the war. But in any case, this lazy guy didn't imagine. It's as simple as that in the original book. It was indeed that he killed Zephyr Admiral in the original book and kicked out 11 supernovas in an understatement. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Is Aokiji dead or my Marine is dead? At this time, Wire sensed the prompt of the mobile phone fruit. Top use of flash fruit, 100 GB. Advanced armament hacky, 30 GB. Advanced observation hacky, 40 GB. Advanced marine 6 styles, 20 GB. Obviously, Kizaru, who is in his 50s, has learned more than Aokiji, who is in his 40s. Download flash fruit ability. Where did not hesitate. He doesn't have much combat experience, and the ability to pile fruits is the fastest way to become stronger. Start downloading. The speed is 800 KB per second. It is estimated that no more than 30 hours can be downloaded. Fujitora cleans up Weibo in just 1 hour. How long can Zephyr last in front of Kizaru? But the Zephyr at this moment is no longer the Zephyr he used to be, and he smiled when he thought of this. Sky Kong Yunjian. Kizaru smiled and summoned a golden lightsaber from his palm. Ms. Zephyr, it's dangerous. Bump. The lightsaber collided with the huge sea stone crusher. Bump. Bump. Clang. The blast of light illuminates the faces of the two of them, and Zephyr looks at Kizaru with a grin. As a student, do you want to fight the teacher? Kizaru escaped the blow of the sea-pierced manipulator arm and accurately found the weakness of the manipulator arm described by Dr. Vegapunk. Kick at the speed of light. Boom. Zephyr was hit hard on the shoulder, and then as if the key parts were linked, the entire mechanical arm buzzed like a malfunction. Damn it! Zephyr angrily remembered the weakness of the robotic arm that Vegapunk had said about him, and seemed to have told Kizaru the same. Boom! Boom! With the bombardment of one blow after another, Zephyr's mechanical arm was finally destroyed by one blow from the Sky Cloud Sword and turned into a pile of parts scattered on the ground. Ms. Zephyr, that's amazing. Looking at Zephyr, who was actually unscathed, Kizaru's smiling face was surprised. How do you feel that Zephyr's haki has improved so much? Is it because they haven't played against each other for many years? Zephyr showed a cold smile, then violently pulled the broken shredder attached to his arm and threw it on the deck at random. What, Teacher Zephyr, are you planning to surrender? Kizaru chuckled. Boom. In the next second, a pitch-black fist hit his face, and Kizaru lifted his right hand barely to block the fist. This was Zephyr's only hand chance. Kick at the speed of light. Kizaru's right leg swept across to Zephyr, and was blocked by Zephyr's leg. The laser and the armed color collided with a dazzling light, and the two were in a stalemate. At this time, Kizaru slowly raised his left fist. His fist turned into a blazing golden light. Oh hoo, Teacher Zephyr, goodbye. I, Kizaru, just bullied you for missing a hand. Teacher. Just when his fist was about to fall, Kizaru was shocked to forget the counterattack for a while. The blue veins on Zephyr's forehead were exposed, a sharp chill erupted, and a hand made of ice grew from the mutilated right arm. Then it was covered with inky black armament haki. Boom. A fist hit Kizaru's face hard. He really didn't react. Foggy grass. Teacher Zephyr actually used the ability of frozen fruit. Could it be that Aokiji is dead? Is Kizaru flying in midair still in confusion? Confused. My big marine is dead? Or is my big world government dead? Otherwise, why did Laozi have hallucinations? Only Will knows the truth, because he copied Aokiji's fruit power to Zephyr. The upper limit of Zephyr's capacity is 280 GB. He still has more than 100 GB of memory left, and this is a real veteran who has experienced thousands of life and death battles. Aokiji's top fruit ability application, coupled with the enhanced armament haki, directly strengthens Zephyr's ability. It is approaching the Four Emperors level. If it weren't because he is really too old, he might be able to break his wrist with the weakest Four Emperors, the Ant. Zephyr 280 GB/280 GB. Frozen fruit top use, 100 GB. Top armament haki, 80 GB. Top observation haki, 50 GB. Top marine 6 styles, 50 GB. This is at this time Zephyr's panel, which can be said to be so terrifying. It is already close to Vale's own panel, and it also makes Vale realize how powerful he can be if he has enough combat experience. Ms. Zephyr. Kizaru stood up straight with a beating mark on his face and looked at Zephyr with a grinning stunned face. He couldn't keep smiling anymore. There were 10,000 people in his heart. Cao rolled by. How did all this happen? Thing? Will the Zephyr of Frozen Fruit's ability? Aokiji, it's impossible for you grandson to die? Zephyr clenched his fist made of ice and felt stronger than ever before. He really repelled Kizaru's attack head-on, raising his arm high to look at Kizaru. Come again. My disciple. Kizaru's complexion changed and changed, giving up the idea of getting the truth from Zephyr. After all, he didn't get entangled with Zephyr anymore, because at this time there are more important things than dealing with Zephyr. He must confirm whether the calf Aokiji died. Die. Wow. Kizaru turned into a light and disappeared into the sky. Within 2 seconds, he appeared on the marine warship 50 kilometers away, ignoring the shocked expressions that everyone looked at his face, and directly spoke seriously. Get Marshal Sengoku. The second thing to verify is that I Kizaru, but I will really be killed by the teacher Zephyr who knows frozen fruit. After listening to Kizaru's narration, Sengoku fell silent for a while, and then immediately dialed Aokiji's phone worm. It was not until he heard Aokiji's voice that he breathed a sigh of relief. It is good that Aokiji is not dead. In other words, what Zephyr may have is not frozen fruit, but the ability similar to frozen fruit. As we all know, no two devil fruits are exactly the same. Then what should I do now? It's really scary, Mr. Zephyr, who has the ability to freeze. Kizaru's long voice came from the phone bug, making Sengoku want to punch him. Follow his boat first to find out the truth about his abilities. Finally, Sengoku gave a cautious order after some thoughts. Weir looked at Kizaru and the others who had been hanging around within 50 kilometers, and at the same time, he was watching the progress of the download. It only took a day and a half to complete the download. During this time, even if Kizaru wants to retreat, they must keep up. He has already obtained the power of 2 devil fruits, and another shining fruit. It is estimated that if he simply wants to run, no one in this world can kill him. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Aokiji, still saying it has nothing to do with you? Boom. The collision between the laser and the ice caused countless rays of light to be refracted in all directions of the sky and the earth, and some of the people who were shining could not open their eyes. Weir calmly hid on the boat watching another battle between Zephyr and Kizaru, while watching his download progress. A whole day has passed, and there are about 10 hours left. During this short period of pursuit, Kizaru reluctantly came and attacked once again. This time Zephyr was already fully familiar with the power of frozen fruit. The battle between the 2 Logia abilities was devastating and almost completely destroyed the ship. To reimburse Ms. Zephyr. Seeing Kizaru's right hand, who finally broke apart, was frozen by the ice again. Kizaru's heart seemed to have 10,000 alpacas flying by. What is this not frozen fruit? Are there really 2 identical fruits in this world? Or what did the calf Aokiji do? As we all know, in the case of Alabasta, once there is no one to hold the pot, it is Aokiji's pot. After all, he wandered in Alabasta very early. Kizaru and Zephyr were a little irritable in their fight. After being photonized, they flew into the sky and decided to destroy the ship with Zephyr directly. They crossed their hands, and the palms glowed with laser light. Bakakshunguyu. Seeing this, Zephyr was standing on the bow and grinning, his right hand slapped fiercely on the railing. The icy air froze along the railing to the sea. Kizaru's ears rang his voice. Ice Age. Boom. The entire surface of the sea was completely frozen by the terrifying ice, and then it was like a rolled-up earth, and it was like an iceberg exploded from the depths of the sea out of thin air. It stood upright in front of Kizaru and shot the countless laser beams of Bhe Kyan Goyu. Resist. Aokiji, you said it has nothing to do with you. The fruit ability can be similar, what are the tricks? Are you afraid to use the Zephyr teacher of the Ice Age? You should know that even if it is the same fruit, different people will develop different usages, but Wire's downloading ability is a complete copy. What is the usage of Aokiji? What is the usage of the person who has this ability? I got a stone hammer, it really has a stone hammer, it definitely has something to do with Aokiji. Could it be some kind of duplicate fruit? Kizaru's mind flashed, but is there such a fruit of Cao Dan in this world? Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. After all, this battle was not over. Kizaru also deeply realized that Zephyr at this time is no longer the Zephyr of the past, not the Admiral Goalkeeper, he is completely equivalent to Aokiji himself. Perhaps Zephyr ate what seems to be a copy of the fruit. The ability, the kind of thing that can replicate the fruits of others. In fact, his guess is infinitely close to the truth, but the truth is more terrifying than his guess. Almost all the mystery in this world comes from devil fruit, including everything he saw, but even if Kizaru ate Vegapunk's brain as a tonic, he would never guess what fruit it was. Because this is something that does not exist in this world, the fruit of mobile phones. Zephyr Admiral, Your Majesty. Lord Weir. After Kizaru left, Doru, the navigator and sailor who was on board with him, suddenly rushed out of the wheelhouse in a hurry. He was still holding broken glass and a broken part of a recording pointer. The pointer to East Blue is broken. The battle between the two was too fierce just now. The fragile thing like the record pointer is not broken. In fact, according to survey statistics, in New World and the Great Channel, many pirates die every year because of this reason. I also have a record pointer here. I have already recorded magnetism in Alabasta. It's better to go to the next island first, and then buy an East Blue Eternal pointer. Zephyr gave a suggestion. Weir groaned, but he still didn't change his original plan easily. No, let's go to East Blue. But the pointer? Doru said hesitantly, he was afraid that Will, who had never been out of the sea, didn't know the horror of the sea. It's okay, Weir picked up the broken pointer from his hand and threw it into the sea. We have as much of this kind of thing as we want. It seems that if the little thief cat is not found, the map of the sea will be available first. With a thought, he took out his mobile phone. At the same time, more than 8 million mobile phone users immediately received a push for mandatory installation of the map of the sea. Putting it on the earth is called infringement, and it is also a very overbearing infringement, but no one in the world of One Piece can control him, or even since there is no one competitor. If that Justice phone counts? Look at your cell phone. Will said. Doru and Zephyr immediately took out their phones when they heard the words, and soon discovered that there was an extra feature on the phone. Map of the Sea. Replace the pointer to guide you, the current free use time is 7 days. Map of the Sea. What's this? Zephyr clicked it puzzledly, and immediately saw a huge world map with hundreds of light spots on it. He clicked on a light spot in the Kingdom of Flame, and an arrow that recorded the appearance of a pointer immediately appeared, and a message was displayed 5,800 kilometers remaining in the whole journey. Zephyr's pupils shrunk slightly. This arrow is almost exactly the same as the arrow used to record the pointer. Can it replace the pointer? Then Zephyr clicked on the coordinates of Marie-Joy's, the Holy Land above, and immediately pointed to Marie-Joy's location as he thought. He quickly clicked his finger to determine the coordinates and directions of several places. Zephyr was a little surprised. This thing called the map of the sea can actually replace the record pointer. At first, people didn't care, until half a day later, news about the map of the sea was quickly spread onto High's headlines and forums. Shocked. A new feature that will subvert the sea. Another pioneering move by Royal Mobile. From now on bid farewell to the pointer. Farewell, the eternal pointer. Ultra low fees, not afraid of damage, and the cost and risk of going to sea have plummeted. Is it good or bad for the sea? The sea map can be used instead of recording pointers, and there is no need to record, as long as the coordinates on it can be reached according to the map coordinates. Unbelievable, the mobile phone still has such a function. Although the new mobile phone of world government is cheap, it does not have such a function. Moreover, world government's mobile phones are simply false propaganda. Their news updates are only local in real time. And only people within a few tens of kilometers of the forum can communicate. Yes, Alabastis mobile phone is so powerful that it can allow people to communicate across countries. Yesterday I scolded a pirate who claimed to be roaming New World. It was really enjoyable, hahaha. Someone said they were Zephyr the other day. That might really be Zephyr. It's broken up. Although this function is powerful, it is not very useful for ordinary people. Who will go to see if nothing is going to happen? With this, I don't need to buy eternal pointers and record pointers. It's great. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Flash Fruit, the download is complete. There are all kinds of speeches, but to Wire's surprise, it is not as popular as he imagined. It is probably what they said compared to ordinary people, there are still very few people who can go to sea. If a ship needs a navigation, how many ships are there in this world? Hundreds of thousands? 1 million? Compared to ordinary people who are often hundreds of millions, that is really a small number. This is also the reason why we knew it was epic making, but didn't take it seriously. Maybe the world government and Marine would be even more frustrated. The original record pointer and the permanent pointer were not so good, but now they basically ruin the street when he makes it. Even if it is not a great channel, it is also a magical tool in the 4 Cs. However, there are still advantages for Wire. After all, although the increase in the number of users is small, they are all strong in this world. Maybe Wingarp, the idiot, or 4 emperors, also use mobile phones. And the single dog Eagle Eye has always been alone. Knowing the convenience of mobile phone navigation, he should give up pointers. Looking at the rudimentary navigation, Dualu already thinks this is an artifact. If you upgrade to a navigation system that can go to a certain street in detail in the future, the error is calculated in meters, and there is a nice lady's voice navigation system. Dualu, this kind of navigator, probably sleeps with his mobile phone in his arms. Early in the morning of the next day, rarely got up early, just to wait for the download progress that was nearing the end. Top application of Flash Fruit, 100 GB, download is complete. With a prompt that only he could perceive, Will only felt that there was a lot of information about the shining fruit in his mind. He opened his eyes slightly, and yellow photons flashed through his eyes. At this time, he lifted both hands with a thought. One hand turned into a frozen palm of the elements, and the other hand turned into a swimming photon. He has always wanted to try whether he can use 2 Logia fruit abilities at the same time. It turns out that it really works. Now half of him is a frozen man, and the other half is a photon man. After regaining the elementalization, Vale went out. He no longer needed the help of this ship, and he had no intention of taking Marine directly to East Blue at this time. East Blue had a few treasures that he had to get. Zephyr, I want to go to East Blue by myself, you lead Marine away. If necessary, I want you to recruit 2 people for me. Weir said to Zephyr. After the 2 talked secretly, Vale disappeared on the deck with a light in the form of Zephyr. Zephyr paused, confirming his guess again. Your Majesty is the one who can replicate the fruit, right? A ray of light flashed across the first half of the Grand Line, the sea was torn in half by the light wave, endless waves surging towards both sides, a sea king surging out from the depths of the sea, opening its mouth in the blood basin. Boom! The light directly penetrated the sea kings, the rain of blood spilled through the sea, and the light continued to move forward, leaving a huge corpse on the sea, which was quickly eaten by sea beasts that smelled blood from all directions. The cruel sea does not seem cruel to Will, who possesses the ability of 3 kinds of fruits. He stopped and froze in the air, took out his mobile phone and checked the navigation. He was now located very close to the entrance of the Grand Line to Inverted Mountain, but he did not choose to go to the entrance of Inverted Mountain to enter East Blue. Instead, ignoring the deviation prompt of the navigation, he passed directly over the comm belt in a straight line. The ship doctor at the pass was definitely not something he could recruit casually, and there was no need to waste time. Although the Sea Kings of Comm Belt was terrible, his position was high enough and fast enough to reach East Blue soon. The climate changes almost suddenly. From the Great Waterway to the East Blue, weather is completely different. If you go to New World, you will find that the weather is the same thing. It seems that if you want to get a weather app, it's almost impossible in this world. Possible tasks. While thinking indiscriminately, Weir continued to fly in the predetermined direction. He actually wanted to recruit Yan Nanhe's subordinate Tashiji. Yan Nan is a good guy with a righteous heart and a disciple of Zephyr. Relationship, presumably he has a great possibility of being bewitched. What he hated was the pirate. It was a coincidence. Heavily was not a pirate, and neither was Zephyr. What Weir does not need is simply a strong person, what he needs is someone with strong potential. Like Bell and his ilk, although they have reached the Vice Admiral level, they can only be so strong in another 50 years. This is the upper limit. And as the characters with surnames in One Piece, each one has a certain potential, and a Logia ability like Smoker will at least be a grand prize candidate in another 10 or 20 years. Thinking of this, he turned into a light and refracted towards Logue Town, and finally landed at the port of Logue Town. If that's the case, just keep a hand. What if it is successful? In the port of Logue Town, workers are busy unloading goods. They are in a hurry, but they are not moving down from a merchant ship, but to a pirate ship. Hurry up! Hurry up for Laozi, a tall pirate yelled, waving the knife in his hand, and behind him were members of his pirate ship. The workers were so frightened that they moved a little faster. At this time, the Marines suddenly appeared, surrounded the pirates. The man with 10 hands, white hair, and cigars came out slowly, biting after taking down his cigar and spitting out a smoke ring. He looked at the pirates quietly and said, "You guys, do you want to die?" Laozi is the big pirate of East Blue. The captain of the Bloodhand pirate with a bounty of 5 million. Before he could finish his words, Smoker punched his head to the ground. The Bloody Hand trough, this guy, so fast, when, and then felt a huge force on his head pressed down, the whole person fell into a semi-coma. The crew of the Bloodhand pirate ship immediately shouted when they saw this. "Kill him!" A knife was slashed on Smoker's back, and his body immediately turned into elemental smoke. The turtle pirates had never seen such a weird scene. They turned pale with fright. Smoker turned and looked at them faintly. The palm of the hand was still on the head of the Bloody Hand, but the hand and the arm were weirdly separated. "The hazy smog connected," he said coldly to the group of pirates. "This is the pirate offering a reward of 5 million. It's so weak that I can't say anything. Laozi is in a bad mood recently. You'd better squat over by yourself and wait for arrest." Teacher Zephyr, but the bastards announced their arrest. Asterisk. Chapter 40. You can't do it, Smoker-san. Smoker watched as several people were arrested one by one, then let go, stood up and walked slowly towards a small alley, where he needed a few drinks. "Colonel Smoker." A crisp voice sounded, and the panting girl Tashiji had time to keep up. "Tashiji, you go to your own business." Smoker stopped and said, "Colonel, don't smoke anymore." Tashiji did not answer. Smoker took the cigarette off, vomited another smoke ring, and said indifferently, "So, women, do what women should do." After speaking, he turned around and left without paying attention to his beautiful subordinate. I have to say that he is really an orphan. If I have been with Tashiji for so long, I have to say that I am really an orphan, and I should have a little possibility. The result? No one would ever put these two people together as a pair. Tashiji became a little angry, puffed up his cheeks and looked at Smoker, who was walking away in front of him, and followed him with the knife. Hey! Smoker didn't seem to want her to keep up, faster and faster, so when Tashiji arrived, Smoker had already entered. She exhaled and pushed open the old door. It is said that One Piece had also visited this old bar 20 years ago. As soon as he stepped in, Tashiji's pupils shrank suddenly, and without hesitation he drew out the famous sword Xiao Shijir on his waist. Because Colonel Smoker was beaten to the ground by a mysterious man in a cloak with a pitch-black hand, just like he had just pressed the pirate. "Don't come here, Tashiji." Smoker's heart was awe-inspiring. He hardly had any room to fight back, only for a moment. In an instant, he was restrained by this mysterious man sitting in the bar. Who is he? This is definitely the strong one in the Grand Line. It is impossible to be the pirate in the weakest sea of East Blue. The haki that restrained him in an instant, if you read it correctly, there should be only one in a million people conqueror's haki. Let go of Colonel Smoker. Tashiji gritted his teeth. Weir didn't even look at her, and then let go of Smoker. Smoker immediately withdrew and protected him in front of Tashiji. "I am sorry," Weir said quietly, did not choose to expose his true face, but only faced them with the mysterious image of the cloak. "Who are you? Why attack Colonel Smoker?" Tashiji didn't let his guard down. "I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to bring someone's news to Smoker, but he was too extreme." Weir smiled. "Who?" Smoker admitted that he did it first, but who would have thought of kicking the iron plate? In observation haki, I can feel the faintly terrifying breath of this mysterious cloaked man. Smoker feels that even the air is distorted. Even the Zephyr teacher and other admiral back then did not feel that strong. Is this Conqueror's qualifications? Who is he? Weir made 2 mobile phones from his arms and threw them to Smoker and Tashiji. Z. He said a word and immediately caused Smoker's pupils to shrink. Z. Although this code name has not yet appeared in this world, Smoker immediately thought of the owner of this name. Black Arm Zephyr. He was silent for a moment, then took out a cigar and lit it, took a deep sip, spit out the smoke ring and got on the seat. Although there was some blood on his head, he knew that Vil really didn't mean to deal with him. 2 people indeed, his strength is no longer in the same line. If the other party is willing, it does not take a second to kill him. Smoker 65 GB/230 GB. Advanced Smoke Fruit Use 50 GB. Intermediate Armament Haki 10 GB. Elementary Observation Haki 5 GB. Tashiji 10 GB/200 GB. Intermediate Swordsmanship Use 10 GB. As he thought, none of the characters with names and surnames that can appear in the original plotline will be a character with low potential. The maximum potential of these 2 people is as high as 200 GB. If they can be subdued, they can pile up 2-panel powerhouses, that is, the ability to reach the admiral level. The actual combat power and combat experience are far from a level. This is a mobile phone invented by the Grand Line Alabaster royal family. It is equivalent to a mechanical phone bug. It also has some special functions. If necessary, that person will contact you through it another one, even if it is given to this beautiful lady. Weir smiled and said, "I don't want your stuff." Tashiji immediately became full of spine. This is the fastest platform for information circulation in the world. If you want to get something such as the whereabouts of some famous knives, reasonable use will be the best way. Weir said. Tashiji hesitated immediately, and finally gritted his teeth, "But, I still don't know how to use it." But the phone was not returned to Weir, and it seemed that no one could escape the law of true fragrance. "Who are you?" Smoker still asked the question. Weir smiled mysteriously. "You will know in the near future." Then he walked out of the bar in front of the 2 of them, found a place where no one was alone, and disappeared. At the same time, he informed Zephyr that he had a face-to-face with his disciple Smoker and gave him a mobile phone. Smoker's contact information was given to Zephyr, indicating that Smoker is an object to win. Smoker and Tashiji were breathless with the spirit of this mysterious person. The two looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. Finally, Smoker turned on the phone. He had never heard of it. The main reason is that newspapers and mobile phones have become feuds of life and death. There will be no report on the existence of mobile phones. Logue Town is the entrance of the Grand Line. There is only entry and no exit here. Grand Line is not available at all. A little bit of information, plus the fact that the mobile phone hasn't been around for a long time, so he still doesn't know the existence of the mobile phone. Do-do-do. The phone in his hand rang suddenly, and Smoker was taken aback. After all, he was not a fool, and he didn't throw it away as a bomb. He looked at the prompt above and pressed it toward the screen. Is it Smoker? An old and familiar voice rang from the phone. Smoker shook all over, then subconsciously sat down and said, "Yes. Teacher Zephyr." But I soon realized that I was no longer in Marine Academy. Tashiji on the side was shocked. Teacher Zephyr. Could it be that Zephyr of Black Arm, Admiral who won't kill? She never knew that Smoker turned out to be a disciple of this character, but she knew that Zephyr was now a wanted criminal in the world government and Marine. Although they are not pirates, they are also wanted criminals, charged with betraying the world government and colluding with pirates. How could Mr. Smoker tell him? I'm not Marine anymore. Zephyr sighed faintly. Smoker, with your potential, there is no need to stay in Logue Town. The platforms that suit you should be Grand Line and New World. If you are still willing to listen to me, this old man will say a few words, and I will tell you everything I have experienced, and then you can consider making another choice. Ms. Zephyr, I don't want to be a pirate. Smoker was silent. This was his bottom line. Zephyr didn't answer directly. He didn't bother to answer such questions, he just said so. There is a king of a country that I agree with and wants to establish a new marine. Would you like to assist him? Smoker and Tashiji's hearts suddenly shuddered. Goosebumps seemed to rise from the soles of their feet to the scalp. They felt that the mobile phone in their hands was more than a daughter, and they finally understood the real reason why Zephyr was wanted. What kind of earth-shattering ambition is this? Form a new marine? Isn't this to overthrow the world government? Just say it so grandly. Is it really okay, Teacher Zephyr? It's fine to tell myself. There is a Tashiji next to him. Smoker looks at Tashiji faintly. This makes Tashiji feel cold. Fog grass. Feeling that you are going to be cold, will you not kill anyone? You won't, Smoker-san. Asterisk. Chapter 41, I bought oranges. Although Smoker looks a bit vicious, it is normal for people who don't know him to think of him as a vicious pirate, but I'm sorry, he is indeed a good boy. Matter. And although Zephyr's words made him a little heart-stirring, he is not the kind of person who pays his head and worships as soon as his brain is hot. He still has to consider time somewhat. After Vale left Logue Town, he flew straight to Coco Island in East Blue. Now that he came to East Blue, the first thing was to find the little thief cat, whether it was because of her unusual navigator talent, or because of the suffering she suffered at this time. The streets of Kakasha village are a bit messy because of the frequent destruction of the small sea king's moo raised by the fish people. They have been oppressed by the dragon pirates for a long time, and the people's will has become weak and a little numb. Weir walked on the street and hardly saw anyone. Occasionally, she encountered a child who was too lonely and ran out. He also quickly disappeared on the corner of the street after seeing Weir. It wasn't until Vale reached the very center of the village that he saw a man who was wrapped in a lot of bandages and seemed to be very injured coming towards him. This is a local police garrison, Mr. Aegean from Kokoyashi village. Weir thought for a while to recognize his identity. Hello, foreigner, I don't know how you came here, but I advise you to leave this island early, there is nothing you need here. Aegean was silent, looking at Weir completely. The innocuous image of the mysterious person wrapped in the cloak, although a little wary, gave a pertinent suggestion out of kindness. "This gentleman," Weir smiled, "actually, I am a maritime merchant. I heard from a long distance that there is a special orange that only East Blue can grow here, so I want to buy a lot. Know if you can help." Aegeon paused slightly. He heard Weir's rather immature voice, and he knew in his heart that this was not a very old person. Weir slowly opened the cloak, revealing a harmless face of humans and animals. Aegeon breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just an ordinary-looking young man, but he was too handsome and had not suffered much. It should be the young master of some noble family. "How much do you want?" Aegeon became warmer, because if the oranges could be sold, it would be a good thing for Kokoyashi village. Especially when this was ruled by the dragon pirate group, almost no merchants dared to come to this island. Perhaps this young man was a newborn calf and was not afraid of tigers. 100 million Baileys, I want 100 million Baileys oranges. Weir said. 100 million Baileys, in this case, as long as Nyaki Gao's family is. Aegeon repeated his words, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. "How much do you want?" 100 million Baileys, 100 million per year. Weir confirmed it repeatedly. 100 million Baileys every year. Aegeon's scalp was numb and he looked at this aristocratic young master who didn't know what Bailey was. His mouth was trembling. What the hell was he kidding with a big orange? Do you know what a 100 million Bailey orange is?" he asked. Will slowly took out a thick contract from his arms, with the official Bank of Alabasta stamped on it, and the autograph of King Alabasta. Alabasta is a super kingdom located on the Grand Line, with a population of more than 220 million, but this country is short of vitamin-rich fruits, so the king entrusted me to buy them all over the world. The current annual share is probably, 1 billion Baileys. 100 million Baileys is just an insignificant number for a country. It's not that Vale is joking. Alabasta is a desert country after all. It is a place where fruits are really needed, and what can impress the little thief cat more than this? Aegeon took over the commission contract with suspicion, carefully read every word on it, and after repeated confirmations, he finally raised his head and said in disbelief. "The above said Alabasta will directly pay the first year, 100 million Baileys. I don't know if it is true." Versus looked at the turtle-like Aegeon, really wanting to complain that he has never seen the world. After all, even 10-year-old Nami can do everything possible to earn 100 million Baileys before the age of 18 regardless of what method is used is enough to show that 100 million Baileys is really nothing. And from the perspective of commercial value, buying 100 million Baileys of oranges and sending them back to Alabasta is equivalent to at least 1 billion Baileys. So Vale really wants to raise his middle finger to those pirates who go to the sea for money. Why should you be a hopeless pirate in such a rich world of labor? 3 years, 3 years later and 3 years later, how about achieving 4 emperors, which is worth 5 billion Baileys? So many times I offer a reward for this thing, just look at it, I really can't take it seriously. Although any 4 emperors offers a reward of only 5 billion Baileys, the wealth they possess may not be able to hold back 400 billion, like Baigu. Mamu's nations, if you hold a birthday party at random, it may be gone for tens of billions. He versus, in the early stage, he wanted to use money to open the way, smash through this decadent world, and tell them the true power of finance. You guys, what do you think of money? The moldy treasure placed there is not a treasure at all. Then this young master, I don't know your name. After being almost certain that it was true, Aegeon became more careful in speaking. Call me Ver. Versus smiled. If only the word versus, it wouldn't make people think of Alabasta's king Verisna Philuderi casually. This is the difference between 2 characters and 9 characters. So Aegeon politely invited Versus to Nyakajao's home. According to him, the entire Coco West village's oranges are now planted with Nyakajao's help. After all, planting is also a science. The two of them walked talking and laughing, and they had good feelings with each other. After the exchange, Aegeon did not regard him as a real young person. That kind of old-fashioned attitude is definitely not something ordinary people can have, at least it is impossible for a liar. This is calmness and nobleness that can't be pretended. This one should have a high status in Alabasta. Speaking of which, did he come from a place like a great waterway? Chapter 42 The Heart of the Deep Sea. When Aegeon and Weir walked to Nyakigao's home in front of a large orange field at the back of the village, they saw a girl with orange hair burying her head and pulling on the orange tree from a distance, some surreptitiously, people who didn't know. I thought it was a thief. That, Mr. Aegeon, is there a thief in your village? Weir said with a smile, knowing that was his goal, Nami, who was only 16 years old. Aegeon's eyes jumped, blue veins appeared on his forehead, he took a deep breath, and then roared. Nami! What is this BD doing? But there are guests, if this super large order of 100 million Baileys per year is made pornographic, he, Jian, will really beat Nami to death in front of Belmir's grave. Nami shivered, then reacted, stood up and cursed with Jian. What are you yelling about? Are you tired of living? There is no idea of respecting the old and loving the young at all. In fact, Aegeon is just like her father. If Belmir hadn't died, if Arlong hadn't appeared, he might be Nami's father. Weir knew this was just a way for the two to express their feelings. Nami curled his mouth and noticed that his sister Nyakijao was disturbed, so he stopped sneaking, and stood up and walked over generously, with short orange hair, tattoos on his arms, delicate face, and some sly black eyes. I looked at Vale from time to time, and soon his eyes became a symbol of money. The clothes look ordinary, but they are fabrics worth at least hundreds of thousands of Baileys. A simple headband, but it's actually made of gold wire. The waist is inlaid with rare black gems. What's the humble thing on the shoes? Is it a diamond? There are millions of Baileys in this outfit. Where did FK Aegeon, an old fellow, know such a noble and young master? It's so inhumane. If you can follow him, just let me add something, my saving progress will definitely be greatly improved, right? Nami obviously has seen more markets than Aegeon, and his complexion softened almost instantly, and then said sweetly in a tone that almost made Aegeon's goosebumps violent. Excuse me, this young master. It's almost as different from the way he scolded Aegeon a few seconds ago. Will's smile stiffened on his face. Although he knew Nami's character, did he still not escape the eyes of her invincible wealth if he was so low-key? Aegeon's expression darkened, and he stretched out his hand to support his face. For a moment he didn't know whether he was sad or should be sad. At this time, Nyakijao heard the movement and walked over from the room, and saw Nami say, Nami, are you back? Nami embraced his arms and immediately changed his expression. I just picked a few oranges by the way, not to come back to see you. What a dishonest guy. Nyakijao, Aegeon, and Weir glanced at each other, and they saw the meaning in each other's eyes, and smiled while tacitly understanding. It seems that Aegeon brought this little brother over to discuss something, then please come in and sit down. Nyakijao said. In the orange hut of Nami and Nyayago. A few people were seated, and Aegeon introduced them separately. This is Nyakijao and her sister Nami, please don't mind. Seeing Nami, who was sitting next to Will, who was acting sweet and greasy, Aegeon felt a little helpless. He thought that he must not let the little thief cat steals Mr. Weir's money, but we can't express it to us. Nami will steal things. Nami, Nyakijao, this is Mr. Vale, a big businessman from Grand Line Alabasta. He came to Coco to buy oranges. Aegeon took a special look at Nami when he talked about the acquisition, and Nami paused and raised his eyebrows. There is too much information in Aegeon's words. First, people who come from the Great Waterway, for this alone, they are unprecedented in East Blue. Even the pirates who offer tens of millions of rewards dare not say that they are free to come and go. Great. The fairway in East Blue, right? Second, the big businessman who bought the oranges. What kind of person can be called a big businessman by Aegean? But whether oranges can make a big businessman even bear the risk of going back and forth between Grand Line and East Blue, he must buy. This is really suspicious. A gleam of light flashes through Nami's eyes. What is the purpose of this guy? Upon seeing this, Aegean handed the contract to Nyayago, and Wire waited quietly on the side. Before Nyakajeo started watching, she was snatched by Nami, and she scanned the past with a glance. Super Kingdom Alabasta Royal Family Acquisition Contract. The amount is 100 million Baileys, every year? Any kind of fruit, priority is orange. The seal of Alabasta Bank and the autograph of His Majesty the King. Alabasta can pay 100 million Baileys first. While talking, Nami's face changed drastically, and Nyakajeo on the side was also suppressed. 100 million Baileys every year. No wonder Achiun was so solemn and brought him here. Nami looked up at Verses blankly, his eyes gradually turning into the shape of a heart, and then into the shape of money, and finally the whole person was about to stick to Verses. Mr. Well. Oranges are okay. When will your 100 million Baileys be paid? Nakajeo and Aegean twitched their mouths. Nami, are you really not afraid to go down to Mr. Vale like this? And this is 100 million Baileys oranges, do you really think it can be done with the current cocoa? In the past, cocoa might barely grow 100 million Baileys of oranges with 1 year of hard work, but now there are evil dragons. 100 million Baileys. Weir smiled slightly. This is a lot of money, and I didn't take it with me, because the Sarab family, the big merchants of East Blue, have an agreement with me. This money can be claimed on West Robe Island by virtue of this contract. At the same time, their fleet is responsible for transporting the goods, but after all, I can't just let you believe it, just to show my sincerity. Speaking of him, he took out an exquisite and magnificent blue huge gem from his arms. Speaking of it, Alabasta is a country rich in gems and gold, but this gem is not produced by Alabasta. This heart of the deep sea is a famous gem. Its value is more than 100 million Baileys. It can be temporarily mortgaged here. After the Silabu family sends 100 million Baileys, it will be redeemed. Before Vale's words were finished, the gem was in Nami's hands. Master Well, there is no problem at all. This huge gem almost brightened the eyes of the three of them. If it is said that it is fake, no one would believe it. It is definitely not a lie, and it is worth 100 million Baileys. What's more, there are countless people like Nami, who is here, since she is like this. It seems that this gem must be real, but what worries Akinakikao is Nami. Wouldn't he not return the gems after he got 100 million Baileys in the village? The two looked at each other, as if they had the same mind, and at the same time they understood what was in each other's heart. She might do it. Asterisk. Chapter 43. If you can be free. Take it with confidence. Weir thought of this in his heart, and smiled while looking at Nami, who was almost dripping out of the gemstone. The origin of this gem is not simple. This is the deep-sea treasure produced by the Fishmen Island. It was a gift given by Her Royal Highness Otohim of the Fishmen Island several decades ago when she signed a friendship treaty with Alabasta when she participated in the World Summit. For this reason, Alabasta also took out an equivalent treasure is not only worth 100 million Baileys. It's a billion. What if the evil dragon saw this gem? Thinking of this, Will's smile became more harmonious. Although Nami thought it was a little weird, he still responded with a smile to this rich and generous young master. With this gem, it is enough to buy back Cocoa West Village from the evil dragon. As the representative of the village, Aegean directly signed a contract with Will. Then I won't bother you, Will stood up, I have other things. Thanks for your hard work. The big stone in Aegean's heart was now considered to have fallen. Although he used some methods that were not too bright, Vale believed that his purpose was pure, just to let Nami see in advance that everything he did was actually a joke in front of the overbearing dragon and pirate group. It makes no sense at all. How can a pirate group that collects tens of millions of Baileys from Kokoyashi village every month and has collected more than 1 billion Baileys for protection in 6 years? How could Kokoyashi village be sold to Nami for 100 million Baileys? It's a joke. It is mentioned in the original work that the dragon pirates will charge everyone 100,000 Baileys every month, and the child is 50,000 Baileys, otherwise they will be killed. At the end, when Nami bid farewell to the villagers in Kokoyashi village, obviously, it can be seen that the population of Hokyakushi village is at least a few hundred people. Even if it is 200, it is at least 10 million Baileys, which is more than 100 million a year. It can be said that Kokoyakushi village used to be a very wealthy village. Since the evil dragon came, it may have been almost exhausted in the past few years. The 100 million Baileys of wire are in Aegean this year. In his eyes is their hope of survival, as long as they can fill the whole of the dragon pirate group, even if the oranges are equivalent to not earning a penny, he feels that it is enough. Nami held the heart of the sea with some excitement and rushed into the station of the dragon pirate group. Evil dragon! I did it! She shouted at the dragon, who looked at her with interest in Akatsuki. The tall murloc with blue skin all over, with a toothy nose, smiled and picked up the glass to face Nami. A drink, our navigator. The murlocs around also looked at her with a smile, and almost no one took her seriously. Nami finally took out the heart of the deep sea. This huge gem was shining in the sun. In an instant, all the fish people on the scene stopped laughing. They stared at the gem, showing incredible disbelief. Emoji. This heart of the deep sea is worth 100 million Baileys. I want to buy Kokoyashi village. This is what you told me, the dragon. Nami felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and then stared at the dragon and said. In the next second, there was a flower in front of her. One hand pinched her neck, easily took the gems from her hand, and stared at it for a while, and finally put her face close to Nami, looking with a somewhat horrible expression. Said to her. This gem, where did you get it? Nami was a little bit suffocated, and the evil dragon threw her to the ground. Ahem. What you said, as long as I can get 100 million Baileys, sell me Kokoyashi village. The face of the evil dragon was still very gloomy, and this gem reminded him of a not-so-good memory. He didn't answer Nami's words, but said coldly. 100 million Baileys? What do you think of this gem? This is the secret treasure of my murlocs, the heart of the deep sea worth 1 billion Baileys, which was given to shameless humans by someone decades ago. In other words, this is our murloc thing, and I want to thank you for returning it to my hands, Nami. Nami was shocked. 1 billion Baileys. The secret treasure of the murlocs. Ha 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 ha. The fish people around laughed. Today is going to have a banquet. Nami's eyes turned red in an instant, and tears started to float under his eyes. Didn't you even think about selling the village to me? She finally asked angrily what she had never dared to ask. In fact, as shrewd as her, how could she not know the fact that it is impossible for the evil dragon to sell Kokoyakushi village to her so easily, but this is a hope after all. Did it succeed as soon as possible? After all, she has nothing to do. Everyone's smiles stopped, and the expression of the evil dragon became a little horrified. Since you asked directly, then I will tell you directly, Nami, you are the navigator I value. Even if you save 100 million Baileys, I will never keep my promise. I am a pirate. Ah! How can you keep your promises to humans? Nami, you are too naive. Nami was shocked by these words completely. She stood up slowly amidst the laughter of the murlocs, and walked out of the pirate group station in despair. There was no more cunning of the past, but despair and depression. Weir stood in front of her, and Nami raised her head blankly, seeing the boy's face as usual, and remembering what the boy said to her about the heart of the deep sea worth 100 million Baileys. That is not 100 million Baileys at all, but 1 billion Baileys. What can Kokoyashi village rely on to afford this money? You all know about the evil dragon? I'm sorry, I lost your gem. She thought that Aegean and Nyakajeo had told Veer Dragon about him, otherwise how could he have found here, and finally couldn't help crying out, and did not dare to tell Veer that his gems were already in the hands of the dragon. Inside, Nami was afraid that he would look for the dragon, and in the end he was injured. Upon seeing this, Veil lightly put her head in his arms, and then sighed. The gem is not important at all, Nami. The important thing is you. Stroking her head, Will asked. Next, is the matter between me and them. Nami stopped crying, grabbed Wire's clothes tightly, and said with tears. Don't go. I really lost it. I will give it back to you. Even if it is exhausted the rest of my life. At this moment, only the man in front of Kokoyashi village can help Kokoyashi village. If something happens to him, then everything is really over, and Ver has become the last hope in Nami's eyes. Even if she died, she didn't want an accident in Will. In Nami's gaze, Will slowly took off the heavy coat and cloak, gently placed it in her arms, revealing the delicate clothes inside, raised his fingers, and the fingertips lit up a little dazzlingly. Radium stabbed Nami a little bit, unable to open his eyes. Nami, if you can be free, what do you want to do most? His voice fell. Boom. That laser had already penetrated the sky, and under the shocking gaze of Nami's pupils, it penetrated everything in front of him, and then exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The towering buildings of the entire evil dragon base were annihilated, and a huge one was exploded. Deep pit. The numerous charts that Nami drew for the dragon pirates in the past were scattered in the air, like snow in the sky, and they were contaminated by the heat of the laser, burning and disappearing. The gust of wind blew Veil's clothes and hair, and endless rays of light rose before his eyes. He was like a god on earth to rescue the suffering people. This scene was fixed in Nami's eyes forever, and she would never forget it. He stood in front of him like a young man who had descended from the heavens. Asterisk. Chapter 44, One by One, It's So Terrible. If you can be free, what do you want to do most? Nami is only 16 years old. She has also imagined that she can escape from the dragon pirates, avenge Belmere, save everyone, and pursue and realize her dreams. But in the face of cruel reality, all imaginations are so illusory. Perhaps her best future is to do her best to assist her mother in killing her mother's enemies, and to humbly protect Kokoyashi village from their hands. But on this day, a strange boy appeared. He stood there calmly, with a nearly invincible posture, and destroyed her nightmare with one blow. The light that pierced through the world made her unable to open her eyes. Are you a god? If so, why save me as a sinner? Nami's eyes dimmed, and tears couldn't stop pouring from his eye sockets. Who? Damn it! At this time, an angry shout came from the resident not far away, and a large group of murlocs rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The leader was a somewhat embarrassed dragon. At this time, his clothes were damaged and he was wearing a lot of clothes. He grinned, bared his teeth ferociously and yelled at Veil next to Nami. Is it you guy? He is almost hysterical. In this huge resident, there are important supplies that he wants to kill back to the Grand Line again. Dare to drop explosives in our resident? Damn it! Kroby, the cartilaginous murloc, stood up, assumed a murloc karate pose, and stared at Veil firmly. Kill him, the evil dragon roared. The murloc karate 1000 watts Zheng Chuan. Kroopy let out a low growl, and his body rushed towards Veil, his fist screamed violently, and the rotating wind vortex rushed with his arm. This guy is dead. Unexpectedly, he completely angered Kroby, and used his unique trick as soon as he came up. Thousands of tiles are punches, but a single blow in murloc karate can crush 1,000 tiles. This thin human probably can't even stand the wind of fist, right? The crew of the Dragon Pirate Group thought of it. When there was a crisp sound, and everyone was taken aback. Will did not move. Kroby's fist hit his cheek straight, but it did not hit his cheek as expected, but the entire fist suddenly felt a sharp pain, like an instant crashing into a piece of unbreakable solid steel. The terrifying reaction force almost shattered his fist. Only because of the cartilaginous Murloc's physical characteristics, he didn't let him breathe out in pain. Pain. Drill distressed. But to maintain the noble Murloc demeanor, how could he be so timid in front of the inferior races? Kroby shook his face and trembled, only then did he see the opponent's cheek, covered with a layer of black steel. This is armament haki. His pupils shrank. How could East Blue have a strong man who could use haki? Then I heard Veer raising his head and saying with a smile, "Have you been kicked by the speed of light?" The moment this was said, the audience was choked. Not only Kroby, but all the Murlocs including the evil dragon became quiet. Nearly 10 years ago, they used to be a member of the Pirates of the Sun, and the leader of the Pirates of the Sun finally died of excessive blood loss after the Marine ambush. As a crew member, the dragon went to avenge Marine and faced it. The guy who has become Marine Admiral now. 3 Admiral, Kizaru. The terrible thing about Kizaru that frightens the pirate lies in his strong monster-like power. And the source of his power is the shining fruit of Logia Devil Fruit. This guy actually said the same mantra as him. Are you mocking them? But in the next second, before the dragon attacked, Will had already raised his leg. The ray of laser light has been lit up, and that dazzling brilliance has caused a huge fear in the evil dragon's heart. It is this light, the power of that guy. You can't go wrong. The power of the guy who once killed him in one hit. Impossible. Kroby takes a shuddering step back. Is it possible that Kizaru is dead? Who can stand this? Boom. The kick of the speed of light had already hit him in the abdomen. In an instant, everyone hadn't reacted. It was like a cannonball that was shot out. The ground in the distance was blown out of a huge hole, and Kroby's figure was already in sight. Disappeared, life and death do not know. Even Nami, who was crying on the side, was startled, staring at Vale blankly for a while and could not speak. One by one, "It's so terrible," it scared the little girl. Upon seeing this, Will turned his head to look at the dragon and the others. Obviously you are scared. Humanity. Seeing the trembling companions, the evil dragon took the initiative to stand up. The power of Will's shining fruit reminded him of a tragic past. He completely tore some torn clothes to reveal the sun's tattoo mark. You inferior and evil existences shouldn't exist at all. I will kill you and avenge Big Brother Tiger. His eyes were red at this time, and he completely regarded Will as Kizaru back then. Laser. Ver pierced his heart in an instant, causing a huge explosion. The evil dragon vomited blood and fell to the ground. There is no doubt that such a small person, facing the existence of the Admiral class, is a trivial spike. Will stepped on his chest. Because of the strong vitality of the Murloc, he had not completely died. Kill me! The evil dragon roared with red eyes. From the moment Vale showed the same power as Kizaru, the evil dragon knew that he could never be the opponent of this guy, but even if he died, he would not compromise with humans. Nami stared blankly at the evil dragon he regarded as a big mountain, and was knocked down by this very sunny-looking boy so easily. Only one blow, let him dying. Who is he? You guy, who the hell? Is it Marine? Some Murloc asked tremblingly. Weir did not answer, but glanced at the fear and hatred fish people around him. Nami, do you want to kill the dragon? It's just him. I can't forgive it anyway. Nami gritted his teeth. Will smiled. Nami, she is still such a kind girl. Do you mean that except for the evil dragon, other Murlocs are forgivable? In fact, everyone present didn't know that this was his first murder in the true sense. Although he killed a Murloc, There is no so-called nausea, probably because he is too powerful. It is simpler than killing an ant, and it took his life easily. The reason devil fruit is called a devil is really because of it. Are you disgusted by the sea? Sure enough, once you have strength, but don't have the corresponding experience, it's easy to get lost. Asterisk. Chapter 45 The Dazzling Sun Tattoo. Nami hates the evil dragon. Is it because the pirate group he led to oppress the villagers? More than that, the biggest reason is that he killed his mother Belmere, so she chose to let go of the hatred of other Murlocs in the original work. You can't forgive the dragon alone. But why did Belmere die? Simply because of her resistance and her inability to pay. Also because of her retired marine status aroused the hatred of evil dragons. The name of the evil dragon is Evil Dragon, but only Will knows that compared with celestial dragons, he is kind of like a good baby. After the dragon came to East Blue, it only stipulated a figure that made people's lives extremely difficult but affordable. Once the money was paid, he would not do unnecessary things. Weir looked at the dying dragon and thought, this guy's nickname is the Evil Dragon, but it is far less terrible than the guy's name Tian Long. Now that the evil here has been corrected, then sooner or later, the sky will be the same. No way, who can make his devil fruit the fruit of a mobile phone? The body is full of blood for development, and the cells are full of genes for construction. Seeing a world with such a backward development, I really can't help but want to pave the way and build a building. Weir looked around and didn't make another killing. Most of the Murlocs here were once slaves to celestial dragons. The real slaves are not the treatment that the villagers of Kokoyashi village can live by as long as they pay, but they may be killed at any time. Slave wearing a collar. Because of the betrayal of the protected humans, Tiger said before his death that he would never fall in love with humans anymore. I couldn't bear the human blood flowing in the body, so I finally rejected the human blood, resulting in excessive blood loss and death. He will not accept killing humans and face everything with hatred, but before he died, he also understood the evil in human nature. The only way for Murlocs and humans to get along is not trust, but to eliminate hatred and not invade each other, but eliminate hatred does not mean falling in love with humans. One day in the future, when Nami knows what kind of disasters these Murlocs have experienced in the hands of humans, what will she do? With these thoughts in mind, Weir opened the phone and dialed a number. Mosi Mosi. There was a somewhat puzzled female voice on the other end of the phone. She didn't seem to understand how someone would call her when she just figured out how to use the phone. Is it Tashiji-chan? Weir smiled and saw from the phone monitor that Tashiji was still taking a shower at this moment. Hey? This voice, it's you. After a brief negotiation, it explained the situation here. Tashiji was immediately jealous and promised to bring people over to catch the dragon. Of course, there was also the mouse captain. Although Smoker is at the same level as him, there are people behind. Can communicate directly with naval headquarters. It is not a problem to arrest that guy after coming. Will not recklessly deal with Marine Captain directly, not because he is afraid of the world government and Marine, but he has his own bottom line like Smoker. He is the king of a country, and he is not a brainless thug. He needs to deal with different people differently. Way. Pirates are thief, who cannot be solved by reason, so they must resort to violence. Marine is an official and a reasonable guy, and dealing with this small role is very convenient for people who have a lot of relationships like Vale. This is why the world government used Crocodile and Weiabul against Alabasta. A few days later, the villagers gave the Tide Dragon pirates to Smoker. Everything seemed like a happy ending. When Tashiji tied the members of the pirates to the deck one by one, Will was still in the corner, watching from a distance. What are you looking at? Boss. Nami appeared in the sun with a hearty smile that he had never seen before. The tattoo on his shoulder turned into a pattern without knowing when he was wearing a dark blue gem pendant on his neck. It is the heart of the deep sea. She has put everything down, except money. So after all, he didn't return the heart of the deep sea to Vale, just claiming that he would pay it back with his salary. Because of an agreement with Wire, she became an employee of Wire. Although I don't know what Wire wants her to do, she has already identified this man as someone she can trust, no matter what he is. Identity, what is the purpose, what do you want to do? In this long hell, only this man stretched out his hand to her and helped her drive away all darkness. The God of heaven guarded her with his body that was not too generous. I'm just thinking, those sun tattoos are really dazzling. Wire said something she didn't understand. Nami looks at the sun tattoos on the members of the Dragon Pirates. She has been in the Dragon Pirates for so many years, but she has never understood what the identity of the pirates is, and what is the meaning of their tattoos. She only knows them. Coming from the Great Waterway, it seems that this mysterious new boss knows a lot about them. Ver did not say much about the Pirates of the Sun, because even if they were said, they were meaningless. After all, it's not a pirate, but a businessman. So, Aegean and Nucky didn't have the slightest objection to Nami becoming Veil's subordinate, nor did they have the same feelings of life and death as they did when they boarded Luffy's ship. It was just an ordinary one. Is there any danger after work? Therefore, at this time, the people of Kokoyashi village hadn't realized what kind of boat Nami was on. On a sea boat that the dragon pirates had robbed from nowhere, the villagers were greeted to help install the supplies and transplanted an orange tree. The boat finally left the Kokoyashi village. I will write. Nami waved goodbye to the seniors from a distance, and at the same time touched countless wallets. Although he said that, but in the near future, the world may never believe it anymore, and Will couldn't help but smile. The boat got farther and farther, until no one on the shore could be seen. Nami looked at Veil, who was sitting on the deck wearing sunglasses, drinking orange juice and enjoying the sun, and muttered, "Evil rich man." Hey! Veil turned his head to look at her. Nami immediately changed his face and smiled flatteringly. "Boss, where are we going next?" The sound was so greasy that Veil was a bit creepy. "I think you need a mobile phone first." Wire took out a cell phone and handed it to Nami. "What's this?" Nami took it and started playing. This is a mechanical phone worm created by the Alabasta royal family, but it is not only the function of a phone worm. In fact, this time I am not only looking for a source of fruit, but more importantly, looking for a navigator with enough talent for improve the charts and maps of the world. After speaking, Wire pointed his finger and opened the map of the sea on the phone. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Lord Dean, smelling fragrant in your mouth? Nami looked at these magical operations in amazement. After all, they were the existence of the legendary navigator talent recognized by Golden Lion, and he could almost see the role of the map of the sea at a glance. Although she doesn't know what a record pointer is, but she also knows how powerful it is. Alabasta is indeed the country of the Grand Line and can invent such a powerful thing. In fact, she was wrong. It is not that the Great Waterway is so powerful in every country, and Alabasta is not that great, but the king of Alabasta is powerful enough. From today, you are the dean of the Alabasta Charting Institute and the general manager of the map of the sea. Wire said. Oh, okay, boss, is that an official of Alabasta? Can you appoint it? Nami didn't care at first, but quickly reacted. Will lifted his sunglasses lightly, exposed his eyes and looked at Nami, seemingly surprised. Have I never told you who I am? When did you tell me? Nami's mouth twitched. In Alabasta, no one dared to disobey my words. Wire just said. Really, it seems that you are Your Majesty the King of Alabasta. Nami curled his lips and said. Yeah. Veil said affirmatively. Then I am the Queen of Alabasta. Nami turned Byakugan upside down, not believing what Will said, only that he was a person of high status in Alabasta. After all, where is such a king again? Is he a fool to be able to roll up his sleeves to avenge her, and to personally buy fruit for the country instead of lying in his own castle to enjoy it. If you want to be a queen. Looking at Nami's leaving back, Vale touched his chin and murmured, "At least we have to wait another 2 years. Doo-doo." The phone rang. "Hello. Will. Your Majesty, the world government already knows your whereabouts." It was Fujitora's voice. It's been almost a month since Wire left Alabasta. He had been floating at sea for a few weeks. It was not surprising that he was not in Alabasta for such a long time and his whereabouts were found. "Do I need to go to East Blue?" Fujitora said. "Relax." Will replied with a smile. Fujitora didn't say much. Since following such a king, he still has the earth-shattering ambition. Then this trivial matter is worth mentioning. After Wire hung up the phone, he pondered for a moment. After all, it is the world government, a huge existence with 800 years of accumulation. There are 170 franchise countries alone, with forces all over the world. To deal with such organizations, now he still thinks too much and has to fight it out. If it is not wrong, the world government who learned of his whereabouts at this time is probably going to be happy, and has already sent someone over to kill him in secret. Although the evil dragon pirate group was wiped out, but with the backbone of the fish people, they would never tell the fact that they were defeated by humans, and the villagers didn't see him doing it. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't say it. In other words, in the eyes of the world government, you are just an ordinary person, so the person who can send will definitely not be strong, at least admiral level is impossible. A few days later. High headlines. The map of the sea is updated again. The genius idea of Alabasta's new dean of the Charting Institute. The dean turned out to be a woman? Guess about the true identity of the dean. Great Sea Forum. The map of the sea, updated. Perfume lily. It's so detailed. Blue sea cucumber. Unbelievable, even the roads of our village are shown. Surfing Chiang. It turns out that this group of pirates is on the island next door. It's terrible, why didn't Marine go round and suppress them? Looking up at the sky. Weir put down his phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I have to say that the nicknames of these guys really have first-generation characteristics. This is the pure first generation of netizens. It seems that with his own efforts, the world has already had a preliminary shape. The feeling of the internet age, at least in Alabasta, is like this. High Forum and High Tao Shao have not been updated once since they were born, but after Wire accepted Nami, the first genius, she really has to say that she has a special skill in the art industry. She completed it on the way to Silob village. 3 times of updating the map of the sea. The first time is to update the more comprehensive East Blue Island coordinates. The second time is to update the locations of specific villages on East Blue kingdoms and islands. In the third update, the locations of the various pirate groups were marked, and danger signs were made based on the bounty. These are the data records left by all the islands she has visited in the past. Although the data has been destroyed, the memories are still there. In the cabin. Doo-doo. As the phone rang, Nami, who was writing an update note, put down his pen. Mosi Mosi? Is it the dean? I'm a reporter from High Tao Shao, and I can occupy it. Turned out to be the phone from High Tao Shao's editor's room again. Go. Nami hung up directly. In High Tao Shao's editor-in-chief room, several reporters and editors looked at each other. Finally, the silent editor-in-chief stood up and edited a headline silently. Shock. Mr. Dean even breathes fragrance. Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? Since Vale directly handed over Nami's position via mobile phone a few days ago, Officer Alabasta has easily known the new official Nami, and various departments have had many calls with her for coordination. Hearing the movement in the cabin, Will smiled. It seems that the development of these 3 apps is on the right track, and then it's time to develop new apps. After thinking about it, he wrote 4 characters on the paper. Ocean TV. Now that there is a platform for the people to speak out, there is no reason why the government has only one place to speak. Just called Alabasta Royal Television? And whether this TV app can distribute a large number of rights to other newspapers and media around the world, although I have offended almost all newspapers, but if they are given a new way to survive, they will immediately become allies compared to the other party. After all, there are no absolute enemies or absolute friends in this world, only absolute interests. Then there is only one person who can do this for him. Big news, Morgans. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking everything. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Two people of the same destiny. West Rob village is near. Will and Nami have not yet come ashore. Someone is already waiting on the shore. It was a young girl sitting in a wheelchair. Next to him were two butlers in tuxedos, but they didn't see the owner of the Syllabia family, the extraordinary maritime merchant. The hull is docked. Weir had changed into a formal suit and got off the boat with Nami, who was also wearing a small lady's suit. The name of Syllabia village was taken because of the Syllabia family. The people who founded the village are the ancestors of the Syllabia family. They have lived on this island for generations. There is a villa mansion with a long history. Butler Melly and another butler whom he didn't know made a deep bow together, and Sarab Kaya, who was sitting in a wheelchair, also bowed his head gracefully. Welcome to you, Honorable Master Well. As the representative of the family, Kaya suppressed his grief and forced a smile. But she knew that the one in front of her could never offend the 953. This is His Majesty the King of Alabasta. Speaking of the fate with the Syllabia family, it was still a few months ago. At that time, Vale was not even the King of Alabasta, and was fortunate to know the big businessman from East Blue, that is, Kaya's father. After his identity, Will deliberately made friends. Before Vale arrived, Melly he had already spoken on the phone. Although it was not stated that he could not disclose his identity, the large family who was born as an aristocratic education still deliberately avoided Vale's identity. Respectfully, he curled his lips, and at the same time became even more curious about Will's true identity. It seemed that I'm here at an untimely time. Weir glanced at the three of them and said, "Sorry, my father cannot come to greet you." Soon after returning from the sea, Kaya's eyes moistened. It is a pity for Wire. He originally wanted to hand over the management of the future Dahido Bayo to the businessman. The eyes under the glasses of Krabatel, the butler on the side, gleamed. No matter how he shot from the side, he didn't know the identity of the distinguished guest from the old guy Melly. Even the little girl Kaya kept secret. What is their status? Can make these two people so solemn? More importantly, that group can even give him that kind of promise because of this guy. It can be seen that this person must be an indescribable guy. Do you really want to listen to what the group said? The mansion is a bit cold. There are not many servants in the Sarab family of Norwegian University. Except for Kaya, who has a cook and a maid, there are no more people. Even so, the luxury here still opened the eyes of the little thief cat Nami. You really deserve to be the eldest of a rich family, Nami said while holding up a vase. You have a good reputation. Melly bowed to make a tea. As Master Weir, the Sirab family can only be regarded as ordinary people. Gula Hano held his glasses in a weird posture, thinking about why his group of idiots hasn't arrived yet. Isn't it a good idea, as soon as this man landed, he would pretend to be a pirate and kill him ashore? Really unreliable guys, it seems that you still have to do it yourself. I'm going to pay homage to your father. After drinking the tea, Weir said to Kaya. Kaya got up when he heard the words, took Will and Nami out of the mansion, bypassed the road in front of the village, and walked to the cemetery of Sarab's home. A new tomb and an old tomb were combined into one. Father's last wish is to be buried with his mother, Kaya cried and said. Weir can only hand over a towel, and nothing else can be done. Although the mobile phone is very fruitful, it does not have the ability to bring people back to life, at least not yet. Kaya. At this moment, Melly frowned, and a voice that he disliked came from a distance. Is it the poor boy who appeared around the mansion not long ago, a guy who likes to talk big? Soon a teenager with a long nose rushed into the cemetery, panting and sweating. Usopp. Kaya called out his name. Kaya. Melly Butler. Usopp pointed to Crabadle angrily. This BD, he is a pirate named Klo. He wants to kill Miss Kaya, take your property, and kill your guests. Everyone was silent, and then Melly said with a smile. Usopp, are you joking? He didn't believe it, neither did Kaya. After all, Usopp likes to deceive people not once or twice, and Krabat has been at Kaya's house for more than a year. If he is really a pirate, how can he endure it until now? What I said is true. Usopp burst into tears. Why no one believed him? Don't lie anymore. Kaya is also a little helpless. At this time, Will said a word quietly. Why would he know that there are guests at the Silabia family today? Melly's body was shocked, and Kaya also reacted instantly. Yes, it is impossible for Usopp to know that there is a guest in the Silabia family. He just said clearly that he wants to kill your guest, so this also means right. Melly quickly guarded Kaya behind him, and looked at Klo vigilantly. It's a pity. Crow finally stopped pretending, and smiled. He took out 2 weird gloves from his arms and slowly put them on his hands. The tip of the gloves was a sharp blade. Said. I am 100,000 Crow with a bounty of 16 million. As you can see, a captain of pirates, although I don't know what my idiots are, how come they haven't arrived yet, but I don't want to wait any longer. Everyone, die here today. Wei Xiao looked at this guy with the nickname Beiji Klo with interest. This is not a simple poem. Although he is only a small character in the original book, his personality is indeed the second smartest person in the world of One Piece. The IQ is second only to Ben Beckman, the Emperor of Red Hair Pirates. But this time, he was wrong. After all, it's still a small person. My vision is too low. We're stood in front of a few people, protecting them behind him, and at the same time said to Klo indifferently, do you know who you are standing in front of at this moment? That kind of unusually noble spirit shocked Klo for a while. He admitted that he had never seen such a man with such a temperament, but he was going to die here today anyway. However, there was a sense of vigilance in Crow's heart, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. 4.1. At this time a strange laughter sounded from outside the cemetery. Everyone raised their heads and saw a tall, pink man wearing flamingo glasses, followed by a large number of subordinates coming from outside the cemetery. It's this guy. Will murmured. He finally understood that the world government did not cooperate with such a small role as Klo, and for him, the king, he has not underestimated that point in any case. Bump. The pig brothers Sam and Boozy of Bajaclau were thrown to the ground like rags by Gu Diamante. This time the Donquixote family can be said to have been dispatched. Except for the childlike fruit-powered Sugar and Toripole who protected her, they stayed in Dressrosa, and all the other cotters were dispatched. So, as the king of the past, he is also a king after all. How can such an existence die at the hands of the miscellaneous fish? Dover smiled and stared at Vale. Chapter 48 The King's Qualifications. The Donquixote family lined up. Doflamingo stood at the forefront, opposite Vale, and Kullo was in the middle of the two groups. Since you plan to do it yourself, why bother with me? Crow asked. Dover didn't say a word. Gladius, with long, spiky hair, rushed out instantly. Character. Boom. Crow lost all combat power instantly, flipped and hit several tombstones, fell to the ground and vomited blood. The conversation between the kings is not something a trash fish like you can intervene. If you don't need you to bear the consequences of this matter, how could the Donquixote family cooperate with trash fish like you? Gladius said coldly. This made Crow couldn't stop vomiting blood. His glasses had already been torn apart, but his expression was calmer than ever. I understand, it turns out that he is just a backer. What is the identity of this guy? Donquixote family. Are you? Mary's pupils shrunk. The Donquixote family of Grand Line Dress Rosa. One of the Shishibukai, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo group. 15. Originally, Nami, who had been calm because he knew that Veil was strong, was also a little panicked. Shishibukai. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew the meaning of this name. That is the big sea pirate who is also famous in the Great Waterway. It is recognized by the Marine and the world government. A group of real monsters. Why does his boss get such a guy? What a fate! Is it possible that just after gaining freedom, I am about to die? Is it too late to escape now? I still have 80 million Baileys to spend. Doflamingo, Wire smiled. What benefit has the world government given you? Doflamingo cried and laughed. His fingertips leaped into white lines of sight, and finally turned into a line knife. That's not what you need to care about. His Majesty the King of Alabastavilsis Neferutali, one of the past 20 kings, rejected celestial dragons. King of Alabasta. Celestial dragons. Descendants of 20 kings. These words are too shocking, so that the people present, even a part of the Donquixote family, also calmed down. No wonder the main person came over in person and sent such a big battle. It turns out that this guy really has an identity worthy of this battle. Your fellow is really the King of Alabasta. Nami exclaimed, his face changing so fast that Verdu had no time to react. So this guy didn't lie to himself. Is he really a king? A king who ruled a super kingdom of 220 million people, a king with an army of nearly 1 million. Who would have thought you would come to East Blue, to buy oranges? Celestial dragons. Is this the point? Beiji Crow's hands were trembling, and he killed a descendant of the 20 kings by himself. In any case, this ancestor is indeed a person who is qualified to have the identity of celestial dragons. There are more than 170 countries that the world government has joined, and there is only such a king with such an identity. He also finally understood how deep the water is, so deep that a small wave can swallow a small person like him. It's an honor to carry this pot. Then, goodbye, Your Majesty, a man with my destiny. Doflamingo grinned, and the line knife in his hand suddenly shot out. He thought, he lost the celestial dragon's identity because his father gave up the celestial dragon's identity. And you lost the celestial dragon's identity because the ancestors gave up the celestial dragon's identity. We really have the same fate. Everyone has a somewhat inexplicable mentality. Do you really want to witness the fall of such a noble person here today? June. The moment the thread knife was about to touch Veil, it was tightly held by the palm of armament hackies wrapped around him. Dover was startled, but his laughter ceased. He has never thought that this king who seems to have no power to bind chickens is also a master? I never needed that kind of identity. Not only that, one day I will destroy this world that shouldn't exist. Then rebuild a new world. Weir looked at the entire Donquixote family. Finally decided not to hide it anymore. Because it can't be hidden, in that case, why bother to do those superfluous things? Woo! The raised finger of Vil lit up the laser beam, which penetrated Gladius in an instant. Boom! There was a huge explosion outside the cemetery. The Doflamingo and Donquixote families are miserable in an instant. What abilities do you use? What's this? Glitter fruit. Is Kizaru dead? The smile on Dover's face disappeared, and gradually became a little horrible. This guy is not only a fruit-capable person, but also a shining fruit similar to Kizaru, and it is not ordinary strong. The idiots of the world government don't even know. Is Kizaru really dead? What the hell is going on? This series of somewhat dramatic changes made everyone's brains almost unable to keep up. Do you think I am an existence that can be handled at will? Weir was already a little angry. Since he came to this world, he has been hiding, keeping a low profile, and having been tried many times by the world government, he can only try his best to cover it up, but 953 is enough. Since it is too much to bear, then there is no need to bear it, he versus, want to use a new identity and appear in this world openly. Just come to the front. The world. The world. The government. The government. Boom. A terrifying light wave shot out, and this time penetrated Diamante's shoulder blades. So strong. Diamante shocked his wounds, and this guy was like a real admiral. I come. Dover was a little furious, and he was also irritated by Will's continuous wounding of family members. The terrifying conqueror's haki rushed out, surrounded and suppressed in all directions. The ordinary people on the entire island were instantly unconscious, like black lightning bursts, causing earth-shattering weather changes. Everything is as terrible as the end of the world. The first time I saw it at the sight of this, Nami stammered, speechless. What kind of power is this ability to change the world? We're also broke out Conqueror's haki without hesitation. Compared with the black lightning, his Conqueror's is like a golden sun, and the two collided with each other. Boom! The terrifying blasting fainted layer by layer, like ripples in the air. Conqueror's collision. Diamante looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This is the qualifications of a king in a million people. These two people are undoubtedly unique kings. Chapter 49, Two Disabled People. Do. The green veins on Dover's forehead were exposed. 5 color strings. 5 threads of different colors were opened in 4, and Ver was caught in an instant, but there was not a trace of blood, but an endless photon element, which reunited in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it is Logia devil fruit. Dover is really shocked. What's this? When did Kizura die? He didn't even know about such a major event? Is the world government trying to kill him Veres Nefiritali, or do they want to kill him Doflamingo? Nami, who has never seen devil fruit, has gotten the job, let alone the elemental Logia fruit. If she hadn't seen Will unscathed, she would have thought it was over. This is the Logia devil fruit ability. Crow, who was vomiting blood, started to understand instead. What is devil fruit? What is Logia? Nami asked curiously. The so-called devil fruit is the secret treasure on the sea. Anyone who eats these fruits can have magical powers, but at the same time, they will be disgusted by the sea and become a land duck. Clow explained coldly. No wonder this guy never swims in the sea. Nami suddenly realized. Logia is recognized as the most precious and powerful in devil fruit. It can make people's bodies elemental, and ordinary attacks are ineffective. Claw said. Then this guy is invincible. Nami said in shock. No, the Great Channel has the power to restrain this ability. It is called haki. I have only heard that the ability of these two people to turn body parts into black is probably the armament haki in haki. The mysterious collision of power should be the legendary Conqueror's haki. The pirates still know a lot of information. Conqueror's haki. This overbearing title made Usopp interested. The so-called conquerors, is that only 1 in a million people has the qualifications of the king. Both of them have such qualifications. It is really terrible. Thinking of the records about conquerors that he has seen before, he couldn't bear it. Life shaking up. There is no doubt that any of these two is a king who is well known. Today, I was fortunate enough to witness a battle of this level. Maybe even if it was dead, it was worth it. He also had the dream of trespassing into the sea, but dreams are always dreams. Although he has made a lot of worlds with his extremely clever brain, it is precisely because of this unusual wisdom that he makes him aware so, with your own qualifications, no matter how hard you work, it is impossible to reach the heights of this world. Because it's standing high. Crow sighed as he watched the two constantly colliding. TM is such a monster. The so-called human beings have limits. Inexplicably, Crow understood this truth. Dover's tricks are changeable and weird, and Veil's power is magnificent, and the sky cluster cloud sword slashed the 5 color strings, which gave out a dazzling light. With the fierce battle, Doflamingo, who had been passively beaten, realized that if the fruit awakening was not carried out, it would not be enough to see in front of this guy. Wild waves and white lines. He crossed his hands with a grinning smile, and tens of thousands of white silk threads condensed together and turned into a terrifying wave of threads, rushing towards Will. This was already an ability that could only be used after the fruit was awakened. He didn't tell his opponents with fanfare, but quietly chose to awaken. It can be seen that the pressure on him was too much. Kick at the speed of light. Veil directly took the line wave with one kick, and at the same time flew high into the sky, coming and going without being indecent. Bakakshung Guyu. Countless laser beams fell from the sky and shot out towards the Doflamingo and Dongquixote families. The unparalleled destructive power of the 3 Admiral was revealed through this trick. It was really 9 wounds, and you would die if you touch it. Damn it! Dover was furious. Birdcage. A huge wire net rises from all sides of the island, wrapping the entire West Robe Island into a circle, and the wire net is still strangling inward as time goes by. Vilsis, everyone on this island will be buried for you. Veil looked at the scene in front of him coldly, and then slowly raised his right hand. The next second, an extremely cold air erupted, and that coldness could almost freeze the world, and then in Doflamingo's horrified gaze. Awakening Ice Age. Boom. The wire net of the huge birdcage was only wrapped with a layer of ice from top to bottom. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if a huge ice cage was woven in the sky, exuding brilliance. Birdcage has completely stagnated, because even if it is not afraid of water and fire, it cannot ignore the freezing that has reached absolute zero. Frozen fruit. How is this possible? Dover and others looked at the left and right turned into photons in shock, and the right hand was frozen into Ver, and exclaimed. Is there really anyone in this world who can have 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time? They are all Logia. Such a monster actually exists. Diamante shivered. Even if he is optimistic about Doflamingo, he does not think that Dover can beat Veil at this time. Young master, if it doesn't work, shall we withdraw? Is it just so scared? Now that he has revealed his true colors, he must be prepared to face the horrors of his true colors. Dover. Wire's sky cloud sword was raised high, then looked at Dover indifferently, and cut it down with a sharp cut. Dover was ready to resist, but didn't expect that nothing happened. Wrong. Dover's pupil shrank, and he raised his head to look towards the end of the sky. A huge shadow fell on top of his head. It was a huge meteorite burning with flames. Another devil fruit. Damn it! How many fruit abilities does this guy have? Dover is more than me cao in his heart. It feels like he has stabbed a hornet's nest. How did he get into such a real monster? No doubt, I don't know how the other party did it, but he is definitely a person with multiple fruit abilities. Never seen before. Unheard of. Who will tell Lao Zi that he can only eat 1 fruit, and I will blow his head and still be in the cesspit. The terrifying meteorite smashed the birdcage that had been frozen to the point of breaking in an instant, and then slammed into Doflamingo, and Dover could only condense a heavy line wave to resist. Multiple shield white thread. Boom. A terrifying explosion rose. Dover's shield white line was still difficult to resist in haste, turned into torn pieces, and he himself vomited blood and knelt down. Good Nilai. White threads were swimming in the body as if they were weaving, forcibly stitching together the original injured and broken places. Only then did he get better and stood up and looked at Will in horror. As a king, he couldn't say anything to escape. But as a human being, he really wants to ask. Are you really a human? At this moment 1-to-1. The left-behind cotters who are in charge of protecting the ships of the Doflamingo family, Paramecia, the fruit-pressing ability Mahabes and the fish manipulator Delinja are sitting on the deck watching the huge movement in the distance. the next moment the two only feel that they are rising behind them a huge shadow. "Two brothers, may I ask if this is Silob village?" It was a generous and gentle voice of an old man. The two turned their heads and saw two burly and tall disabled persons who did not know when they appeared on the deck, a blind man and an old man with a broken arm. They had smiles on their faces. The two took a long breath, but fortunately they could handle it by themselves, only two disabled people. Chapter 50. Your Majesty, take you home. Boom. 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 Vale, who didn't have much combat experience, was relatively rude and simple to fight. He directly started the full-screen bombing. In the Ice Age, almost half of the cemetery outside Ziluabia village was half ice and half shining. Because ice has a certain reflective effect, the trick that needs to be reflected and moved through a mirror, yet a mirror is also useful. A fierce aura flashed through Doflamingo's eyes. He is a king, not a trash fish that was beaten on the ground. The collision of fruit power and fruit power undoubtedly lost Dover, but he was not convinced. If it's just that the fruit is powerful, then it's buried in your arrogance, versus Nefiritali. After avoiding Vale again on a large scale washing the ground, Dover grinned and violently, and without hesitation, he directed the strongest blow towards Vale in the sky. 16 bursts of sacred fierce bullets God kills. 16 terrible spikes are covered with dark armament haki, and they are like steel bars to protect them. This blow was created to try and kill the gods in the sky. And you, versus Nefiritali, be the first to be killed. Looking at the attack from the raid, it is indeed too late to use the fruit ability in a hasty, and avoiding it is not his style, so in the final analysis, the fruit ability is really not his strong point, after all, although he has obtained the top development of the fruit, but he still doesn't have much combat experience. Instead, this one embodies the understanding of haki by 3 Admiral class. Fist head-on attack is my strength. Dover, you can honestly take this blow and surpass the power of Admiral. Being a king is not only the power of fruit. It seemed that even the air was stagnant, and the thick black on the fist was mixed with red light, and then on the first armed color, Vil again wrapped the second armed color, and in the not big fist, God knows whether there is what a heavy force. At this time, the 16 combos of God's slaying converged into a sharp thorn. Boom! There was almost a stalemate for less than 3 seconds, and the death of the gods was blasted to pieces. An unscathed fist hit Doflamingo's face in an instant, his body fell to the ground, and a huge hole was blasted out of his back. Dover vomited blood and was almost completely unconscious. The possibility of fighting has been completely lost. Even if string fruit is heaven-defying, there is no way to make him stand up again. Will's body slowly fell to the ground. Dover. The top officials of the Donquixote family rushed forward to protect Doflamingo, who was seriously injured, to prevent Will from continuing to approach. Weir also feels that his physical strength is not small, and this is his weakness. Although he has passively improved his physique because of armament haki, in the final analysis, he has not experienced the tempering of Luffy like Luffy, and he has no experience of saving physical strength. If this battle is replaced by Fujitora, which has its panels and capabilities, it may take less than 10 minutes. It's over. Damn it! Damn it! Young Master. The highest Cotter Paramecia stone fruit ability Pika made a sharp noise, which formed a sharp contrast with that burly body. Punch! Nami laughed loudly. What's the matter with this guy? How can he make such a funny noise? I'm going to kill you! Pika shouted threateningly. Weir looked at Pika, but smiled. What he really wanted to do. Among all the abilities, the ability he most wants to obtain is definitely the Fruit of Stone for the moment. After all, as long as there are enough materials, if stone fruits are used to build fortifications, the efficiency may be more efficient than 1,000,000 people working together. Let's take the young master away. If he dares to stop, even if he can't stop him, he will kill everyone on this island. Diamante looked at Wire coldly and said, in fact, this was a threat. He wanted to bet whether Wire would let them go because of these people. It's really troublesome. Weir thought that if so many people acted together, he really might not be able to get rid of them all while ensuring the safety of Kayanami and others. The most important thing is that some of them are demon fruit power that he doesn't want to kill. Don't mess around. Usopp was really frightened by the ferocious gaze of these people. I have tens of millions of people gathered at the beach waiting to rush over. 80 million people? This made Nami amused. Punch. You guy, brag about a reliable number. 80 million people, how could it be possible? Rumble. At this time, the ground began to vibrate slightly. Everyone was slightly stunned. What happened? Is there an earthquake? What is that? In the eyes of the Donquixote family, Violet did not come with the boat, but BABY5, who had a better look, still saw something approaching in the distance. Everyone raised their heads and saw black dots appearing outside the distant skyline. These black dots are getting more and more, and the distance is getting closer and closer. Countless figures are surrounded from all sides, and the numbers are too many to calculate. 4 flowers. A subordinate of 80 to 80 million people. Everyone looked at Usopp, and even Beiji Rock, who had been calm, was shocked. Isn't this guy FG bragging? There are really 80 million people? Everyone is skeptical about life, including the bragging Usopp himself, who has a look of estrus. He is really bragging. How can there be 80 million people? No. What's the matter with your eyes? Don't believe it. What I said is lie. I didn't expect you to be unusual, so I'll rely on you. Nami pushed Usopp to the front, and Usopp was about to cry. No, I have not. Kill this dangerous guy first. The Donquixote family even glanced at it and quickly reached a consensus. Only Will showed a calm smile. He already knew what was going on, because those two people still came. A faint voice sounded from behind the Donquixote family. Who are you going to kill? Brother. Diamante and the others turned around and saw 2 old men dragging 2 unconscious people. Aren't these Delinger and Mahabasi? Looking at the 2 people carefully, one was a man with purple hair wearing sunglasses and missing his right arm, and the other was a blind samurai with a knife. 2 disabled people? Wrong. These 2 guys are. Diamante's pupils shrank and his body was trembling. This FK. The former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, and the blind samurai Fujitora smile. Ignoring Diamante and others, Fujitora and Zephyr bowed in the direction of Will. Your Majesty, Fujitora, the commander of the Alabasta Royal Guard, smiled. Marshal Alabasta Marine, led the 100,000 First Army of the 6th Army of Alabasta, to take you home. Boom! In the shocking gaze of Diamante, Nami and others, loud shouts came from afar, and the torrent of hundreds of thousands finally surrounded them, neatly arranged, and wearing black standard military uniforms. Holding a sharp blade, it reflected a cold luster in the sun. Line up! Salute! Following the shout of Sergeant Major Hyuxia Bell, 100,000 people knelt down in the direction of their king at the same time, and the sound shook hundreds of miles. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Pick you home! Mountain!